Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty. Can you say honesty? 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 Can you say honesty? Honesty. 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 Can you say honesty?
I know y'all can hear me over the music. So let me say greetings, and salutations to each and every one of you. You know how it go. Your resident hype man up in the place. Because, every good headline I need a good hype man, right? Early one, I must say. Greetings and salutations all. How you guys doing? Big ups to everybody in the chat. Rebel will be with us shortly as the wardrobe and makeup gets finished with him. He'll be up in a minute. let me use my different background. Let me use mine. This one is for later. All right, there we go. Switched up because of skill like that. Hey, how's everybody doing? Waiting for Isat to jump on in here, because Isat been teaching some things in context matters. Man, been teaching some things. Um, Anthony, all right, nothing wrong. Call me whatever you want to call me, brethren. It's fine. Call me for dinner even, as long as you include that. But the rebel will be with us shortly. Listen, people, we can't we can't say at any point in time that we're going to ease up off the gas pedal. It's important that we continue along the trajectory. Which one? The one that holds people accountable and holds government, let's be specific, holds the government accountable. And when when we start talk about holding, wait, I'm waiting for Isat and Isat calling my phone. 1 second, please, ladies and gentlemen. All right, just when things happening in the background. I do apologize. I do apologize. As I was saying, um, we can't ease up. And when I say we can't ease up on the government, it doesn't really matter which party is in power. We're not talking about easing up on a party. And the rhetoric has been, as I have watched from my little spot over there in the back, the rhetoric has been that this whole thing has been politically motivated. Now, anybody that you come across, one of the main things you need to ask them is, if the PNP is not in power right now, who is running the country? That's the first question. And when you get that answer, although it's a rhetorical question, when you get that answer, insist that you get the answer. When you get that answer, you ask a follow-up question. So who then should we ask questions about? Who then, at this point in time, should we hold accountable, if not the sitting government? And that is the answer that we need to get. Because
Yes, 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 yes. Can you hear me, folks? Can you hear me? I don't know what happened to Kevin. Kevin, were you there? Can you hear me? Act like that. uh, can, oh, Yvonne, yes. All right, you can't hear me. All right, good, 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 good. David Jervis. Big up everybody in the chat room. Freedom, everybody. Beat and teach. Zona Anderson, everybody. Kevin will join us shortly. I apologize. I'm having technical difficulties. Kevin was trying to Georgia Lynch. All right, hold on. So Kevin, yeah? Hold on. Kevin is back. Yeah, Kevin, what happened?
I apologize. I'm multitasking and getting rid of things, and I click one too many times. I do apologize, people. But
I
that's what
heard you
happens when you
talking
multitask in these areas.
no matter which political party is in power. and that people should ask
Right.
if something about if the PNP is not in power, then who
Right.
do
So,
we ask? Yeah.
all right. Yeah. Who do we hold accountable if the sitting government is not the PNP? Then who are going to hold accountable for what is happening? Because you have to address what is happening now before you can get into what happened before. This is right now is the issue that we need to address. And right now, it just so happens that it's the JLP in power. Now, I can guarantee you this. If it was the PNP sitting in there and questions needed to be asked, questions are going to be asked. As a matter of fact, when the PNP, if this election run and the PNP go jump in and take over, they have all of these questions coming at them. Because now what has happened is that we have started to set a precedence. We have, first of all, enlightened everybody that they can ask certain questions, and reminded everybody that no one is above the law. So if we're going to do that with this ruling government, then the next government that comes in, it could be somebody from Timbuktu. I don't care. The same thing applies. You know, where we say next patient, same treatment, exactly what is going to happen. And so the more us, the people, are educated, the more power we have. Well, actually, we've always had the power. The more power we exude, the more power we wield, the more power we use, as we rightly should. Because they are representing us. We are not representing them. They have to come to us to get votes, to get into the seats that they want. We need to put people in those seats that we want to do what we want. What we want is a better Jamaica, first and foremost, above all things, all other things. It don't really matter what the thing is. We want a better Jamaica. How does that look? It means that we can actually sleep with our windows and doors open, because we used to do it back in the day. When I was in my single digits going to school, I didn't have to worry not too much about crime. Going to Waterhouse was a thing for me. Why? Because my grandparents lived there. 1 Savitri Road.
No, the place.
That was, exactly.
The place quite well.
Yeah. So when King Tubby's first string up in big sound in a one lawn, it was literally in a front lawn. It was my grandmother front lawn. One of the very first times King Tubby's play out. My grandmother front lawn. One of the very first boxes that King Tubby's built, my father as a little boy helped his younger brother, Tubby's little brother. They were his two helpers building his box, his speaker box. So Waterhouse was a place that I frequented as a child. My little sister was born down Seaview.
Mm-hmm.
Not very far from where my grandmother was. My grandparents lived. So these places are not places that are unfamiliar to me. I used to leave from St. George's College and go down to Waterhouse and play ball on the streets right up Bishop Avenue. Street ball. I'm supposed to be going to my house in Zeta Gardens. No, Waterhouse, ball. These were the days when, and before my time, people had it better. So if we're a growing community, then things should get better as we grow. Except the only thing that has grown is the level of corruption, which has led to the demise of our beautiful land that we love. The beauty of the land hasn't changed. The people got ugly. And they got ugly because there's the miseducation of our youth. There's the underdevelopment of our youth. There's the lack of health care for all ages. There's the lack of protection in our communities, unless you're of affluence and you live in a certain place. Listen, If one thing can change, if me personally, my one thing I want to see change is that anybody sitting in parliament representing a community need to come from that community. Not come from there, live there. You want to represent the people from Tower Hill. You need to have your residence in Tower Hill. I bet you any money that everything starts to clean up. But because you can live uptown and say you represent people that live downtown, but the people downtown only see you when it comes around to election time, when you hand out 2 boxes of KFC and a couple of t-shirts. That make it make sense. Somebody, anybody, please make it make sense. So somebody said, wait. I need to go back to that comment. I just said where somebody said I'm blind. Hold on. Let me not misquote anything that anybody says. Somebody says I'm blind somewhere. Kevin Stew, you are blind like the others and full of hypocrisy. When I listen to you bloggers, Jamaica is a hopeless place. Okay, Mr. Roberts. 773-789-7839 is my telephone number. Easy way to remember it. 773-789-STEW. You, please, enlighten me. Give me vision. Because I'm telling you what my experiences and what I have seen. Tell me how it is that I am blind. I don't care about anybody else that you want to bring up. You say, Kevin Stew, you are blind. Tell me how Kevin Stew is blind. What is wrong with what I want to see? Tell me. Don't just make a blanket statement and run off. If you're going to fight and argue, fight a fight, don't sit behind a keyboard and fight your fight. Step up. Step up, stand out. Make we know. Come. Let us talk about it. Because you're talking about you bloggers. If you check kevinstew.com, you don't see me talking politics, you don't see me talking religion. So talk to me, because you see me on this platform. Don't get it twisted. I love Jamaica, and when I say foolishness happening, I'm going to talk about the foolishness that is happening, and I call it as I see it. There's nothing that is demonstrated on this platform short of facts. And I'll tell you this: facts are not always true. No argument there. Facts are not always the truth, but the truth is always fact. And here's the thing. When information is put out and you have documents supporting that information that is put out, I dare you to come and present otherwise. Refute it. And once you can present opposing evidence, not opinions. I don't care about your opinions. Opinions are like buttholes. Everybody have one. Unless you have some deformity, and if you have a deformity, you have no business in this argument. And I'm not talking about people with deformities now. I'm talking about your mental deformity, because you're blind to see. You're talking about me blind. You're blind to see what is happening. So are you benefiting from what is happening? Talk to me, Mr. Roberts. What's your name? Howard Roberts. Talk to me. Use up my number. It's my phone here. Write it up. Use it up. 773-789-STEW. Don't forget it. USA. All right. Mr. Rattigan, welcome to your broadcast, sir. But before you even continue, let me go back to what I was saying. Don't ease up off of the gas, people. The questions that are being asked, the documents that are being requested. I sat in the background. Let me bring him in. All of these things cost money.
You ain't let me in when I said you let me in. Let me get that bad money, and you ain't let me in.
I bet you better take my coat.
Why y'all let me in? Now you gone. I ain't even remember his name. I was trying to be like, I'll show him out. Ratty, I'll show him out.
Oh, Howard Roberts? I saw his name. Howard Roberts.
I don't know his name.
I have no problem calling the name. I'll big you up. If anybody going to make a fool of somebody, I am not going to be the one to make a fool of anybody but myself. So you are entitled to make a fool of yourself too. Come on over. Kevin Stew is the name. KevinStew.com is my website. My phone number and everything to reach me is there. I say it loud and I say it proud.
Boy, I tell you, all these internet bad people.
Don't hide behind a keyboard. If you have something to say.
I hope we have good lawyers that can just go into court and just sue everybody for defamation, and you don't have to try to make laws to, tone down things you don't like when laws are already in place and stuff like that. Sure, I was trying. What's that, Mr. Ratty? It's a long time I don't see Ratty. What's that? Camino? What the M for? What the Camino Morgan? Who showed me your name A? I know the K is for Camino. I know the M is for Morgan. Who defame you? Whose name start with A?
You see this now. This brother.
All right, let me stop.
All right. Let me finish my 2 cents and leave out of here, because don't ease up, people. Anybody that is on here, put your $2, your $1, your $5, your $10. Call your friends, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, even your enemies too. Mr. Roberts, may I call upon you? Put in your $2. Not to say that you're my enemy, I don't know you, but you make a talk, more you continue. Don't ease up. So put in your money. See the QR code right here. Go ahead, scan it. Put in your $2, put in your $1, put in your $10, and if you're affluent and can do it, put in $500 every week. I do care. I don't discriminate, and neither does the organization, because every dollar that you put in is used by the organization for you getting these answers to these questions. So don't ease up. And if you want an account of it, one will come. You will see the documents where so the money come in, so the money go out, and this is what it go out for. Why? Because that is what we signed up for. Rattigan and I did not have this discussion, nor did I have this discussion with anybody else on the board. If you look, you don't see my name on the board. But I'll tell you this organization, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, it's all above board. So anybody that wants to call them politically related or motivated or whatever, no, we're Jamaica motivated. That is it. Not more, not less. And if you want to be Jamaica motivated, put your money where your mouth there. Do something. Don't just give opinions on whatever. No, do something. USA. All right, so I belong in the background. I guess we're going to yield to the members of the panel, Mr. Rattigan. Do you think so?
The man them stir pants with it today.
That's the stew right there. Bubbling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Robert, you don't want none. You don't want none, Robert. Or Robertson or whatever your name is. You don't want none.
I can't do these people.
Let me just tell people, welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio on YouTube. We had some technical difficulties, so I have to actually look at another screen, because normally I'd print my remarks, but I'm having issues. So Jamaica continues to be...
Turn up your mic a little bit for me, please, Mr. Rattigan.
Huh?
Turn up your mic just a little bit for me.
How about now?
Yeah, man, you sound like...
Yeah. So, Jamaica continues to be a content-rich country, and as a result, we have a lot to talk about today. Because I haven't seen these 3 gentlemen, I haven't seen them in a while. So, as a reminder, please like, share, and subscribe. Now, important to note, Relax with the Rebel will not be broadcasted tonight. I'll be back next Saturday. But you can check out DJ Kevin Stew tonight and every Saturday night from 8 to 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio for the best in reggae. Now, Kevin is a real DJ. Me just play music and then I try following a Kevin footstep. We'll never be able to catch him up, but that's how the thing said. Now, we have some people who are really, really sick out there and them really, really need some prayers for them. Prayers for, Mama Eileen. Things don't look too bossy, but, she's still there with us. Papa Trevor, Ma P, it was great seeing you yesterday. Still look good, voice strong. Keep up the good work and continue to keep me straight. Margine, big up yourself. Desmond, Joanna, yeah. Get well soon. Get well soon. Paul, Sasidiva, Mrs. Nelson, Bob, hope you're recovering nicely, Virgin. I hear about the incident and I'm concerned. Bonnie Jump, big up yourself. You're recovering nicely. And work with the doctors, them and the man upstairs. Everything will be fine. Mr. Baxter, you do the same thing, sir. We need you around. Can't afford to lose an elder like you. And of course, my sister Jenny, who's recovering from heart surgery and some other things. Big up the Manison, the Ogle, and the Trower families in South Africa, and the Al Faiz family in Saudi Arabia. Big up all media personalities and platforms that are under the threat of prosecution as per the PM's recent announcement. Big up Linkage Radio, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV, producer Win Global TV. Wayne, me have to go link you soon. We have some things I work on for the UK. So you'll get a call from one of us. And hold on there. Who else? Anisabel Rose, Waterhouse Vybz. Big up yourself, Nita. Make we talk. I'm in a chat here, Mr. Boomvava Boomva V. Of course, don't you trouble Zion. I heard it, sir. Mystic Sensation. Yes. Byron and Anne Marie. Super Jams. Professor John Lennon. Andre Stevens. Jamaican Carlos. Aromatic. Maria Herb. Jamaican Hot Topic. Empress GTV. Beyond the Echo. Ripe Mango. And Renegade Unafraid. Win Lonesome. Big up Gandhi Road, Tony. I have a link in my brethren. Roland. Big up yourself. Bitta Gal. I owe you a phone call. Cora and the Princess. Natty Norman. Peaches, Joy, Marcia, and Jenny. Big up on herself. The Manchester crew. Merlin, Dorette, and their communities. Enough respect. Miss Allen, Diana, and David. Blessings. Manners and respect to all civil servants who teach, protect, and take care of us. Nurses, doctors, police officers, teachers, secretaries, etc. Don't forget to check out Waterhouse Vibes tomorrow at 4 p.m. on YouTube. That's 4 p.m., 3 p.m. Jamaica time. Wayne Lonesome will be on tomorrow night at 7, usual time, 7 p.m. New York time, 6 p.m. Jamaica time. You can catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and others on a daily basis on their YouTube channels. Don't forget Isaac Buchanan's show, Context Matters. Oh, my sound, my brother.
But I waited. I was planning to sue you, man. I say, yo, man, I hear a big up. Man, I somebody too. Me want get in trouble. Me want to be under the threat of prosecution too.
Big up Isaac on his show. Is In Demand show. Context Matters. Is broadcasted on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. That's New York time, 4 to 6 p.m. Jamaica time. And as mentioned, please check out Kevin Where You There tonight and every Saturday night from 8 to 10 on Reggae Global Radio. Now, let me throw in my disclaimer now. The opinions you hear today will be that of the individual presenters only and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Now, I have to say something here that it really, this is a feel-good story. It's a heartwarming story. We reached out to you, family members, for volunteers to help us with the program, to help us with our mandate, and to help us with our funding initiatives. And I'm proud as a peacock, as they would say, to say that the response has been phenomenal. Thanks to all of you who decided to donate your time, effort, and skills to help in the program and the initiatives to help our people, particularly the marginalized and oppressed living in Jamaica. And as a result of your volunteerism, starting next week, and I said I gonna love this, starting next week, the program and the website will have a different look. They will be more streamlined, they will be monitored, they'll be user friendly, and of course, the program will be shorter. We will we will broadcast to coincide with the hours on Reggae Global Radio, and that's from 3 and that's from 8 p.m. 8 p.m. New York time. New York time. No, the volunteers. Let me say that Isat, Patrick, and Kevin. I mean, words cannot express the way I feel about these people because they've given up so much. I mean, they're sacrificing a lot because they believe in what we're doing, and we asked for volunteers and we asked for some to help with the website, in terms of content, in terms of presentation, and so on and so forth. And you'd be surprised how many experts we have sitting in the chat and just sitting out there watching the program, because a lot of people, I think Preda said more, I think it's in excess of 40 people who volunteered. And we're not making a big push. We just made a quick announcement and we had more than 40 people. Also, a group of people, they came down on the bus from New York. They decided, among any prodding from any of us, they decided to form a group to help finance what we're doing. And I mean, big up to all our who ride on the bus and the return trip. And so when we get to New York in August, they're gonna be having a family day after the protest. But I don't want to give it away. At some point, we'll bring them on and they'll explain everything. Now, some of them, they don't want their identities to be known. I understand. Some of them don't mind. So what I'll do is I'll go back to both groups and I'll figure out who we can personally recognize on the program, or if we should, or maybe we should just say the volunteer groups and leave it at that. But I'm very, very proud of you guys for doing what you're doing, and they've started already. And the ideas. I mean, there so many ideas floating out there, and just to sit and listen to the conversation with the ideas going back and forth and the analysis. I mean, these people are just amazing. Actually put me to shame. I sat in one of the groups and listened to the ideas and how people addressed them and how they were respectful to each other. And it was a fairly large group. No cussing, no fighting. I mean, big up on yourself, volunteers. We'll have to find a different word for them, Kevin. And I said, I'm Patrick. Asking volunteer is, it sounds too common because these people are extraordinary. These people are very, very special people. And to a person, they all said, we're doing this because we want to benefit Jamaica. They never said we're doing it because we want a party win or we want to wear a color, this or that. No. To a person, they all said, we want to benefit our communities and by extension, the country of Jamaica. And somebody said, condolences to man in the wilderness. I don't know what that means. I don't know. But yeah, volunteers, big up on yourself.
Yeah, we just can't call them volunteers. So my respects to the KFC warriors, because without the country can't run on empty belly. So keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate you, KFC warriors. Yeah, we in the fight. We in this to win
it. Yeah, volunteers too common. I mean, no, these people are, extra special. And the overwhelming majority of them are patriots who believe in what we're doing to hold the government accountable. And this is going back to what Kevin started out with. Now, we're aware that some of you come here to criticize. And that's fine, because we welcome spirited discussions and we readily acknowledge that knowledge and truth don't reside exclusively in one place. So we understand that people are going to come, they're going to disagree, and we welcome them because who knows, maybe they have a very good point to make, something that we overlook that we can incorporate, or maybe they come with nonsense, but you don't know until you listen. With some people, though, you just don't have to listen. You just know it's just pure nonsense. Many of you here,
I see in the comments are saying that Wayne Lonesome lost his nephew and the funeral is today. So I'm reading it. You asked, so you don't pass it. That's what they were saying.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, thanks for bringing it to my attention. Now, many of you come here and are enlightened by the type, quality, and amount of information and education that we seek to provide regarding critical subjects to all of us. One such subject is the Jamaican Constitution, and I sat a smile now. I'll hazard a guess to say that most of us have never read this important document, and a significant number of us who have read it do not understand it. And as you're aware, the CRC, the Constitutional Reform Committee, they have submitted their recommendations to the Parliament, and most of us have not read that document. It is in this vein that we seek to educate our people about the Constitution and the recommendations. Therefore, beginning next week, we will attempt to do what the government has miserably failed at, and that is to teach the Constitution to our people. So next week, I'm kindly asking all of you to join us with the Constitution in hand, or you can pick it up online and listen and make notes as we seek to educate and engage all of you, regarding this document and the recent recommendations. So come prepared next week to listen and to engage, ask questions, or if you may have an explanation, because I don't pretend to be an expert in the Constitution, any Constitution, but I think I'm an expert to some degree on common sense. And a lot of this is really, you have to take a common sense approach. And if you do, you can't go wrong. Most of the time, you will not go wrong. You approach it with a common sense attitude. Now, today's the last day we're going to go past 8 o'clock. And I suspect that I'm trying not to, but I suspect we will. We're going to discuss the DC protest. We're going to discuss the business conference in Jamaica and the online versus the online diaspora conference. We're going to discuss the crime situation in Jamaica and the consensus monitoring on crime. That's an initiative that's been pushed by various sectors in Jamaica. We're going to talk about the upcoming protest, the conference in Canada, the upcoming protest in New York. We don't have Dr. Ben with us today. Defamation and the hypocritical position of the government. We're also going to talk about the media's characterization of the real diaspora group, the movement. Also, the sad state of Jamaica's foreign affairs and the broken promises made to the diaspora. We'll also look at the Integrity Commission's submission of its annual report. And we'll look at the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs and human rights violations. And we have a lot more things that we can talk about, but I'll just leave it right there. And we have Patrick Beckford, who is a stalwart in the diaspora movement, but not only the diaspora movement, he's also a man of the cloth and a dear friend of ours. And he doesn't pull his punches. He lets them fly. We have Isaac Buchanan, who has to pull his punches, because if he lets them fly, he's looking at a big fat fine, But he knows he's got a whole bunch of support in the diaspora. No matter what he does, we're behind him. As far as holding government accountable, we're with him. And Kevin Steele, very quiet person, goes about his business in the shadows. And somebody pissed him off today. So we're seeing a side of Kevin that, who's it? Roberts. So that's where we are. Now, let me start out by, I played this last week. I don't know how many of you have seen it, but quite a few of you asked me, oh, what KMA stand for Ratti? All right, let me start with that. No, this is, I'll reveal a part of the FBI's culture to you. Now, in the FBI, most people who join the FBI, they stay all the way through retirement. I think they have like a 4% attrition. When I started in 87, it was 4%. And when I left in 2017, it was still, I think, 4%. So most people, 96 out of 100 people who join the FBI will stay for at least 20 years. Now, the way it's set up is you have to be reach 50 years of age and have 20 years of service. You need those two in order to retire with a pension. If you join the FBI late, like at 37, then you won't be eligible for a pension until you're 57, which is they kick you out of the FBI when you're 57 because they said you have to go, you can't run down criminals no more. You're not as agile, so they just said, no, we can't have you on the streets. So you have to, by law, you have to leave at 57. So you must have both of them. You must be at least age 50 and have 20 years of service. Now, there are two types of retirement. You have eligible retirement. That's when you reach your 50 years of age and you have 20 years of service. And then they have mandatory retirement. So when you get to 50, if you have 20 years of service, you're eligible to retire. You can just walk in the next day, turn your papers in, and that's it. You're done. Or you can stay until you're 57, which means now you're mandatory. So between 50 and 57, you can do whatever you want to do. At 57, they're going to show you the door. When you get to 50 and you're eligible to retire, you acquire a status that's called KMA. And I know it's a family program, but KMA means kiss my you-know-what. And the reason for that is if your supervisor, if he starts to give you grief once you get to 50 and you can retire, you tell him KMA and you're out the door. So supervisors are very mindful of that, and they all know it's just part of the culture that they say, okay, you're KMA status. Somebody will say, hey, are you KMA yet? And they say, yeah, I'm KMA. What that means is that, yes, I'm 50 and I'm at least 50 and I have at least 20 years of service. So that's it. But I'm wearing this hat today because there's some people I want to say KMA too. And we're going to talk about someone else today. So that's that. Any questions on that? That's just FBI folklore, tradition. There, Chris, why is that rude? Keep my hat on, right? Yeah, all right, good. See, Diana said keep my hat on, right? So that's what came in. So somebody gave this to me when I turned. I forgot. I was past 50 and past 20 years of service. Actually, I got the 20 years of service before I was 50. But remember, you can't retire till you're 50. So they may hire you at 25, right? And so when you're 45, you have 20 years of service, but you can't retire with a pension. So you have to stay another 5 years. And then when you get to 50, now you're going to have 50 years of service. I'm sorry, you're going to be years of age and was it 25 years of service. So that's the way it works. All right. Now, I want to show this because we've been talking about diaspora. And some people not quite sure. What does it mean? What's the relationship between the diaspora and the government of Jamaica? Oh, by the way, there is a hurricane that's forecasted to hit Jamaica on Thursday. We're hoping and we're praying that, like a lot of hurricanes, it will take a turn to the left or a turn to the right and it will avoid the island. But you have to prepare. We have to prepare for that. And watch, you're going to see how important the diaspora is. You're going to see how this, God forbid that it should be a direct strike against or hit on Jamaica. But it is, you're going to see how important the diaspora is. And yet we have people there at the diaspora conference, not the diaspora conference, the business conference, who were insulting the diaspora writ large. They were insulting diaspora members attending the conference, and they were insulting diaspora members who were not there. Oh, so Ratty, you can retire with 25 years in that. No, you must be you must be, Courtney, you must be 50 years of age. So you need both of them. You need 20 years of service and 50 years of age. Then you're eligible to go. You don't have to go. So you can stay till 57. All right. I'm gonna throw this up. I don't know if Isaac said this, but what we have going on here is a real movement. And I'm just gonna play this. Those of you who saw this last week, please bear with us and enjoy again. And for those of you seeing it for the first time, we'll talk about it after. Here we go.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons. First, of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone and look ridiculous. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not two nuts. 3 is a crowd and a crowd is news. A movement must be public. Make sure outsiders see more than just the leader. Everyone needs to see the followers because new followers emulate followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, then 3 more immediately. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point and now we have a movement. As more people jump in, it's no longer risky. If they were on the fence before, there's no reason not to join in now. They won't stand out, they won't be ridiculed, and they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. And over the next minute you'll see the rest who prefer to stay part of the crowd, because eventually they'd be ridiculed for not joining. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how a movement is made. So let's recap what we've learned. If you are a version of the shirtless dancing guy, all alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals, making everything clearly about the movement, not you. Be public, be easy to follow. But the biggest lesson here, did you catch it? Leadership is overglorified. Yes, it started with the shirtless guy, and he'll get all the credit, but you saw what really happened. It was the first follower that transformed a lone nut into a leader. There's no movement without the first follower. See, we're told that we all need to be leaders, but that would be really ineffective. The best way to make a movement, if you really care, is to courageously follow and show others how to follow. When you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first person to stand up and join in.
All right. So let me just recap that. That shirtless dancing guy, the lone nut, that's all of us. That's all of us who didn't have the courage to speak out. We were just cast aside by the government and by others in the diaspora, and so now we're coming together. We're finding our voices, and like the narrator said, the movement should be easy to follow. This is very, very easy to follow, and that the leaders embrace the supporters as leaders. And that's why I keep saying we're all in this together. I mean, It just might be a few faces out there, but we're all leaders. And that's why we're not afraid to face criticism, constructive, and we're not afraid to engage, because that's how you learn. And this is a learning process for all of us, because something like this has never been done. Never been done. The other thing is the the shirtless dancing guy that they call, which represents all of us, that they call the nut, the first nut. They're saying that he becomes important by the first follower. No, the first follower, as far as I'm concerned, they're people who they're basically sitting on the fence, and they're thinking about, oh, what will people say about me? What will this? What will that? But then some of them jump off the fence and then they join us, and now what we have leadership, but it's flat. It's not hierarchical. It's flat. We're all leaders in this, so we need to get people off the fence, and we need them to become part of this movement as leaders. We can't do it by ourselves, folks. We cannot. And that's why we're so thankful every Saturday when we sit here and we spend hours on end just going on, talking about stuff. One of the things that I think all of you find attractive about what we're doing is that in addition to talking, we're taking action. I think that's a very critical point to make. We talk, we analyze, but we are also taking action. And the action is, you can see it. What's going on here?
It's me taking some action, Rebel. It's just me taking some action.
Oh, so they can see me still?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. So, yeah, we're taking action and everybody's seeing it. I mean, these things, we're not just telling you that, hey, things are wrong with the government, because most of you know that. Most of you know that. What we're doing is we're saying things are wrong with the government, and here are the things that are wrong with the government. And we're digging even deeper than just a newspaper article. And a lot of the people who are doing what we're doing here, they're doing the same thing. They're digging deep. They're finding out stuff, because information is at your fingertips these days. So the days, 20, 30 years ago, when you could do something and keep it in the dark and not worry about it, those days are over. So please consider yourself a leader in this thing, and we want you to actively participate, whether it's through a financial donation, or it's a donation of your time, or a contact who can help us, or whatever it is that you can. We really, really appreciate it. And we're gaining momentum. We can't forget that, because that's the reason why the government is so afraid of what we're doing, because of the momentum. We're picking up speed, we're moving, we're traveling, and they've never seen this, and they're afraid of it. No, Kevin, put me back. I want to pull off some things off of this side, I just want to show you guys something before we bring in Patrick and Isaac. Well, there. Oh, thanks. Let me take a look at this. I want you to take a look at this. I won't say anything for a few seconds, so you can actually read this and digest it. So you see that? When you're dead, you don't know you're dead. The pain is only felt by others. The same thing happens when you're stupid. You don't know you're stupid. The pain is felt by others. So, Kevin, Some people you can't get through to.
You can't save them all, not at all.
Some people you'll never get through to, Kevin. So, folks, remember that when you're dead, you don't know you're dead. The pain is only felt by others. The same thing happens when you're stupid. The pain is felt by others, right? Because people sit down and them say, them can't believe this person's so stupid. You know what I mean? So, there we go. But I want to show you something regarding the Integrity Commission. We have a lot to show you, but let me find this. All right, here we go. All right. Don't leave us, Kevin. You have to stay with me. All right, here we go. No.
I'm here, man.
All right. This thing came out June 26th. Today is the 29th. All right. And the Integrity Commission is saying that its annual report has been submitted to Parliament for tabling. And all of you know what that means. That means that their annual report is just submitted to Parliament for Parliament, basically not even to approve it, just to put a signature on it or whatever it is and just let it go, right? Parliament is not going to do anything to prevent it from being published. It's just, as they say, it's perfunctory, meaning it's just routine. It's the law that they must turn in their annual report to Parliament for tabling. Now, look at what it says. It says here, let's go to the third paragraph. The third paragraph is most interesting. All right, there we go. The third paragraph. The paragraph that begins the commission says the commission has maintained its enviable record of preparing its annual reports and submitting them to Parliament in only 3 months, as well as to have the commission's financial affairs audited within the same time frame. Now, it was an annual report last year that identified or informed the public that members of Parliament were under investigation for illicit enrichment. Right. Now, this is the cover letter for this year's. This year's is actually last year's, right? So it's this annual report is for the report 2023, and I think they say it right up here. Oh, here it is, 2023, 2024. So the next one will be 2024, 2025. So they're patting themselves on the back right here, and they're saying, "Hey, we have the enviable record of preparing its annual report." But people, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Integrity Commission is not what it should be. On paper, it's a very noble, very admirable, very good start to addressing corruption in Jamaica. But they're not doing what they're required to do. And here it is that they're bragging that, yeah, we did it in 3 months, and we also produced our financial affairs. Well, let me show you something. Wait there, Kevin. Like this. Hold on there. All right. Let's go to section 6. Remember what they said, that they turned this thing over. It's an enviable record. They turned it over in 3 months, and also turned over their financial affairs, right? Now, here are some of the things that they're supposed to do. They're supposed to investigate corruption, prosecute corruption, take measures to prevent or identify and prevent corruption, examine practices and procedures of public bodies, receive complaints, investigate government contracts, how they're awarded, implementation, etc. They're supposed to prepare codes of conduct, like the one they gave the government and the opposition to sign. That would be G. They're supposed to monitor practices in the legislature and in the admin space to fight against corruption. They're supposed to advise the minister on best practices related to corruption. And it goes on and on and on and on and on and on. Now, let's go to section 20. 7. 8, 13, 15, 17, 18, 20. Section 20, look what Section 20 says. The Commission shall keep proper accounts of its receipts, payments, assets, and liabilities, and such accounts shall be audited annually by an auditor appointed in each year by the Commission with the approval of the Minister, and a statement of accounts so audited shall form part of the annual report submitted to Section 36. See what it says? That their finances, so audited, shall form part of the annual report. So when they tell you that, oh, we got to, our things are, they're required by law to do that, people under Section 20. They're required by law. But you see what it says? Shall form part of the annual report submitted pursuant to Section 36. Now let's go to Section 36 and you see what it says. It's going to dispose of this issue. 31, 33, 34, 35, 36. Look, folks. It says here, let me make it big. Right there. It says the Commission may at any time be required by either House of Parliament to investigate a matter relating to an act of corruption and table a report thereon. That's some of these reports you see, the drip, 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 coming out. That could be that. If the House of Parliament say, hey, we want you to investigate this, then they have to do it. Look at number 2. The Commission shall not later than 3 months after the end of each financial year or within such period as the Parliament may approve, submit to Parliament an annual report relating generally to the execution of the functions of the Commission during the preceding financial year, which shall contain the information set out in the second schedule, right? And the second schedule, it talks about all of the things that they have to put in, there. No, you see, they're patting themselves on the back. Oh, we did this in 3 months. Folks, the financial year ends March 31st every year for Jamaica. March 31st is the end of the financial year, and the new financial year starts April 1st. What they're saying here is that the Integrity Commission has 3 months from March 31st to submit their annual report. It is right here. It's right here. Number 2, the Commission shall not later than 3 months after the end of each financial year. So when they come right here and they tell you this foolishness right here, that we have an enviable record of preparing its annual report and submitting them to Parliament in only 3 months. Only 3 months. It's foolishness. It's foolishness. In fact, they shouldn't even put that in there, because here's what happened. You should have a running tabulation of everything you're doing from April 1st so that you can turn your report in the following year by the end of June, because you have 3 months after June, after April, right? And if they really want to impress us, what they should do is, because the financial year ends March 31st, if they really want to impress us, they should turn their annual report in by the end of April. That's what they should do, and then we would be impressed. But this again, see what I'm saying, folks? They put this here, and they shouldn't have. It means nothing. But somebody reading this might think, oh, wow, these people are effective and efficient because they have an enviable record of reporting something that they're required by law to do by the end of June of every year. So let me just move this out of the way. So it's all nonsense. Anyway, Isat, welcome. Patrick, welcome.
Let's.
Before we go any further, what's on your mind, Isaac?
Wow. So much things on my mind, but Kevin, I wanted first thing is I wonder if Kevin calmed down. I thought the KMA made
Good boy.
it meant kiss my adrenaline, but I heard otherwise. I see Patrick laughing with me because we don't know why everybody's so bad. And we are just to continue to push the agenda, which is for betterment for the country, notwithstanding that people are creating new narratives like fake news, like violence producers, just things that's not in law. They try to create laws, they go, and they don't have no concept of what law is. So those are the things that's on my mind. And just to continue the conversations, and like with all things, KFC is always on my mind. I've been, I've been doing a lot to control that. And I don't know why the Vavavoom people in the comment section is troubling me, but I am reading them. But no, we're not gonna make nobody talk about that today. And more so, just all things. I think July, as we approach next week, is gonna be an exciting month. So many things happening in the space in July. It's always exciting. I mean, last year, July, I climaxed July, so I'll be behaving myself this July to ensure that whatever happens, I'm just an observer for July. So those are the things that's on my mind. Because I mean, I know that the president of the Court of Appeal of Jamaica retires this certainly in July when the term ends, and many changes is taking place. Jamaica is still in limbo in relation to the status of the DPP, and that case had concluded with a judgment to come at the end of at the beginning of the new term. There are two cases that was mentioned in the Kartel decision. I think it was Russian Hamilton, a Kenyatta Brown was mentioned, and a Tafari something. Their matters are coming up in July for trial, for retrial, and they are case management. They still don't have a trial date set. So in terms of delay and just the constitutionality of that, these are things that's ripe in my mind, and seeing what July will look like in terms of those things. So unless you have something outside of that,
Look at what Ruthlin says.
Ruthlin says you climax every July, but I tell them that I don't know why, and I'm trying this time not to have any pre-climax or any word associated with that. I don't want to do it before my time, so I'm behaving myself. I want to be around for the things that happen during that time.
I have something for your Isaac, but I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you after Patrick tell us what's on his mind, because Patrick did an article he sent regarding the diaspora. But Patrick, what's on your mind?
Wow.
So what's on my mind? First, Isaac, you need to clear this up for me as a legal luminary in Jamaica. Am I liable if I called one of your learned friend dunce? Is that still in the legal thing if you refer to any attorney as dunce?
I'm done. And they refer to me as dunce all the time, but man on nobody. So you have to first find out if there's somebody. Yeah, talk to Mr. Tavares, because if they're a part of the Vavavoom Vavoche, the people in society who actually believe in their minds that they are smarty, then you have to be careful, because they and their friends will take it, because the truth often hurts.
Well,
it really hurts. So be careful. So if you're calling somebody dunce and they're actually dunce, then they'll come at you.
Well, I can use certain adjectives, acting or allegedly,
Yeah, always use that, allegedly.
Okay, thanks. But just friends, I've been very busy for the past with little conversion of events, and my regular daily life, which, as you know, I'm very active in the denomination. And so we had our general synod while the diaspora's conference were happening. And the good news is that I'm going to be continue to be a big troublemaker because I was elected to the national body as one of its council, a member, the General Council of the Reformed Church in America. I think something achieved by maybe a non-American. So it's a 4-year term. So, but the big thing for me, as I watch it every day, and couldn't get to participate, but the part that happened at the conference center, and I checked with a few of the friends who went there. They said they could tell the difference who was busting from various constituency, which according to a few people who attended, that in their estimation, it accounted for more than 90% of the attendees at this conference center in Montego Bay. Don't know how that came about. That's one of the troubling things. The other thing for me is that just before I heard that the Constitution report was submitted, and I can understand, I mean, going back as a student of history, I remember in the 60s, early 60s, 59, 60s, as I was informed as a baby at that time, that the way the constitutional reform from colonialism went was discussed with folks island-wide. They had a political campaign that surrounds it, and the people were informed as to what to vote for or what to based on everything. So one side, we became independent, and nothing like this has happened. It wasn't even brought to the diaspora, which was supposed to have the conference then, were not even informed, because I've articulated to the bright Minister of Constitutional Reform, that we should have sessions in the diaspora to discuss it, hear our point of view, since we are so important. So these are some of the troubling things. And the most egregious thing for me right now is happening. The Prime Minister now is threatening to go on social media. I think reason it Rattigan is number one on his.
I'm going to share something, Patrick. But hold on. Put up back the tabs in for me, please. Let me just show Ice at something that he should be concerned, and then show Patrick something that should be concerned about. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm gonna need these two. All right, hold on a second. Let me pull up. Yeah, that one is for Patrick. Patrick raised that one. This one is for Patrick as well. There's another one, the one with our learned Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Is this it? Hold on, folks. Kevin, pull up the one for me with when the minister first got the job.
Did you move that one to? That might be it, right?
No, that's not it.
Or did you move it to one of the tabs?
I don't think I did. All right.
It's all right. No worries. I can find it for you. Show Patrick his.
All right. Let me show Patrick his. All right. Here we go. Patrick has two, but let me show Patrick this one now. All right. Take a look at this, Patrick. See what it says? It says here. It's kind of misleading. It says Dr. Dawes tells diaspora he'll build Portmore Hospital, right? But when you go down and you read,
No, but don't go down here because man make the diaspora no. When you don't take my KFC money and build no hospital in Jamaica, but don't talk. Because we see how them doctor here use the money from 2 billion to 200 billion and them over budget business there. Rob people at KFC and barrel.
well, take a look at the first sentence. Is that part?
Oh yeah.
You dissidents.
Oh, by the way, Herb is here. Hold on. Herbalist. Welcome, Herb.
Hey, gentlemen. As you can see, I'm still in Mr. Rattigan's home state. I'm messing around with all this traffic.
Oh.
That's why I didn't go with you, man, because I'd have to deal with that traffic. I did it.
Lord. Yeah, I had to stop for a little bit, but I'm back on the highway again. Our friends picked up the T-shirts, and they just wanted us to tell them how much of them to take to Canada with us. And I told them, well, yeah, maybe we can take a full box, a mix, colors and stuff. I'm sure the people there would love to have some souvenirs from our past escapades. And by the way, you were asking each person what concerns them today.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No. What concerns me, I'm hearing these rumors that you had 2,000 people at the conference in Montego Bay or close to it, but they only ordered a third of that number in meals each day. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm hearing the same thing, saying that they had over 1,100 people, but every day they only had 100 meals. So it's
wow.
They didn't have 1,100 people from the diaspora, or them can't count. They're just poor planning. So,
it would seem to me that they made some people starve.
Yeah, some people need a refund. But here, take a look at this. Look at what it says here. It says the rival Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference. There's no rival. There was a business conference, and then there was a diaspora conference dubbed the People's Conference.
Yeah.
It said stage online ended late Saturday, but with signs that the dissident group, that's what we've been characterized as now, as a dissident, is cooperating with the opposition People's National Party.
Wow.
Where did they get that from?
That's stunning news to me.
Who's the writer of that article?
No.
That's interesting. Yeah, there should be a writer, is because that's City Diamond Preferred. That's an advertisement. Somebody just write from the Gleaner or whoever the newspaper editorial wrote that, because if it's a reporter, that reporter's name should be listed on that.
Right.
The reporter's name is listed on it. But here is something that I need to point out to people. They said that they indicated that we were cooperating with the People's National Party because we had three main speakers, and the three main speakers, they're affiliated with the People's National Party. And the first speaker they named was Dr. Alfred Dawes, who's the opposition spokesperson on health and wellness. Then they mentioned Dr. Canute Thompson. Right. Who came on and he spoke twice. He spoke about education and then he came back a few days later and he talked about the economy. And last but not least, the luminary, the erudite, Isaac Buchanan. They said, yeah, he's one of them too.
I'm a main speaker who vociferously, you know, I speak vociferously. So people will always abuse Google when they say vociferously. I didn't know I was a main speaker in that capacity, but it's fine, it's fine.
But this
It was always, you see, we have to prosecute the fake news people. This is why we have to prosecute.
We can get to that. But here's the thing, Isaac.
Okay.
I reached out, right? I reached out to the person who wrote this article and I said, you know, it's kind of disingenuous because you didn't speak to any of us. And you really should have. Because if you did, you would have found out that I personally, I don't know about what the other people did, but I personally reached out to the government and I invited members of the government to attend. And I told them, I said, we're having a mix of people. And so we would like you to come and make presentations, whatever. And I was rejected, roundly rejected. They said no. And I said, well, why don't you have me then, or one of us, to come to your conference and make a presentation at your conference? They said no. So they're not coming to our conference. They don't want us at their conference. And I was told, you go ahead with your folks. You can have your own conference. We will have our own conference. And the reason being, they said that the tension, that's the word they use, the tension was high between the two different groups. And that at some point down the road after the conference, maybe there'll be a meeting. Well, we know now that there won't be such a meeting because the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade came out last week and said there is no interest at this time for the government to meet with this breakaway diaspora group, I believe she called us. So we have been described as breakaway, we've been described as dissident, we have been described as traitors, we've been described as treasonous. And those are just some. There are other choice words they use to describe us. So, but then, Patrick, you're right. I'm getting reports that they claim that they had 1,100 people, but what happened was the first day, I'm being told that people were bussed in and people were paid. Some people received some form of, I don't know, encouragement to show up. And so the first day they had a full house. You know what's telling? The second day, when the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, when she was on the dais with other speakers, the place was empty. So the question is, what happened to all the people who showed up on the first day? Then on the third day, because remember now, first day, full house, second day, empty, third day, who's speaking? The Prime Minister. Full house again. And I don't know what happened on the fourth day, but I'm hearing that they only ordered like 700 meals. So it would, and if they order 700 meals, you know that the 700 is not only for the diaspora members, it's for the diaspora as well as dignitaries and other people, you know, ministry people who were there. So it would seem to suggest, based on everything we're seeing, that they had less than 700 people there, even though they're saying something else. But be that as it may, we had, and here is the same writer saying that he said organizers claim they attract close to 100,000 for the week-long conference. Well, the last time I checked, we had about, I think it was close to 80,000 people, 80,000 views. And remember, each view is a device. Each view is a device, and that device could have been listened to by a family of 3, 4, or a community of 10, 12, 20, or in a bar. Mm-hmm. So we could have more than 100,000 people who actually watched us over that. Catherine said, "I'm match up the people in conference." No. And I've heard that they've spent so much money on this thing. But Kevin, did you find it? The one with the Minister Malahoo Forte? let me see.
I got you.
All right. So I just need to show that to show how you cannot trust these people. You cannot trust them. Yeah, wellness. Our conference was free, and you didn't have to take time off from work. You didn't have to, no expense, right? And everything was fine. Throw it up there for me, Kevin, because I see something here that Patrick spoke about, and I want to save that for like last. While you're looking for that,
yeah,
you find it?
No, go ahead with what you were saying.
All right. Here's another one. No, look at this. People, you can't make this up. Embassy of Jamaica holds protocol training for diaspora leaders. This is June 29th. This is today. Embassy of Jamaica holds protocol training. Now, I wonder if we had something to do with that, because we've been calling them, we've been identifying their weaknesses. But look, diaspora leaders, they didn't invite us, even though the diaspora policy says that they have to reach out to all of the groups. So I guess they're still holding a grudge. They're against us. But look at this, Herb. Look at this. You're gonna get a kick out of this. Look at this. Over 50 members of the Jamaican diaspora representing various organizations. No one from the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation was invited. And they participated in the training program aimed at strengthening the administration of their organizations. I guess we're so assistance in that area. And sharpening their skills in protocol management.
This really hurts, Mr. Rattigan.
Oh, man.
To know that we have been so appreciative of her interests of late, and that we have had to respond to her so often to teach a class and protocol and not include us.
Yes.
She's going to leave us with our bad habits.
No, to be fair, no. They must exercise fairness. They have to train at least 20 more people so that the dirty 30 don't conquer them. So it wouldn't be fair if you guys were at the protocol. There are 30 of you and none of them, so they have to recruit people.
But here's where it gets interesting. None of this happened before. Never. Right? Listen to this. The session held on Tuesday, June 25th, this past Tuesday, was the first installment of a series of protocol training sessions to be offered to the diaspora. No, look, there's a self-praise is no recommendation, but somebody else told me that, hey, you are you. You have to put yourself out there because a lot of people won't even know you exist. I could teach all of these people. I could get the ambassador, who has no diplomatic skills, training. I could get the 2 CGs, the one in New York, she has 0. If the others were bad, she's even worse. No diplomatic training whatsoever. Now, one of the things that the US government does is when you go overseas, there's a specialized school at the State Department where they send you to that school, and they send you to various agencies around in the DC area where you go. You sit and you listen to the experts, and they give you a country briefing. They tell you what to expect. They tell you how to deal with certain things. In fact, they even have a security training measure where they tell you if you get into a problem, here's how you can get out of it. I remember a training where they said even if you're running away from trouble or whatever, and you end up in the forest or whatever, how they have a kit, how you can survive in the wilds until you get help, how you can communicate with people. It's the complete package. These people, they have no idea. They need training themselves. They need training. Now look at this. The training includes all aspects of organizational and diplomatic protocols and covers matters concerning the best practices for planning and executing events and the management of VIPs. Now, let me ask them something. If you're training these people about planning and executing events, why aren't you taking your own lesson plan and having the ball in New York? Why aren't you doing that? Why are you going to tell people how to plan and execute events and you can't do it yourself? Why? Because remember what she said. Oh, people are so busy and blah, which is a lie. But they're not busy to come and tell you how you can plan events. Because you know what this is about? This is about the Jamaican government using the diaspora to raise funds, planning and executing events and the management of VIPs. It's nothing more than that. They have no clue what they're doing when they talk about protocols. None. I mean, I can give you some stories about what's going on in the embassy and what's going on in the consulates. You would be shocked to hear some of the things going on, because then you would realize that these people have no idea about what diplomacy means, how you conduct yourself. They don't know. They think this is all a wine and cheese thing. You just show up in your pretty outfit, your designer outfit, and you skin and grin, and then you're fine. It takes a lot more than that. And some of these things that are required to be successful in the world of diplomacy, I submit to you that you have to be born with these qualities. They can teach you all they want. If it's not you, you won't be able to do them. You won't be able to do them. So this is all about have them going out to look at this. This Tuesday's session covered an introduction to the basics of protocol, the importance of a protocol officer, and the basics of event planning and forms of address. This is nonsense. This is taxpayers in Jamaica. I want to realize this is how foolishly your money is being spent in a foreign. I want you to understand that. Instead of spending the time and getting the people who apply for them passports, work out a relationship with people so that people can get their passports in a timely fashion. Work out arrangements with people so that they don't have to travel to Jamaica to learn how to invest in America. It's foolishness. They have people traveling to Jamaica to have riverside chats and all kind of chat with people telling them, here's how you make money in America. In fact, here's how it should be done. Them come to the party late. Where is it? I'm going to show you this. All right. This is how it should be done. When them talk about them want to have a diaspora conference, this is how it should be done. They should have people come out of Jamaica to the diaspora, and then you sit, and then what you do is, this is at the Terra Nova, right? But they should have it here in America and say, listen, we're going to send up Jam Pro. We're going to have meetings, and we're going to show you how you can do things in Jamaica. For example, another example is we're going to have customs come up, and they're going to give, or they could have a team of people, and customs will come up and they'll tell you how to ship a barrel, what not to put in the barrel, how do you go about getting things done in a compliant and timely fashion. That's what they should do. You shouldn't have to spend 5, 6, 7, 10,000 for go Jamaica for go get information like this. Take off this venue where it's a Terra Nova and change preparing for export markets, whatever. What I'm saying is that this is how they should do it. They should bring the people to America, Canada, the UK, wherever. Have a team of them come up and have them explain. But before they do that, they should do their homework. They should say, what are the issues that are most important to the diaspora? Passport, barrel issue, returning residency, citizenship, whatever. And then they make a plan and bring a team of these people here. That's how you spend the money properly. But instead, them having to spend on the money, go down there. I can't begin to read. I don't even want to shame them any further by reading stuff that people who attended the conference wrote, that it was a beg fest. It was all about begging people to invest. So that's where they have us. So them giving out training, protocol training. When they themselves need the protocol training themselves. Where is it, Kevin? You have it like this? No.
Towards the end.
We're right here. I don't see it.
This is the one with Minister Malahoo Forte, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was.
Because I want this one because I thought he's gonna love this for his preparation.
You want to get eyes at the trouble.
Yeah, if you can just put it up for me, let me take this off.
What's happening there? What's happening?
I'm gonna show you something about your the Minister of
Constitutional reform.
Uh-oh.
Kevin.
All right. Because there was an article that was recently put out, and Will has a strong liking for the article.
Oh, there it is. Is that it? Yeah.
I just had the details of it just now. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Gentleman and a scholar and a researcher. Listen, folks. Look at the date on Saturday. What's it? Saturday, June 29th. Here it is. June 19th, 2022. And look at the title. It says, Human Rights High on Newly Minted Minister's Agenda. This is none other than Minister Malahoo Forte, former Attorney General of Jamaica, and now Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Now, this is 2022, January, right? And she's saying that her portfolio will tackle legal and constitutional reform, legal education, and protection of human rights. All of this, people, is a waste of government funds. All of this could have been brought under the umbrella of the Minister of Justice. There's no need to go out and spend millions and millions and millions of dollars to form this new ministry. And as we know, this minister has proven herself to be incompetent, and also proven herself to just be aloof. She and you have to call a spade a spade. I'm trying to be diplomatic. I'm trying to use words that won't, it will convey what I'm trying to say, but not directly. But
she's brilliant. I'm gonna mute my mic now. I think I failed.
But you see, all right, that's a question. That's a question, I said.
I was not certain what it is, but I think I failed.
No, that's a question. You should add is is
allegedly.
But allegedly. Now look at this. Look at this, folks. Listen, this is the mandate of that ministry. It says the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs is established to take charge of and give focused attention to the government of Jamaica's legislative agenda and its legal and constitutional reform aspirations. The creation may be regarded as the first serious attempt by any head of government to revisit holistically, meaning comprehensively, meaning we're going to look at the whole thing, right? The legal and constitutional infrastructure of the Jamaican nation state. Now, is that what they're doing with the Constitutional Reform Committee? Hell no. They've broken it up into 3 pieces. They've said, oh, we're going to be looking at deeply entrenched provisions, first tranche, and then we're going to go to something else, second tranche, and they don't even know a timeline for the second and the third tranche. And it makes sense because they may not be in government. But this is what she said in 20, what did it again? 2022, early 2022. She said, we're going to look at it holistically, right? No, I'll show you something. She said that it's, she said, right here, human rights, high on her list. No, Isaac Buchanan.
Yes, sir.
We know, based on your intervention in the matter, representing clients, that Jamaica has violated people's human rights with states of emergency. That's a fact.
That is a fact.
No, this is January 2022. And she said human rights is on her agenda. It's high on her agenda. That's what the article says. Now, take a look at this, people. Keep the date in mind, January 2022, right? Look at this. This is December 2022. Jamaica declares widespread state of emergency to fight violent crime. This resulted in the violation of people's rights. That's December 2022. How about this one? How about November 2023? States of public emergency declared for Hanover, St. James, St. Catherine, and Clarendon. More scooping up of people, illegal, unconstitutional detentions, and the government, no, not the government, the taxpayers are paying a very dear price for these violations. Oh, here's another one. There's more? Oh, yeah. Here's another one. March 2023, state of public emergency declared in the parishes of Clarendon and St. James. Yet, she said, human rights. That's high on my agenda. But she sat there. This is January, and the three declarations of states of emergency that I just showed you, they happened after January 2022. What was her position then on the matter? Did she speak to the Prime Minister? Did she speak to the Governor General? For whom did she speak about this? And yet, she's still there.
No, but context matters. I haven't read the article, so I don't know. All right, so could it be that human rights are high on the agenda to breach? Could it be? I'm asking. I mean, if I was a serial breacher, I would, if I get a whole ministry for myself, I'd be like, I have all the room to just breach rights, and it's high on my agenda to do so. I'm just asking. So
no, it's a valid question, though.
Context for me, but to her defense, respectfully, maybe that was a joke and I joked too much. I've seen where her ministry is undertaking constitutional reform, and they totally disrespected her and her CRC, and they went ahead and they did constitutional amendments without the inclusion of our ministry. So we have to know where the blame lies and all. And I mean, we have to put it in context. I'm not defending. I'm just saying many things would have happened without whether or not her ministry has teeth. But I do know that before she had her ministry, she was the Attorney General, and rights breaches was taking place anyway. So there, when I say human rights high on the newly minted minister's agenda, it could be finding ways to breach rights and ensuring that we justify them, so we don't have to pay the plebs whose rights are breached, allegedly. So I just wanted to put it in context. Otherwise, it's just articles and breaches, and we know they breach, and they lose, Millions of dollars was wasted.
I sat a Ratty. I just, in context, I'm just told that certain ministers are very, very good on their backs. So was it allegedly?
Here's the thing, I said, let me just push back on the whole thing. This ministry was created to protect rights, not to violate rights. So when you say, look, it maybe it's high on their list to violate. I'm like, but wait a minute, that's not why it was created. It was created to protect the rights of Jamaicans.
But where did you read that?
Okay, here it is.
I wonder if we need another glasses.
The Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs is established to take charge of and give focused attention to the government's legislative agenda and constitutional reform aspirations, and that it's created as a first attempt to revisit holistically the legal and constitutional infrastructure of the Jamaican nation state. So what they're saying is that
no. The clear language never said anything about protecting human rights.
Hold on a second.
Mentioned the charter,
Hold on a
right?
second. Context matters. Context matters.
No. Don't give it no generous interpretation and don't read it down.
No, let me explain.
Okay, go ahead.
One second. Why would you want to go and examine something holistically if there's nothing wrong with it?
I would examine it if after I breach it, I go to court and lose. So I would say we have to now find a way to make sure that when we breach it, it's not breach. Because when we go to court, we always lose. But nowhere, show me where it says this ministry was created to protect human rights.
Okay, here we go. It says, she said, the culmination of the rewrite of Chapter 3 with the passage of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms over a decade ago has been the closest we have come to any fundamental constitutional reform since independence. So now they're saying we have to do more reform. That monumental achievement should have been followed by a comprehensive review of the laws of Jamaica to make them compliant with the Charter, giving its binding nature and the significant narrowing of the savings clause. She went on to say, yet this comprehensive review remains undone, leaving the legal architecture in an unsatisfactory state, even though some work on the 19th century laws in our books has commenced. So here it is. It's clear to me. She's saying, look, there's something wrong here. And she specifically mentioned Chapter 3 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. And she's saying, we have to go back and we have to look at this thing comprehensively. But that's not what they've done. And that's not what they said they were going to do when they started last year, March. And that's not what they've done. So, Isaac, here is a direct point to you. Look at what she said further down. She said, the sad reality is that so many of our people have, in the past, experienced or witnessed the oppressive hand of the state.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
No. Finish.
No.
Finish.
Yeah, you have to finish the quote.
Yeah. So she said, not only are there tales of negative first experience with the law carried in the news, but they're told across generations in families and communities and are also recorded in our law reports. She highlighted that many cases have been brought against the state successfully. And quote, the lessons are still being learned to help us avoid the mistakes of the past.
Yes.
Even though many positive changes have been made over time through legislative and other processes to improve how the state discharges its responsibility to the people, much distrust lingers. This lingering distrust is often accompanied by cynicism in many quarters about, for example, the real needs of the state to effectively enable the government to appropriately respond to the nefarious acts that threaten or undermine its legitimacy. The constitutional power entrusted to the parliament to make laws is so entrusted for the purposes of peace, order, and good government. And it goes on. She goes on.
But stop. It's clear from the article that she's saying my ministry was created to give the government more teeth. After Chapter 3 has given the people so much power, we have to find ways to navigate that so that we're not unsuccessful in court litigation. And notwithstanding after that, they have lost every single time.
Be that as it may, the point of this discussion is that she said we're going to look at this thing holistically. We're not going to look at this in a piecemeal fashion because people's rights are being abridged, right? They're being violated. Yet, this was when was this? 2020. And yes, and in March, they embarked on this ambitious project. And what did they do? the complete opposite of what she said they were going to do in 2022. So I don't trust this lady. I do not trust this lady. I get your point. My point is that she said we're going to look at it holistically, and they haven't done that.
But
And
I would beg. I'm just going to say this. I think that they have. And
they have
credit
what?
the minister. I think that she's done everything she said she would have done.
Like?
At the end of the first draft of the CRC, there was discrimination, clear discrimination by the most erudite set of people on that panel that says,
Oh, okay.
we don't want no convict to sit beside us in the House or the Senate. Our strongest recommendation and the only consensus ad idem was to ensure that no person that was convicted of a violent crime or fraud or something that extended could ever sit in the House, which is completely different from everywhere else in the world. You sit in the United States right now, and the man who is likely to be the next president of the United States has 32 convictions and counting, and was speaking very brave and confident and saying, yeah, them only convict me because my rival don't want me to run. And now the rival's wife is saying, he might have lost, but he's better because he's not a liar. But no, not in Jamaica. What we do is we make laws, track you down like how you track down the reporter that tell a lie on me about speaking at the Diaspora Conference in a particular capacity, which don't work like that. But you and Herb track him down, threaten him, beat him up as a dirty 30. I still don't see the retraction. You know what I'm saying? So capabilities like that. But the ministry did what it said it was going to do. It discriminated. It left out people. It tried to make sure that the Vavavoums and the Voulez-vous coucher avec moi, Vishwa, those people were the people who would benefit. Yeah? And that's what it did. And it had a lot of exclusion. It didn't include the indigenous people of Jamaica, which is rights-based, more discrimination, because it left out minority groups. So she 100% achieved what she set out to do. With the effect of chapter 3.
Let me read you what she says. She says right here, right, that they were going to take charge of and give attention to it, right, and that they're going to revisit it holistically. They're not reviewing it holistically. They're not. They said it. They said we're doing it in 3 tranches. They said right now we're only focused on the deeply entrenched provisions. We're not looking at the whole Constitution. They said that.
But I'm saying,
and you know what I said? What did I say? Hold on, let me pull it up. It's right here, the CRC. Here it is, right here. Yes. Here's the CRC. This CRC is only dealing with deeply entrenched provisions.
Yes.
She said we are going to deal with this thing holistically.
But they decided that they would treat it like Portmore. You have to do it in phases. No, I'm not joking. You see, we're making light of it because we have to speak in a language that people understand. They said, let's strengthen the government first. Let's turn Jamaica from constitutional supremacy to parliamentary supremacy. That's what the first phase was to do. In doing so, it would mean they have the power by the flick of a pen to exclude people to do what they want. Because remember, the demonstrably justifiable provision has to have teeth. So once you set the law in a way where you will show that the less restrictive measures is embedded in the Constitution, i.e., I'm not picking on anybody, but i.e., they go in the middle of the night and they just say, listen, we can't get the DPP cannot get an extension. Let us circumvent the Constitution and amend it because we have the power to do so, and say there's nothing wrong with it. But the Constitution is a living, breathing, progressive document.
But here's the thing.
Prevents that.
Right? But here's the thing. What happens is that when she said we are going to review the Constitution holistically, right? There are certain elements in Jamaica who took that to mean. And in fact, you know who said it? Mr. Anthony Hilton, who is a member, who was appointed by the opposition and is a member of the CRC. He said, we wouldn't have doing that way. because when they said that they were going to do it holistically, he said the whole thing should have been done. And I agree with him, because here's what I would have done. I would have said to them, listen, all of you experts, we're going to lock you guys away 2 years. 2 years with an extension for a third year. When you're done, you come with a complete constitution. We don't want this piece where you say, well, we're only going to look at removing the king and electing a president and making it because there's so much work to be done. And not only that, one part of it is going to affect another part of it. So look at it holistically, then you bring it to us.
Yeah, but that's how you see, that is the problem. It's almost like we always miss the context. When somebody says I'm gonna look at something holistically, you have to say, but what do you mean? She might just have meant I'm gonna put a hole in it. Realistically, I'm just gonna put a hole in it. That's it. It might not get any bigger than that. So it's like you when somebody say, I'm gonna go shower now. When they return and them foot still dirty, you assume that when somebody says I'm gonna shower that they have a fancy bathroom and the water they actually have water coming out of the pipe. So when they go and they do the bird bath and they're still dirty, you said, but I expected you to bathe. No.
But here's the thing.
Problem that we're having.
We have to go move on. But here's the thing. The thing is, I'm focused on you're focused on something different than what I'm focused. I'm focused on, it says human rights. And since they made this, they said it was high on their agenda. You would think, a reasonable person would think, if you say human rights is high on your agenda, and then you give a history of it, saying, yeah, it's been violated, and now we have created a ministry, and it's a priority for us, that you would say, okay, you know what? The Constitution says that you cannot use, it doesn't allow for a state of emergency to be used for police purposes, like somebody mentioned that it was a tool in their toolbox. No. You can only use it in 3 instances, and we know the 3 instances. And when you use the state of emergency, as it's been used in Jamaica recently, it was never used for insurrection.
Exactly.
Right. It wasn't used for any of those 3 things. So that's what I'm focused on, saying that she's saying it's an agenda and it's an agenda item, and I'm saying, but you said this, but how come you allow all of these? You sat there. We have nothing. We heard nothing from her in the media or anywhere saying that, I condemn this practice. Not that she's going to do it, but it makes her look foolish to say it's a priority for us. But then you now have to take them to court to make it a priority for them.
No, which is the point. And we're not going to belabor it, but just to say it's always look at who is saying what. Because once again, if the Prime Minister say in the next first 100 days, something is going to happen, if you have an expectation for it to happen, I don't think it's on the Prime Minister to say that he's a liar or he's a fool. You would be the person who should be held accountable.
All right, let me throw this up. Patrick mentioned this. I think it was Patrick mentioned this. And I tell him, don't go any further. The Prime Minister has vowed to crack down on fake news online. Patrick, you want to talk to us about this?
No, my simple thing is that, there are bigger things in Jamaica. Right now we have, I call the Parliament Jamaica's prison waiting, because that's what it is. The Parliament is crowded with wife beaters, alleged, some caught on camera, filled with people who don't understand constitutional reform, and yet allegedly leading that thing, filled with persons who can't tell if they earned $20 or $15 over the past 4 years, filled with people, wife and husband, that run certain things. And you go on and on, all the degradation that is going on in the society. And to focus on what people might write in maybe jovial manner or serious manner. We got to, like what they usually tell us in the military, he needs to grow up here, so to speak, because there are more important things that are affecting the country. How about Mr. Prime Minister? How about find out where that $340-something thousand US that was collected during COVID to buy PPE equipment? We don't even have the P, much as the other P and the E. you know, we don't know where the money is according to the health, the past health foundation chairperson. How about the money that has been sent to fix various things by diaspora movement? How about Jamaica's promise collecting millions of dollars? How about the COVID equipment that was sent for people to use in schools, where they were allegedly placed in certain constituencies when it was sent to for Jamaicans all over to get tablets for free? There's certain people with it. There's a litany of events and things that you could really say to it, these are top priority, rather than somebody calling you backward, like, you know, some people were called at UWI, you know, and still live and become leaders in certain categories and certain states. Jamaica, for example, I was told, you know, is one of them. I mean, so that is a troubling thing. I mean, is it diversionary? I say to my friends, I mean, we have a baby Trump in Jamaica, just following toe to toe some of the things that it is, and that's one of the reasons I couldn't spend a cent really to go to the diaspora conference. This is one of the first one I've missed, because I wouldn't waste my money. I would take somebody's donation to go there for what? To listen a person who I don't even trust as far as going in to opening a car door that he himself is going in, much less to follow him go inside. You know, so these are the things that
let me stop right there. And we're gonna pick this up, but I see that we have our first guest. He's here, Mr. Lloyd Distant from the CMOC. I don't see Lloyd, are you? I see you've logged on, but I don't see your face. Wait a minute. Looks like he's having some issues. All right, let me just put him up right here. Yeah.
So, Will, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Like his camera needs to be taken off. Stop.
Patrick,
let me try something else.
Okay. And while you're trying that, we're gonna come back to this thing here because I want to hear what ISAT's views are on this vow to crack down on fake news and the idea that the government has been tracking people and making public note of it by the Prime Minister. But while we're waiting for Lloyd to join us, Isaac, give us your take on this, and then we'll follow up with Kevin, because I'm sure Kevin has a view as well.
You know, I must say this. I don't assume that that the government has not tracked, found out, done what they have done in other areas. For the same reasons that there is an illicit six, they know who they are. They speak among themselves. They're just not telling the public. In terms of the same way they said they have the ability to track and whatever. The issue for me is who determines what is fake news. And something can be fake today and real tomorrow, because there are some prophets around here, you know, that can speak things into existence, and context matters. And so for that, the whole idea of social media gossiping, I think it's a space for freedom of expression. The platforms are important. So when you're telling people that they're on TikTok and things are being said, there's a whole social media is designed to protect. So Elon Musk on X, he can ban you, remove you, censor you if you're out of pocket, and you can complain. So there are mechanisms in place already that the laws don't have to do anything. And so for me, it is a distraction, and it is a complaint to say that whenever government is incapable of controlling the narrative, they want to censor, but it touches the right to privacy when you speak about tracking, and it touches freedom of expression, and it touches belief, conscience, and political ideas, and also the ability to disseminate information. It's a serious issue for me when it comes to it, and I think there was some retraction or a rollback by saying we weren't really tracking, and we're going to do what we do to try to talk about where you're supposed to get your news from. But people are free to believe what they want to believe, and that's what.
Well, we're gonna get into this whole tracking business with Herb. There is I don't want to call it spyware, but there is technology out there that they can do a bunch of things that we're aware of. But Patrick, please forgive me, and Isa, please forgive me, but Lloyd has a very limited time, so that's why I just want to make sure we get him on. And yeah, Lloyd, welcome. Oh, well, let me ask you, want me to call him Mr. Distant, or you want me to call him
Lloyd? Come on, man. My father is not on the line, and if my father was here, he would say call him Lloyd too. So,
well, I just have to ask you so out of respect, you know.
Sure,
so
fair enough.
All right. So Lloyd, you were on this program a while back. I'm not sure that a lot of the people who are watching this show now remember, or maybe they weren't even around to watch it at that time. Can you just give us a brief bio of who you are and your role with the CMOC, Consensus Monitoring on Crime?
Sure, Will. So, and I can probably cover it in two ways in one go. So, as a context for background, I think we all know crime has been an issue that has been ravaging Jamaica for years. At least 40 years that we've had serious continuing increase in crime. And all along, different governments have come in, different commissioners, ministers of national security. And from time to time, you'll see a drop, but then you'll see it always come back up. In 2018, the Partnership Council, and the conversation was really led by Howard Mitchell, who was the president of the PSOJ at the time. And so from context, I was president of the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce just after Howard had started the conversation within the Partnership Council. So I started, my background is I come from corporate. I became president of the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce in October of 2018. And we went through a series of discussions till we were finally able to get the government, the Prime Minister, literally Andrew Holness at the time, and the leader of the opposition, Peter Phillips at the time, to come together and have a conversation and agree that a national consensus on crime was important. And look, this context is really goes back to saying, over all the years, we've continued to change governments, change administrations, and everybody comes and changes a plan. Everybody starts to do something differently. And certainly we were enamored with what we saw with EPOC. It was a very clear plan and program on the economic side, let me say EPOC. But where the IMF drove us to go in terms of putting a very clear plan of things that we're going to do over an extended period, and we're going to implement to improve the economic situation in the country. And so from the crime perspective, we said, look, the church, the private sector, the trade unions, we should not be out there arguing and saying nothing is being done, or we're arguing amongst ourselves, arguing with the government about what's the right thing for the country. Let us get rid of those arguments and let us all line up together behind one set of things that we know that we can agree must be done to solve crime. The only persons who would think would not join us are the criminals, of course, because we want to reduce violent crimes. The criminals very clearly would not want that to happen. And so instead of fighting amongst ourselves, how do we get together to do this? So a national consensus on crime was signed in 2020, August of 2020. I was asked to chair, I was still president of the Chamber of Commerce at the time, but I was asked to chair the Consensus Monitoring and Oversight Committee. And I know what the next question is probably going to be, but tell us about what the consensus is. So if you want me to just jump into that quickly. Yeah, mm-hmm. Okay. So the consensus literally, the first consensus one signed in August 2020 consisted of 39 agreements under, I call them pillars. So this is not a crime plan, and I just always wanted to get that clear in people's mind. It's not a crime plan. These are a set of strategies and initiatives that we all believe are non-debatable. We take it off the shelf in terms of debate in the fight against crime. And we went beyond saying crime. It was crime, violence, and corruption. No, violence and corruption are both crime as well. But we have a crime problem and we had a corruption problem. And we thought it important to highlight those two as well. So it's crime, violence, and corruption. And it's not just about reducing it, but it's about a sustainable reduction. Because as I said before, remember Special Anti-Crime Task Force, Kingfish, all of those things had a drop in crime, but then it kept coming up. What we want to see is a sustainable reduction. So we identified there's these 38 items. What was very clear is that we know that we have our underlying issues are social, community, cultural issues is large what has driven it. We don't need to go back and do research about why we are here or not. We have had so many pieces of research on that. That was very clear. The working committee that put this together consisted of names you probably well know: Tony Clayton, Professor Tony Harriott. So we had a criminologist in Tony Harriott. We had a social anthropologist in Tony Clayton, and we had Dr. Elizabeth Ward, who's an epidemiologist. And then, we had the Minister of National Security, Horace Chang, and at the time, Fitz Jackson, who was the opposition spokesperson. And what this program is, what the consensus is what we were looking at is things that were very clear, that evidence showed was going to have an impact. So let's not guess about the things that we're doing. Let's just be very clear about, we know these things are going to work. We know that these things will move the needle. Let's agree on those things. So social, community, and cultural transformation, huge. And that one, there are many moving parts where that's concerned. There are several legislations. At the time, we identified 19 legislations, 16 legislations that we believe were critical to supporting the fight against crime. And then we have what we call the criminal justice ecosystem. So having an efficient and effective police force, a modernized justice system. So the police transformation, huge. The modernization of the justice system. And of course, our correctional services needed huge work as well. So that's what I call the criminal justice ecosystem. So you have legislations, you have the transformation of the police force, modernizing our justice system, and then getting on to dealing with the matter of correctional services. But beyond that, we had a pillar with some specific agreements around things we need to do around corruption. And of course, one area, I think you would have heard about the Capri study recently, sort of came back to it, is we speak about informal communities, those squatter communities. We had to deal with that as well. We eventually pulled out an eighth area, which I'll just mention quickly, which is victimization. So gang and gang crime probably accounts for somewhere in the region of 70% of violent deaths in Jamaica. The next biggest number is 9%, which comes from domestic violence. So violence against children, gender-based violence. And so we identified that we need to deal with victimization separately. So in summarizing, we developed this national consensus on crime. Everybody signed on to it back in 2020. A specific set of things that government says are going to implement. As you can see, it's pretty comprehensive. I heard using the word holistic earlier. So I don't want to say it's holistic, but let me say, I think the view is that this was very comprehensive. It would augment the government's crime plan. So the government's crime plan is their crime plan, but the national consensus on crime are the things that are not debatable. Nobody, the opposition, if you do it, the opposition won't debate it. If you do it, the churches won't debate it. We're all going to support it. And I will sort of stop there and so you can probably pick what's going on.
Isaac?
I heard everything you said. I tried to process it as fast as I could. But my first question, always difficult for me, but I hope it's a genuine question. Why is there a distinction between corruption and crime? I need to know, because currently the framework seems to treat it separately, including the ability to prosecute it. So I'm just asking that.
So it's not at all different from crime. So we could have just said crime, but when we were doing when Professor Harriet and Clayton came to the table with a lot of the data that they had, there are two huge areas that were identified. One, violent crime, because violent impacts us in a very different way from robbery and everything else. So the violent crimes which had continued to escalate. And so we said, since we know violence is a crime, we really have to focus on that. So bring it out to highlight it in people's minds. And similarly, the area of corruption. Corruption is huge, notwithstanding the fact that we have all of these great institutions with Integrity Commission, Auditor General. We still have not moved the needle on corruption and continue to be. We know that there are things that need to be happening in corruption that have not been happening. And so it was viewed that we should highlight it. So it was really around mentioning them separately, so they highlight in people's minds more so than the fact that it's separate from crime. Corruption is a crime.
All right. Next question: victimization. Big on that. There was a distinct separation between what we identified as gang violence resulting in the high murder rate. I'm paraphrasing, and then the domestic violence aspect of it that we can't see. But in terms of community intervention, how do we make the distinction between the interplay between how we classify people as being in gangs and separating it from domestic, given that a lot of these areas, notwithstanding the political divide, they're all family. Jamaica is so small, there's an interplay.
So, and when I say victimization, I'm speaking more specifically about the harming and the killing, the deaths attributable to gender-based. So, man beat his common law wife, or the woman beat the man to death. The child in the house getting the child in the house suffering. And it was seen that when we look at what is coming in, a very small percentage gets reported to the police. A bigger percentage gets reported to health services, but there's so much more happening in the communities that we don't know and see and get reported.
Right.
There are two studies of the National Plan of Action for the Elimination of Violence Against Children, and there's the other one is to reduce gender-based violence. So the two plans came out in 2018. So again, we say we don't need to do new studies. These plans were done by everybody, signed off by Parliament. So all the experts said that these are the plans. They just need to implement it. The one for gender-based violence has 110 initiatives on the 5 pillars, and the one for to treat with children and violence has 33 initiatives on the 5 pillars. So we say if we just do those things, we will see a real reduction. But our problem in Jamaica has largely been around implementation. And if you don't have accountability, somebody say, okay, you have a great plan, you say you sign off on it, are you going to implement it? And that's where CMOC really comes in to say, we have these plans, government, talk to us about implementation. Let us see if you're implementing. So that's the victimization part of it. It doesn't take away from another version of victimization, which is recruitment of young children into gangs. As victimization unto itself, but we treat that under the gang and cultural transformation component.
Okay. All right. Extent of my questions. Thank you.
Ratty. No, you guys, that's the extent of your questions for now. But anyway, we continue.
No. Everything else you said, I'm in full agreement with you. Those things jump out to me because it's kind of a disconnect with the completion of what you had said. That's
Brother Lloyd, Patrick here. I'm concerned about two things. One, and just to see, you mentioned gender bias, male, female, and then you talked about policing. I'm just putting this in one because they relate to me. Policing has a lot to do with gender bias. Police has a lot to do with sexual orientation bias, which is a big thing for me in Jamaican context. Just this week, I heard the ranting and raving by some leaders about some program that was implemented based on a Canadian test with regards to gender in terms of sexual orientation and everything. And I know one of the biggest things for me that happens in Jamaica, go unprosecuted because police would look the other way in terms of beating up man because I'm a B man or whatever. Mostly beat men because they're women and women thing that most people looked at and probably want to participate. I'm just talking to you from the raw point.
Yeah.
If you have a police force that exercise all this gender bias, all these biases by certain segments of the population, Jamaican citizens, whether they want to sleep with another man or sleep with a woman to woman, that's their personal right. Because none of us are God to know what is right or wrong in terms of that. But how do you address that part of it? Because you're talking about gender bias. And if it's gender, it has to include all type of biases based on, you have skin tone bias, all the biases. And there's a lot of this are perpetuated by the law enforcement whose duty and role is to protect and serve. And I didn't hear much specificity on that type of bias.
So more so than anything else, it is about the training. I would say the view is that this issue is more so about the training of the police force and how they interact with victims of domestic violence, of any kind of violence, gender-based violence, as an example. And so the establishment of the victim services unit, I think that they currently have 6 victim services centers attached to police stations across the island right now. And the view is that I don't remember the exact number, but just to ensure that they are in a particular place for ease of access for citizenry generally. But the starting point is that the training of the JCF officers must over time assist in ridding some of this gender bias. Before you even get there, remember I spoke about social, community, and cultural transformation. So we have to start off by changing the mindset of our children and our population on some of these matters to say, these things we do not tolerate, and these are the things that we consider to be acceptable. And the police have got to not only think it, live it in their interaction. So a lot of it, Patrick, will come back to the training of those officers. But what we also appreciate is that even with that training, many of them are not the most sensitive persons to have these conversations. And that's why these victim services centers were seen as being so important. So I can have the initial conversation. I know I'm not the best person, but no, let me pass them on to one of the experts who have been trained and can have these conversations. I think we still have a long way to go with all of these things, but it is very clear that the thought process is logical. We just need to work through it.
Okay.
Yeah. Kevin.
Yes, greetings, Lloyd. There's a lot of talk about doing the transformation and changing mindsets. What kind of literature is out there for the general public?
So that's one of the biggest gaps that exists for me. I mean, when CMOC was formed, the expectation is that we would establish a framework where we are monitoring and reporting on what is taking place. But whilst we're doing that, we're supposed to assist with the education of the Jamaican populace and all of these things that need to take place differently. That is one area I'd have to say that we have not been successful in doing it. A lot of it has come down to funding. I think the only funding we've gotten is the chamber has thrown in some money. The other private sector entities are now throwing in some money. We signed off on that a couple of weeks ago, and we had some funding from the EU. But our communication campaign, we've documented and we have the research about how best to communicate with the Jamaican people, but we've just not done it. So we have to take a hit on that one to say we have not advanced that kinds of communication. What I'll say though is that there's a huge complexity in, I say complexity. There's a lot to communicate, and there's a distilling between reporting, because the reporting and the implementation is a way that we have to hold government accountable. So just because I say it doesn't mean that Minister Chang going to quit shiver in his boots. But if we get all of Jamaica saying, but wait a second, you say you're going to do this, you don't do that. And by political pressure, we're able to hold them accountable. Then that is really where we see the ability to move the needle in many of these areas. And so the communication to educate the Jamaican public about how we should be interacting differently with each other, interacting differently with the police. We are very pleased. One of the first things we spoke about is getting civics back in school. We are pleased to see civics back in school as a starting point. So there are all of these things that need to take place. Now, putting civics back in school doesn't change the needle overnight, right? So it's going to take, it took us generations to get here. And I think we also have to accept that there are many of these things that it's going to take 10, 15, 20 years for us to achieve. But we know we need to get crime down now. So we need to see some of the things that will get it down now. But notwithstanding that, we have to take the longer term view as well.
All right, let me bring in Herb.
Herb.
Hi, Lloyd. How are you doing today?
Not too bad, not too bad. Good to see you.
Same here. Look, we've been over the crime situation as if we're beating a dead horse. And my impression is that at this conference, the biennial conference, a speaker from the diaspora got up and said that we in the diaspora was trying to force things down the throat of government. Has it been your impression that anything that we propose in the diaspora to resolve crime has been forced onto government in any way?
Not in my impression. Not in my impression.
Yeah.
Herb, and I would have had conversations with, I'm going to say, two diaspora groups dating as far back as 2021, 2022 into last year. And
right.
A lot of the recommendations are a lot of what I've heard. I think many of them are things that are already being done. No, we can argue about the pace and the effectiveness of implementation. Some of it is being done. But what has not happened, is that the government or the people who know have not come back and said, okay, you know what? You suggested, guess what? We started down that path. Here is the challenge. Do you have any ideas as to how we deal with this challenge? Because we're not getting it implemented in the way we want, or we're not getting the impact. And there needs to be an increased transparency and visibility on all of these things that the government and government agencies are doing. There's in some seats there's people will say that there's a bit of arrogance about not hearing, but at least engage in the dialogue. Hear, provide feedback. You can never tell where the best idea, or somebody can give you suggestions to improve your plan. But to directly answer your question, I have not gotten a feel that there's a forcing taking place. And the engagements I've had have been, well, what about this? What about that? And we take the challenge. I'm not afraid from taking a challenge and say, you know what, we never thought about that good enough. Let us put it back in indoor and make somebody go take a look at it.
Now, here's the direct correlation that we're looking for. The Vice President of the United States gives the Prime Minister $30 million US. A part of it she wants dedicated to youth violence and the upliftment of our young people. And so does the foreign minister from Great Britain. He comes in, he gives about 46 million, I believe, and dedicated also to youth and youth violence and improvement of our youth. Is there anywhere government has written down a program for the youth other than the last program they started? The one that started with the private sector,
Oh, it's the STAR program.
the STAR program, right? Which we briefed that over 7 years ago, and they just got started in the last year. Is there anywhere other than STAR program where they have these programs dedicated to youth and a budget that you can track in CMOC? Because that's the problem we're having. None of the monies that we have dedicated, like the 456,000 out of the Northeast diaspora, and these monies that come from the various, governments. Where's it? Where can we go online and look at something that's transparent? Where do we have the visibility? Where do we have accountability? Right? This is the things that the diaspora needs, and we're not getting it.
All right, so I'm making a note here, Herb. I'm not aware of anywhere that exists. What I can say, Capri did a study 2 years ago where they presented that we spent over 10 years, we spent 380, I think the number is $380 billion over 10 years. And they could only measure the impact of something, less than 10% of the programs they could measure the impact of. One of the things that we have been very focused on is having this conversation around putting money into programs that we know will have impact. The National Commission on Violence Prevention was one of the first areas that we took a target on. They came up with their initial recommendations, and I understand there's a bigger report that came out in last December. We still have not been able to get a copy of it. But if there are these recommendations, say, here is where we must focus our efforts. And these are all the experts, the people who are social interventionists, people who are academics, the people who are practitioners. If you said these are the things that will have an impact in the Jamaican context, we should be able to say the money needs to go there. So we should not be spending $380 billion through the Ministry of Education and Youth and Culture if we don't know where it's going and how it's impacting. So you asked a good question. I think I'm making a note here to see if we can get visibility on that. Dr. Ward, I mentioned this very quickly too, that Dr. Ward has been one for saying that the government should pull out some, say X% of the budget of certain ministries must go towards this social intervention investments that are required for the country. Nobody's really taken her up on that, but it is something that has come up again when we're signing the new consensus that said, if anything, what we should do is take all the money that's going everywhere and give it to National Commission on Violence Prevention, not to implement, but if you, Ministry of Education or Ministry of Health, want to do a program, you have to get the money from there so that they can make sure that we're not wasting money or it's not being used in a partisan fashion. So we have to change the thought process on some of these things. So I'm not saying that that's the answer, but we have to start thinking differently.
Lloyd.
True. Thank you.
Before the CMOC, there was something called Plan Secure Jamaica. It came about, I believe, in 2016. Now, you said that the CMOC, the purpose was to come up with strategies to fight crime. Now, well, first of all, before I assume anything, how familiar are you with Plan Secure Jamaica?
I'm very familiar. So Plan Secure Jamaica is the government's crime plan. And what we say is, so we're not debating Plan Secure Jamaica and what they want to achieve with it. What we are saying though is, so government, as far as possible, we will support it. The individual groups can support it. Within Plan Secure Jamaica, it covers some of the areas that we looked at in CMOC, but it doesn't cover social cultural transformation. It doesn't look at squatter communities. And we know that these things, the data shows us, and we're very much ensuring that we have empirical evidence in directing where we go, that these are things that need to be solved. So Plan Secure Jamaica does not get us sustainable, but it solves some crime issues. That's the government's crime plan. But we are not the ones who came up with strategies. Everything that we have within the CMOC document, within the consensus document, has come from something that the government has said that they are doing or will do.
All right, here's why I'm confused. Because the things that you just mentioned for CMOC, I'm looking at the activity matrix for Plan Secure Jamaica, and I see, for example, the first area is violence and crime. And the first example they give is unattached youth, gangs, and organized criminal enterprises, guns. They also have in there abductions and sexual abuse, domestic and gender-based violence, scamming and extortion. And it's very comprehensive. It goes from violence and crime to corruption to public order, community safety, territorial integrity, crisis response and resilience, justice, cybersecurity, critical infrastructure protection, economic security. And everything that I've read in CMOC, I can find something resembling it here. So the question I'm asking, and what they didn't do with Plan Secure Jamaica, they didn't give finite time periods within which they said we're going to accomplish this. And that's why, for me, it's not a crime plan, because a crime plan must also be measurable. You must say, within this time period, we're going to achieve this. And it didn't say that. And it just says, we hope to do it, we will do it, we want to do it, we anticipate doing it. What CMOC did was, it says, okay, now you're going to and it gave dates, it gave benchmarks. Yeah. So when I look at it, substantively, it looks like the same, except that what you've done is you've attached time periods to what they're doing. Now, here's a question I'm going to ask you. Have those benchmarks, those time periods for the most critical elements, have they been met? And when I say that, I'm talking about, for example, I have it here, and I'm sorry to interrupt you for answering the question, but I need to point this out to the public, that it says here for Plan Secure Jamaica that they have 10 areas: violence and crime, public order, corruption, community safety, territorial integrity, crisis response, justice, cyber defense, critical infrastructure protection, economic security. They have corruption as number 3. Mm-hmm. So have the timelines, the benchmarks for the critical ones like corruption, have they been met?
No. So corruption is one of the areas that they have not. We talk about pass fail kind of a conversation. So our tracker says something is green, something is red, something is amber. So it's like a stoplight type of measurement that we're using. And of the 38 agreements in the original consensus up to March, up to June, only 45% of them were either complete or flagged green. Right. So somebody had me on an interview and challenged me and said, so the government is failing. The government is failing. I said, I won't say that. We're seeing progress, and we have to talk about the progress. And this asked me if I got 45% on a school grade, if that's considered a pass or a fail. Right. So I don't want to try to go down that path, but what I can say, though, to the question, Will, is there are 2 things that are missing from Plan Secure Jamaica. 2 huge components, and they both come down to the aspect of measurement. So one is the timeline for implementation. The other thing that we have to look at is what's the expected impact that it will have. And so we speak about, come from a corporate background, a business background, we speak about any plan being, you have to be specific, but it must be measurable and it must be attainable. And when we went through, we started the consensus document with largely speaking timelines, just dates to deliver things. Because we saw that if people start to deliver, if they start to implement, we will see some benefits. The next phase is to do measurements on what those benefits are. And so the new consensus that we signed a couple of weeks ago, just in the start of this month, actually begins to speak about measuring impact of some of these things. So we have a new Public Bodies and Management Accountability Act, how public boards should be selected. Great. That was the deadline in the initial consensus. We need to approve it and get the regulations signed off. But now that we have it, can anybody tell us how many public boards have been transitioned? Because we want to get cronyism out of these public boards. We want to get experts in these public boards. How many boards have been transitioned? And we don't have that number. So we are now saying we must have a timeline for all government boards to be transitioned to be within the Public Bodies and Management Accountability Act. We've been spending tenfold money on in Ministry of National Security, a lot of it going towards investments in transforming the police force. So we have more people, we're getting some better equipment, some new training, new skill sets coming in. we now need to be able to measure the impact of that. Because if we're making those investments in the JCF, and it's great that we're making it, it's great to see the progress that's being made, we must be able to say, is it having a desired impact? So are they more efficient? Are we seeing a better response time from the police force? Are we seeing faster capturing of criminals because of forensic evidence and better prosecutions? Those are the things that we need to be measuring. Those are the things that are in the new consensus to measure.
Well, 45%. By any stretch of the imagination, I know you've characterized it as like an improvement, but people look at you and they'll say, well, wait a minute, this thing was formed in 2020, and now here we are almost 4 years later, and we only have 45% of this thing completed. That's one. The second thing is, you mentioned that there are certain things that everyone will agree on, except criminals. But people will tell you that some of the biggest criminals in Jamaica, they'll agree with it because some people tell you that they're in the private sector. Wherever they land in the private sector in terms of corruption, people tell you that. So the idea that, well, only criminals would disagree with it, people are saying, well, wait a minute, you have criminals in the midst that you're looking at. Why aren't you ferreting them out? And the third thing is, how can we seriously, given the 45%, given the fact that we have criminals in high society, how can we say that we're taking this thing seriously when the person who was supposed to be part of the charge, and I'm speaking about the Minister of National Security, when he said in the media that he didn't attend the meetings because he thought that it had to do with the elections in 2020, and because the elections were gone, there was no need for him to show up for the meetings. When in truth and in fact, this thing is supposed to be a sustained, a relentless pursuit against criminal activity in Jamaica. I don't want you to answer for him. I want you to answer for yourself. How do you view that?
It was a very unfortunate statement. We went through it with the minister. I think he made this. It came out in the papers the Sunday, and by the Sunday evening, I got a call from some members of cabinet for us to have a meeting on the Monday, because everybody came down on the statement. It was very clearly not signed for an election. I can't answer for him, but what I can say, it's very clear. All the stakeholders have come out and said, debunked that statement, both the opposition and all the other stakeholders. And there's an acknowledgement in the subsequent meetings that yes, he came to meetings for a year and a half after. So if it was just elections, he was coming to meetings up to early 2022. So to say you were only there just to get it to elections and get it beyond would belie that point, because you've been attending meetings. And I think, based on where we are, I think there's a very clear view by all the stakeholders that this thing is not going to end overnight. If you want a sustainable reduction, it's going to take multiple administrations, whether it's JLP or PNP, we don't know. And we have all got to stay the course. All
right. Now, one thing before I bring in ISAT. One of the things about any of these policies as public officials is that you have to be true to people. I'm not accusing you of lying to them, but I'm just saying you have to be truthful. That's why the policies, they have to be, sustainable, measurable, achievable, all these things. And then when they fail, you have to have the guts to come out and tell people that, listen, this thing failed, and it failed for the following reasons, and we're going to try and do better. I'm going to play you a clip from the Diaspora Conference, and I'd like you to tell me, because you're going to hear from a gentleman who should be very familiar with the CMOC. And I just want you to tell me whether or not you agree or disagree with his viewpoints based on the conversation. Here we go.
My name is Claudia. I reside in New York, but I'm just Jamaican. This question represents my mom, who's 80 years old, and too many like her who would like to return to Jamaica to live, but honestly are too afraid. What specifically could you say to her to make her feel comfortable and safe?
I think the commissioner in his deliberation gave a very comprehensive reason based on the pathway that we are taking. But when you look at our crime rate, we are seeing a significant reduction in crime. In fact, In 2018, we had gang murder being about over 80% of our murder were gang related. Currently, that has been reduced to about 63. So the strategy that we have embarked on as a law enforcement body is working. Jamaica on a whole is safe. In fact, our crime rate is concentrated in some specific defined area. I don't want to use the term, in the inner city area. So the majority of Jamaica is actually safe. And based on this, the plans that we have and what we see in terms of the implementation of the strategy, I believe that Jamaica is the right place to live. And crime is everywhere. And I don't think in terms of the current, I remember the days gone by when our crime rate was way in the 60 per 100,000. Now we are going way down. We're about 30, in the high 30. And based on the plans that we have, for instance, this year, we are seeing an overall reduction in murder by about 10%. And we have a plan based on the plan that we have, which I don't want to say much about. We are expecting to see a significant reduction by the end of this year. So I will say to our grandmother who wants to come to Jamaica, Jamaica is safe. And when we look at the crimes that are being committed and the persons who are mostly victims of crime are within the 27, the majority of those victims are within that age group, 27 age group. And in fact, most of the murders, when you attribute them, they are linked to persons who are in conflict with each other. So I think generally, the general citizenry in this country is safe.
No, no. Let me just have to laugh. But let me just point this out. He said that the plan based on the, we have a plan that is based on the plan that we have. Right? Then he went on to say that they have a plan, they have a strategy, and they're working on Jamaica is safe. Now, is he referring to the CMOC plans, or is he referring to something else? Do you know? Are those your plans he's referring to?
No. So he's referring to the JCF's plans, and I don't think he's not referring to the complete plan Secure Jamaica either. I think his reference is to the plan. I know who he is, Deputy Commissioner of Police, and his conversations will be focused on the plans that the JCF has. And so there's a high-level transformation program, and then there are operational plans that they were going to implement on the ground. So I've heard that part of the conversation before, and I appreciate that they have operational plans that we would not have visibility of. And I don't think we need to know that as long as they're efficient. What I want to be able to do is measure at the end day.
Okay, because in your plan and their plan, whatever plan you use, the purpose when it comes to murders is to reduce that per 100,000 number, right? Yeah. Jamaica last year was ranked, I believe, #1, and Herb has the stats. You hear what he just said? He said there were days when it was in the 60s, 60 per 100,000, and now it's down to the 30s. That's a lie. It's not down in the 30s. So I just want people to know that, you know, when you hear these things, people, just go and verify them for yourselves, because what he told the diaspora, that certainly was not truthful, that Jamaica is the 30s per 100,000. Anyway, I know your time, you're pressed for time. Let me move on to ISAT. ISAT.
My question, in what you said earlier, you made mention of squatter communities. I just want some clarity on that in terms of how it fits into the concept of fighting crime.
Okay. So Jamaica has a gang problem. Our biggest problem is a gang problem. The vast majority of gangs are emanating from these informal communities. And the necessity to transition these communities into an area where the residents of these communities feel free to walk around, to go about their business. They don't feel as though the gang owns the community. So there's some work that needs to be done in terms of community renewal and the transformation of these communities in particular. So again, the point really is that a lot of the gangs are coming out of these communities, and we've got to find a way to, improve and reintegrate them in society. I'm told not to use the word reintegrate because they're already part of society, but to improve how they are integrated with society.
I'm glad you said that. If it's not too much and it's not a breach of national security, you want to identify some of these communities so I can understand whether or not these persons are being told that if it is a squatter community and if they're there for more than 12 years, they're actually not squatters, but they're landowners, and questions to ask so they know. Do they even know they're in some community called a squatter community? Because it just seems that there's a conversation that's taking place above the heads of persons who are actually in society that don't need to be reintegrated.
So I said I wouldn't be able to call it any communities at this point in time. The first step that is supposed to be taken is that there's supposed to be a survey that's supposed to be done for about 2 years now, 3 years now, that still haven't gotten the survey off. But at the end of that survey, we should be able to say, these are the communities that we need to do something with. Yeah.
Very well. Thank you. That's the extent of my question.
All right, Patrick. Patrick? Unmute.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry about it. I thought I was unmuted. One thing that fascinates me, brother Lloyd, about your statements about gang communities and all that stuff. Do you know, or is there any quantification as a cost per capita in regards to the gang communities, national resources, the cost per capita? Is it in the hundreds of thousands, the trillions, or?
I don't know. One of the things that we tried to quantify in some of the earlier days is to understand the impact of crime totally on the economy. So the number is somewhere in the region of 7% of GDP. When the study was done, it ranged from 6 to about 8 or 9%. And then I think subsequent information inferred that crime is costing us somewhere in the region of 7% of GDP. I don't know enough of the details behind that calculation. So is in that calculation of crime, is it violent crime or does it include corruption, as an example? But I don't have any data that I would be able to share to say this is what the gang communities are costing the country.
The reason why I asked this question openly, I mean, just recently I read where over almost $2 trillion is missing in terms of even rental. And I'm wondering if anywhere the gangs in these communities are anywhere near that amount of cost, in terms of what is happening. Because if one set is robbing the purse, so to speak, then the purse won't be able to paint the house, or won't be able to set up a new kitchen or anything, because one set who can and have the will freely is doing so. So that's why I'm a little bit leery when I hear the statistics that it's costing how much percent of GDP, and yet the policemen and law enforcement are not being paid properly. So so
the investment in solving crime is the amount of money that is spent on that side is one thing. What we know is that I shouldn't say what we know, but the study really was around the cost impact. So we would see a 7% increase in GDP if crime was reduced by some percentage. I can't recall exactly what it is. But part of my background is management accounting, it's numbers. So I'm always looking, and that's why things like KPIs, measurement stats are so important to me, because I can measure progress by looking at those statistics. And understanding the impact is, you raise it, Patrick, I think it's important. We don't have a good enough feel for that.
All right, I'm
No,
out.
no, I finished up, Patrick.
No, I'm good.
It will.
Because he said he doesn't have.
Yeah, sure.
You're
But
good
we're
to
not-
go, Trevor. I'm done.
Herb?
Yeah, okay, sorry. Listen, a key thing that I wanted to ask Lloyd is the commissioner of police. I remember when he first got into office and he met with us, members of the task force, the Jamaica Diaspora Anti-Crime Task Force. He was saying that he could not trust a whole lot of people who surrounded him. And if we had anything significant to bring on about crime, we should speak to CTOC or to the other major organized crime unit. MOCA, yes. So I was just wondering, in the end, he was saying to a couple of our folks that he couldn't get everything done because Dr. Chang would block certain things. And I remember initially when we brought the Safer Cities, which is now the other program that they've started last year, STAR program, Dr. Chang had blocked that as well. So what are we to believe now that you have a new police commissioner, one who's not steeped in the ways of criminology and criminal investigations, but he is steeped in using technology to help to solve crime? What are we to believe that Dr. Chang will support when we suggest highly technical equipment that can be used to track and trace people who consistently get caught in high crime areas, in police sweeps, and where we can keep track of them with this equipment? Is the new police commissioner, is it your belief that he will be supported by Dr. Chang, or is Dr. Chang more concerned about the politics of things and his numbers and how bad the government may or may not look if they're doing the right things at the JCF?
Yeah, Herbert, I don't know. I don't know how Minister Chang will be operating. I can only hope that he says that he will support the commissioner. I can only hope that he will support the commissioner. The commissioner, and I just want to mention a point that you mentioned around MOCA, CTOC, and FID, and it comes to some comments, Will, that you made earlier about the fact that some of the people around the table are criminals within themselves. The private sector, some members of the private sector are complicit in corruption. No question about it, right? I mean, we have been asking for a bribery act. The government is one of the corruption areas that we have been asking for through the consensus. The government hasn't advanced it yet. It's still on the table. But when we have the meetings, we say we need to put it in place and enable bodies like MOCA and CTOC to do things differently. One of the areas that has not moved is under the Proceeds of Crime Act. There's a component that is called undisclosed wealth orders, right? So right now, the onus is on the government, the police force, MOCA, to prove that you've earned your goods by illicit means. But if they walk up to somebody and realize that the person is a carpenter and has a house that is, has 10 houses and 15 cars, they can now use for investigative purposes ask the person to prove how they earned the money, how they come across that money. That's undisclosed wealth orders as part of POCA. We believe is one of the most powerful tools that we could put in the hands of the security forces. But it's for us to get, for all of us, and that's diaspora included, to keep pressuring the government. So I know the unions are strong about it. I know the private sector organizations are strong about it. But we all as Jamaicans need to keep asking government, where's undisclosed wealth orders? Because the minute they put that in place, it will enable the bodies like FID and MOCA and CTOC to take a very different look at the untouchable bigwigs.
One quick thing, because I know you have to go. Well, actually, it's more than one, but therein lies the problem.
I have 10 more minutes I can do so.
All right. Therein lies the problem that the people who are in a position to make the change for the development of Jamaica as far as, you know, anti-crime legislation and eradicate, well, controlling corruption and so on and so forth. They're not assisting you. They're not working with you to pass these bills. So one of the questions I have for you is, when I read Plan Secure Jamaica and CMOC, it would appear to me, and I'm open to being fully corrected, that you are like somewhat of a monitor. You're like an ombudsman, so to speak, that you're making sure you're holding your feet to the fire. You're saying, listen, you have all these beautiful plans, but we just don't have any timelines and so on and so on. Can you help? Can you put this out so that people can know we can hold you accountable? Well, you're looking at justice, corrections, and JCF, and you said they're 45% complete as far as benchmarks are concerned. Can you give us a statement, an overview, your expression of who are the most delinquent in addressing the benchmarks? We have three main areas: justice, corrections, JCF. And why do you think this is happening?
So definitely correction. So the JCF, what we are monitoring is the JCF transformation program. And I would say we can, that's why we need to measure impact. Largely speaking, the things that they say that they're implementing, they have been implementing in the timelines. Some of the limitations they have had have largely been around financial resources. So, you know, we should have 3,000 vehicles on the road. We only have 2,000 vehicles on the road. Well, we know we need a capital budget to either fix or get more vehicles. Body-worn cameras, you know, all of those things that we know are financial limitations. We know we can measure those things. So the JCF, I'd have to say, is they're marking time on the implementation and the transformation program. They are advancing that. On the justice pillar, in fact, of the four things that we had in initial consensus, they had completed 3, and the one area that they're limited, one area that they're moving slowest on in the original consensus is not something that is them specific, it's all the other ministries. So there are 400 penalty provisions in legislations that need to be updated. 400. And I think it's less than 30 or 40 of them have been updated in the 3 years. So that's the one area on the JCF side, on the justice side. But the big issue is on corrections, where they made a presentation to us in 2021. At the time, Matthew Samuda was the Minister of State. And it was very clear that they know all the things that need to be done. So just like we had 3 studies on JCF transformation over the course of 50, they all said the same thing. This is what we must implement. Well, the corrections department made a presentation, or minister made a presentation that said, here are the things that we know about corrections and need to be implemented. Well, 2 years later, we can't even see an implementation plan. So, you know, saying that you know what you need to do and not having a plan for implementation is a sure sign that nothing is going to be progressed. And I think we all know recidivism is at the highest in Jamaica.
You just mentioned that the JCF, that they've largely accomplished whatever they set up, the transformation. You're monitoring their transformation.
Yeah, now, one of the timeline. So it's not the full program, but the timelines that they have said that they're delivering.
Now, one of the things that you do when you transform an agency is you must look at people, human resources first. You must, because you could have the best plans. If you don't have the people to implement that plan, it's a waste. Now, overtime. The courts rule that the JCF should have implemented an overtime. In 2022, the court gave the JCF 1 year to implement that system because it was a manual system and it wasn't accurate and it wasn't timely. Now, the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, they presented the funding to the JCF to make that system come on board. The current commissioner, he's an IT person, and I believe subject to being corrected, that he was involved in this project. This should have happened by April 1st of last year. I am getting reports as recently as this week from people saying that they're still not getting their overtime pay on time. That's part of transformation. Will you look into that?
We will. So we have not met with the Police Federation in over a year. I think the last meeting we had with them was January or March of last year. So there are some bodies that we meet with periodically. And so on the transformation side, in the JCF transformation program, the HR components were not built in there. So we recognize that. So people components were there, but the hiring, how people are promoted, how people are trained, those are built into the transformation plan. The things like ensure that they have enough money to buy boots for themselves, rather than that they're able to be provided with the proper equipment and tools like boots and so on. From a HR and industrial relation perspective, those things were not in the original transformation plan. So if that's part of the point, yes. But we picked that up separately because of the meetings with the Police Federation, and then we would ask the questions. So we are overdue for that conversation with the Federation.
We have like maybe 5 minutes left. I'm going to yield to the panelists and have them ask you some quick yes or no. Isaac, go ahead, please.
First question, have we ever gotten to phase 3 of any implementation where we actually see results? Yes or no?
Not that I'm aware of. I can't say no. I can't say not that I'm aware of.
Patrick.
No, I was going to ask the same question. I said I was asking the phase 3 is bumping me, and how far are you along with the bias, the gender bias training for the police and other things?
I don't have that specific. I have a report, but it's a dated report on the training and the things that they're covered. So I know it's built into their curriculum. I could not give specifics to say, 50% of them have gone through it or 100% of them have gone through it. I couldn't say that, but I know it's built into their curriculum for sure.
All right. Herb?
Yes, Lloyd, I am coming down from Delaware. I'm back in Virginia now. And one of the conversations I had with folks in Delaware today was that, did the Prime Minister come to Delaware State University to get a degree, a doctorate honorary degree, and the quid pro quo was, in return, the school can now train 30 of JCF's finest officers in subject matter areas that could have been done among the Caribbean universities. Are you aware of the reasons why they had to come to Delaware State? Is the training being offered for free? I mean, what's the deal? All right. And did it have to come at these people's having to close their eyes to our claims of corruption and hand them a doctorate degree?
So yes or no answer. The answer is no. I have no understanding why this arrangement was made, and I have no insights on it. I do know that the programs that they have other partnerships with the Royal Academy in London, government to government arrangements for a lot of training. The US government has offered, the Canadian government has offered, and entities in the EU. So I'm not sure why this specific arrangement has been made.
Yeah, but they didn't give him a doctorate in any of those countries, did they?
Again, I can always say I don't understand why the arrangements were made. I'm going to need to run. But here's what I'm also going to suggest, though. We have a series coming out starting in a couple of weeks' time, where over the course of maybe about 3 or 4 months, we're going to be doing specific papers on each of the pillar within the consensus. if you are available to it and you can squeeze me in, I'd be happy to bring myself and one other member, whichever the subject matter expert is on CMOC, to come and speak about each of those specific areas, so you and your listeners can get a better appreciation as to how we think the government is seeing it, but how we see it as a group of.
Right. You have an open invitation. When do you want to come?
Okay, so let me come back. I just need to ensure the timelines around the articles are coming out, and as I say, we're working with the Gleaner.
But Lloyd, before you leave, you have one question that you need to ask Mr. Rattigan. If the K stands for Kiwanis, we just can't guess when you're gone, and I need you to clear that up for me. Ask him, please.
Lloyd.
No,
my K is not for Kiwanis. No, but Lloyd,
we know that.
You have to go quickly just before you go. What's your biggest disappointment about this job that you have? And given the fact that it's 45% complete, and as Isat teased out of you, you haven't gone to a phase 3. What keeps you in this position? Why don't you? You're a businessman. Why don't you just say, you know what? I can't deal with these people. I'll just move on. I'll do something that I'm gonna be satisfied with it.
Admittedly, I've tried to walk away from this many times.
What keeps you coming back?
So they say that bad things happen when good men keep quiet. I'm not calling myself necessarily a good man, but I do.
You should become a member of the Dirty 30. You should become a member.
I sit in a role where I can help to drive something that's different. And my daughters are growing up. One of them might end up living overseas, but at least one of my daughters is going to live in Jamaica. I have to try and do what I can do to leave a better Jamaica for them. That's the reason why. That's a big part of the reason why I haven't disappeared. I will definitely say though that there are members within the stakeholder groupings, from the trade union movement, people within the private sector, the women's groups, people who call me on a regular basis, say, how can we help you? How can we keep this moving? My biggest disappointment, though, is that the government has not embraced this the way that they can. I believe it was a huge opportunity for them, because nobody expects you to have 100% achievement. But if we understand where the challenges are, then we can support. We can say, okay, you know what? Let us change our timeline, or let us change our deadline. Because COVID came and you can't achieve the deadline by 2023, let's move it to 2024. That's what we did with some of the things. I believe the government ought to have embraced this in a different way, the way they embraced it initially. And
no, finish, please.
No, we're having the conversations again. I'm hoping that as Senator Morris Dixon steps in and supports Minister Chang, that they will step up. I would have to say that the opposition has been consistent in their I'm going to use the term support, but in terms of their engagement, they've been very consistent. So I'm only hoping if governments are ever changed, that they will continue along the same path.
All right. Well, look, Lloyd, thank you for coming, and I want to extend an open invitation for you to come back anytime. And also, there's a place waiting for you at the table with the Dirty 30. We're increasing in numbers, but we're still keeping them in Dirty 30 because we agree with the things that you're doing, and that's why we are doing what we're doing, because we want Jamaica to be a safer, better, productive society. Thank you for coming, sir. Take care.
I'll reach out to you. Gentlemen, Patrick, Isat, Herbert, take care all.
Since
yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Lloyd Distant, and he's involved with the program called Consensus Monitoring on Crime, CMOC, and they're charged with the responsibility of looking at the transformation of the JCF and also transformation of, I don't know what happened to her, transformation of or looking into the development of the judicial system as well as corrections. And you heard it from him. Yeah, he said he's disappointed that the government hasn't embraced the program the way it should. And that's where we're going to leave that there. Patrick, take us into the article you wrote concerning the diaspora. I find it fascinating when you write, and I try to read as much of your articles as as I can, because it's they're all no nonsense. They're straight to the point. People may agree or disagree with you, but they can't say that they're confused by what you're saying. They're going to take a stance. And the fact that you bring so much experience to the table, and not just experience, but knowledge, and forethought, we have to give it careful
one of the things about the article, one of the things about the article that I was musing about is a matter of okay, they said this is a 10th. It should be the 11th or 12th conference, because we started in 04. The year before, 02 was just at the UWI, but we had it more formal at the conference center in 04. And one of ISAT's colleague was in charge of the ministry when we had the first boycott in Ocherius. And then we had to go on an off year to do it and everything. But one of the big proposals that, but I coined it after my first time being there to be a talk fest. And the reason why I call it a talk fest is because we had the same format this year, and they continue to do it. I mean, and I'm just saying I'm not being partisan or anything, because this is the way thing it is. Here's what it is. Jamaica, and wearing my biblical hat as a Matthew 13 problem, as I mentioned, because Matthew 13 was when Jesus went to Galilee for the first time, and all they could identify as his father's son, the carpenter, not the Jesus who cured sickness and healed, raised the dead and all that stuff. Oh yeah, it's Joseph's son, so they forget him. So somebody like Isaac or myself or you, probably didn't come from a famous father, would be identified by like my father, the man usually work at Froome Estate, or my mother usually work at the hospital. Now that's somebody who was gone with a lot of experience. So we'd have like the Samudas and Webby and all these people as chairpersons to talk to us about the way we're seeing things where they're living. So it was almost that person would go on and try to show off how educated they are more than the diaspora representatives who comes to the place. So they'll, what you call now, they filibuster the entire thing, and they talk for about, it's a 45 minutes discussion. They talk for 35 minutes out of it. And then you have a long line of people trying to come again and show off that they are graduate of Miami University or blah, 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 to talk about their resume than to have a discussion. So this is the same thing that happened. We have folks come up and everything, they do the same thing over and over. So my proposal was that we should shift the diaspora conference from Jamaica to within the diaspora itself. That was the first thing that we discussed. Switch it from that, because then it would take the focus of it being government run, government owned. We could organize it here ourselves in the diaspora. We could 1 year in England, 1 year in Canada, 1 year in the USA, where the largest gathering of Jamaicans are. One of the other problems that that was proposed was to change the diaspora from an advisory board to a Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, being registered in the UK, Canada, and the USA as a not-for-profit or 501c3, whatever they call it in the UK and Canada, organization run by people elected within the diaspora to make up that council. So maybe England would have a branch. We were trying to monitor it off the NAACP. Each state has a branch and their own president, their own officers, but they have the national organization. So we'd have the national, Global Jamaica, but we have Global Jamaica unit in England, UK. And I mentioned those because, of all the 2 million plus people that lives in the diaspora, we were thinking that would be a better fit. We would allow, and I use the word allow, I'm not backing off of that, allow government minister representatives to sit on that and to listen to the dialogue, make contribution, not necessarily give us orders, say this is what they want and everything. This is what they think. The big part of it, the proposal that I myself was involved was part of the lead, so to speak, with Philip Maskell in Canada as one other person. And I think Claudette Cameron was somebody who was involved in it, was to create a Jamaica Diaspora Fund. And the radical proposal that we had made was to suspend the dinner dances for 3 years, back to back, because we did a scientific study and we did research and realized that each person that goes to the diaspora dinner dance or the alumni or the parish or whatever, they spend an average of $600. And most people go to three at that time, 3 of them per year. That is $1,800. And the simple matter of it, we're saying to each person, if we suspend it for 3 years, for the 3 years, if you all contribute $10 a month, so instead of you and your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your husband or wife spend $1,800, you're going to spend $240 for a year, for 3 years, and you multiply 240, that's $240 million if we target 1 million people in the diaspora to contribute just $10 a month. And over 3 years, that would work out to over $500 million. If we had that fund organized under the US and the Canadian and UK entities, government entities that monitors these fundings, where any man slip and grab a dollar and gone San Quentin or wherever the prison is, that they send people who commit fraud and all that stuff. So these are some of the things that we were looking at, and then when we have the conference, we decide to make our budgets and everything. From there also, we were thinking we would develop the new constitution where Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, or whatever we call it, and which I think is the best name, is that they would have a representative from the UK, from Canada, from the US, sit in the Senate and to make sectoral debate contribution from the diaspora as delegates, but they be classified as Senate or whatever as delegates, but don't have an impacting vote, but they will be able to make presentation on behalf of the diaspora movement, maybe combined together, or because maybe England, UK, and Canada will be saying the same thing, but maybe we could divide it to hear more voices and different voices. So these are some of the things that we were looking at deeply to reorganize the diaspora movement, but somebody came in and decided that the government should have majority and then they should run with everything. The millions that have been collected, even some of the health mission and all that stuff, and people coming that they have in health service mission, good thing, but it's wrong approach in my personal opinion and the opinion of people who looked at it. And coincidentally, one of the things that we organized first, and you might be surprised, I sat a Ratty when I was the advisor board member for the Northeast. I commissioned our CG, because she was involved in finance, to work with a team to create the Jamaica Diaspora Bond, which was done, presented to the government. I think Arnaldo Brown was the Minister of State. It goes nowhere. I even gave copies to Peter Phillips. myself personally the proposal, only to hear that they're inviting people from Israel and people from India to come and talk about creating a global Jamaica diaspora bond. So these are some of the things that, we have this colonialistic mentality by a lot of our ministers, and I'm not pointing out any party or anyone, but a lot of our ministers have a lot of colonialistic mentality because they don't believe that, if you don't come and boast that you're a doctor this or da, and you have that behind your name, that you're worthy of listening to. And so that was very off-putting for me personally and other people. So this is basically what we're looking at. Let's sit down, and this is where I'm very enthusiastic about the Dirty 30 taking over the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And I would be disappointed if at some point in collaborating with the government, which we must do, and I agree with that we must do that, but I'd be disappointed if we have them come in and assume the same positions rather than sit as observers and contributors for the movement, because there's a lot that can be done with us here with certain expertise that we have garnered. And some people are sitting on a lot of the expertise that they have learned from, whether professionally or through engagement with other entities. That was the gist of the presentation and why I wrote that piece about it. So that's it. I could spend hours talking about it, but just give other people opportunity to say their piece.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a couple of questions. You said one of your suggestions is that we should stop wasting time about voting in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Even though the opposition and the government, they have said on numerous occasions that yes, the diaspora should be allowed to participate in external voting like Mexico and Israel and a few other places. Actually, there's more than 150 countries practice some form of external voting. You're saying don't waste your time because it's not going to happen. Why?
I think, to be very honest and frank, I think it's lip service by both parties. If you notice that they always talk about this at the diaspora conference or when they have a meeting here, that each person. But from my personal view, I did a research. In 2012, I made a presentation to the Parliament Joint Select Committee on Diaspora Affairs. Someone played it back to me. And what the research I did, because I said I didn't want to go and make a presentation and just off of my top of my head, because I was at that point in 2012 ready to vote, to say yes, it is right that we vote. But then I looked at it. One, there's a thing that's constituency delineation. In other words, constituency boundaries. Let me say this first. The United States doesn't offer diaspora voting. The United States doesn't. The United States have absentee ballots. There's no diaspora voting in the United States. A lot of these countries had a limited time. For example, Germany, for example, after you moved out of the country, within the first 10 years, you still can vote. But outside of the 10 years, you lost the ability to vote. So there's a lot of things to be looked into because the numbers can be conflated a lot from what I've read and learned, because when I was doing the presentation, I have some undergraduates from Columbia University, Jamaicans, who really helped me with that research. So, for example, one of my kids born in Connecticut, one born in New Jersey. which constituency would I register there? I mean, being a partisan person, as I'm accused of, I could manipulate that crap because I know, for example, say North Trelawney is solidly PNP, South Trelawney is solidly JLP. What is to stop me when I have my Trelawney event to go around and say to the over 10,000 people who come with their children and grandchildren, okay, they can become citizens and they can vote. Let's register them in South Trelawney. So all these things. The other thing, Ratty, and I said, if you have to set up any electoral issues within these United States, each state is set it up and you have to hire a legal person who is understanding of that state's law, electoral laws, because each state have different. So we're talking about 50 lawyers or 50 offices. And you look at it and cost factor. Then you look at the other thing is that padding. The other thing is that a lot of people didn't realize, and that's a lot of people are dummy to civics for young Jamaican. My granddaughter, father is not a Jamaican. Mother is a mother of daughter of a of Jamaicans. But my granddaughter will be eligible to vote. Now look, we look at it and we say, yeah, that's nice, you know, they get vote. But why should her second or third cousin in Jamaica be subjected to her choice of who is her MP, who is her councillor, when that person may not even have ever visited Jamaica?
But just help me with something before you go more further on the tangent that you're on.
Yeah.
How you include your granddaughter as a member of the diaspora?
By law, yes, she is, because
by what law?
By the Constitution of Jamaica.
Which Constitution of Jamaica?
The Constitution of Jamaica said if any child, I'm the grandparent of a young girl born in America, I can register as a Jamaican citizen. No questions asked.
Okay.
And when that person reaches 21, they can vote. No questions asked.
When could they vote?
When they reach voting age in Jamaica.
No, I'm telling you, give me the basis upon which you're saying that.
Because
somebody who is not. No, I'm trying to figure out if you're saying that the diaspora is not, if the diaspora is complaining about voting is about interest, is not right, simplicity. It's a mechanism for the diaspora members to vote.
Right.
The basis upon which diaspora members are saying they want to vote is because of interest.
Right.
It's not as of right. So it's a form of voting in which absentee ballots, which means the absentee ballot would be the only mechanism for you to mirror the ability to vote. So there would be something in place that would facilitate that as an absentee ballot. How would you then say that somebody who was never born in Jamaica is going to say, but I'm a citizen and therefore I'm absent?
But what
is the ability to be absent, which means you would have had to been there before and you're voting in your absence.
No, but the diaspora is not asking for absentee ballots. They're asking the diaspora to vote. None of them says absentee ballots. So if
the diaspora is saying give us a mechanism upon which we can vote.
But they do have it right now. They can go back to Jamaica and register and vote.
They can't go back to Jamaica and register and vote because they would have to meet the threshold that they were living at a fixed address.
I can tell you, I can give you 100 people go down and back and
forth. You have 100 people that go down and vote, albeit legally. That's fine, but I'm saying we're talking about a legal mechanism to have inclusion. And the inclusion to be plastic is as simple, just like how the good minister that they spoke about earlier got a whole ministry to figure it out. I'm not being paid to figure it out, but it's a very simple thing.
No, I hear what you're
George Bush Jr., because it wasn't the senior, he took a whole presidency from Al Gore from absentee ballots.
Right.
People who never lost their right.
Right.
And in hindsight, America had lost nothing from Al Gore losing, respectfully. So I just don't want you to sit in a bubble and cause people to be disenfranchised because we're conflating issues.
But I submit to you, I said,
Mm-hmm.
if I leave Jamaica and
Yes.
move away and live in another country,
Mm-hmm.
right? Just to remember, I mentioned Germany. After
Mm-hmm.
10 years living outside of the country,
Mm-hmm.
Germany takes away your voting ability.
But that's just Germany. I
Right.
know.
But
Listen, I like how you bring the Germany because that's that flag that's red, amber, and black, right?
Yeah.
I just don't know which way the lines turn. But let's look at their sister family, Belgium.
Yeah.
Right now I dating a female that's from Belgium, and she votes here in Jamaica. And the Belgium, the same bus them happy it shipped from Belgium. Our JUTC buses come from Belgium, and the embassy is here. See me, I chat my business, and the Belgian people, they vote here. They're not in Belgium, but they get to vote here. The ballots are here.
Right. And
they don't care. They don't care that you're a citizen of Jamaica because in the way how the world is now, you have to understand, especially how Jamaica is specially situated. But I don't really need to send my barrel, because I'm an advocate for it right now.
No,
but how Jamaica is situated is that people have not left because they want to leave, They leave because they have to leave. Some of you have become productive members of other societies that would claim, as you go on the first rocket ship to space, we say, carry the Jamaican flag. That's our boy. We love you. Until you shoot up a train station. But I want you to appreciate that the people who leave did not leave because they wanted to leave. They leave to escape abject poverty, which still exists in Jamaica.
And I agree.
We just had a whole conversation about crime and violence. They left because of that, and it has not gotten better. So I'm just using it to say that I have several clients out of the diaspora that is now saying, ISAT, help me to secure my land. Because people are taking it because they know that are in foreign. And some of them are, some members of the diaspora haven't even sorted out their proper citizenship in the foreign country. So they would need a mechanism to be able to vote and protect their rights. And there's a whole section of the Constitution. I'm gonna shut up and you can speak. But there's a whole section of the Constitution, in fact, section 15, that speaks about property rights that are being breached. The Justice Minister say, hey, some of them, and I'm paraphrasing, he never said this, but I'm putting it in the ISAT way. Some of them boy and girl, they run off, and them not watch them property. So you know what government are gonna do? I gotta take it. If we not hear from we the government are gonna take it, because the squatter boy and girl them are take it first. That's the language that's being used. So who protects your rights? The minister said that if you are in America and you don't like that statement and you have every intention to come back, they just had a whole conference saying, come back to Jamaica and invest in Jamaica. What I'm telling you that for? If you don't have the right to protect the very property and the very business I'm telling you to invest in.
Yeah, but the question I said, what if I don't have property? What if I don't have the thing? And let me just start at the beginning what you're saying about my granddaughter and grandchildren. For example, the thing is, what I'm saying is that each person, there are different circumstances. So you're gonna say, okay, if you're never born in Jamaica, you don't deserve to you can't vote, right? But at the same time, our government is coming and said, you can your child here or your grandchildren here have the option of having the dual citizenship. That's what they come here and preach every time. So you must register your child to get a Jamaican passport and blah blah blah. Right? So there's apples and oranges mixed up in the in the
No,
whole.
man, the point, the aspect, that's why I'm saying that's for a ministry to figure out. But the key issue is to not disenfranchise the very people who are the backbones of a nation. So Jamaica is once again, just like our constitution, in particular our charter, is uniquely situated. And I'm saying majority of the people in the diaspora, they have a lot more interest in the prosperity of the country and development of the country than a lot of the people who live in it, including the members of parliament who never had nothing before they became parliamentarians. And I'm not trying to be rude. I just want you to appreciate that there is a mechanism. I'm not paid to do it, but I guarantee you it's a fixable method, and absentee ballots currently in the constitutional framework is one which could work. And because if I am absent, I'm just saying this, just understand this. If an election is called tomorrow, forget about the diaspora. If an election is called tomorrow, me will have to vote out a certain boy. I have to vote. Because I don't like him. I'm using language now. I don't like when him run him mouth. I have to vote. And then because we don't have fixed term elections, and I can tell you this, they call the local government election while they are foreign.
Yeah, but I said, and I agree. I agree.
Something. So I'm not a member of the diaspora in that I don't live outside of Jamaica. But the minute they say they know to track me. So the minute I buy a plane ticket and I'm gonna go away because I have business in any first world country, them say, call the election so ISAT can't vote. I'm disenfranchised. I live in Jamaica, and there's no mechanism for me to vote.
All right, we're saying the same thing. Let's change the terms. Not ask for voting. One of the things in the proposal I made to Parliament is that we should have absentee ballots for like the farm workers, the people on the ship, the people who are in domestic, overseas temporarily, visiting for business.
Hold on, stop. Ratty, I'm sorry. This is a painful thing and I'm apologizing. I just want to put this in context. What you call temporary? Because if I leave here and go to Mexico and then I do a back flick and then I go up on my belly, I'm a crawl under, I'm a see Donald Trump and his crew, I'm a run, I'm a end up in Arizona, I'm a find myself, I say driver, don't stop at all, I'm a reach an Albemarle, I'm in a live nowhere, but I have to find somewhere. And that's going to take me 18 years. Probably 40 years. Hold on now. Before I can rightfully come back to Jamaica outside of a banana boat. How do you stop me from being disenfranchised?
No, but you keep this to me. This is what we were saying. We need to quantify a diaspora vote versus absentee ballot. You would, in that case, would be an absentee ballot because you still have
how am I different from you?
You still have your residency in Jamaica. I don't have a residence in Jamaica.
Hold on, why not?
Because I choose not to. I don't have an address in Jamaica. That guy, if most of the time when I go, I stay with my sister.
But then isn't that an option? Isn't that you saying, well, I don't need to vote because I have no interest in Jamaica?
No, I'm not saying I don't say that. But
I'm just saying isn't that a mechanism? Because as we are having this conversation, what it says is a minister of constitutional affairs, when they're framing the constitution, has to speak about a particular class, which is a minority class, which just happened to be the majority, because there's a whole of one out there. But how to treat with it so that on a constitutional plane, we don't disenfranchise the Jamaican people, because I can tell you a thing. If me down here rub up my hand middle and somehow I want to send the barrel and enough of what?
I saw.
Absentee ballot is a mechanism that we can work with. But to say Jamaicans who are overseas, because who are we quantifying as a Jamaican? Because that's why I mentioned my granddaughter. Because if she comes up at 18 and is quantified as a Jamaican, says, okay, I'm going to put our 23 Queen Street in Falmouth, which is my birth yard. And say,
Yes,
okay,
because guess but I'm gonna tell you something. If
right?
you're over there, just hear me now. If you're over there and your son find a Jennifer Lopez or a Kim Kardashian and have one of them pretty picnic there, and she turn 18 and she come down here and she say, I want to be Miss Jamaica. Everybody gonna say that girl, you're nice. And then she's gonna leave here and go to Miss World or Miss Universe, and when she win, we're gonna say she's a Jamaican, because her grandfather breed and then we love her. So the same way, I'm telling you, the viability, I'm just making the argument that if you're Jamaican wherever you are, there's something about it's a genetic thing, you know, that make us different from Nigerians and everything else. Jamaica as situated, we're talking about making sure we don't disenfranchise anybody, and because the people are the product, is something we have to think about. So if we say, hey, it's so much, I'm just saying we have to think about it a lot more, because we are saying Jamaica, and if you are a politician, when you're situated that way, then you could never speak the words like some people and say, a foreign them live. Them can send them money, but we don't have to talk to them. Shoot first and kill later. Dirty 30 out of order. You would never say that, because it means when I speak, like I heard Mia Motley today, I'm not going off. I heard her today and she said, the hurricane is coming. I cannot help you. Pack up your grandfathers and your mothers because they are old. Get medication. I know someone like meat and pork. Don't buy the meat and the pork. Buy the tin food. If the hurricane don't come, you will have it. Then we will figure it out after, but we don't have control over that. Pray for us all. If it was ever Jamaica, them would have said, I gonna go there myself and I'm gonna shoot the eye and we're gonna stop the hurricane. Just vote for me because I'm gonna call the election because the hurricane is coming Monday. We need to vote by Sunday. Snap elections or whatever. But I'm just saying that type of thing means that we are, how we are situated, how our country is, we need each and every person. So as a prime minister, if you're in Trelawney, if you're a good, if your actions speak and you care about the people, I don't care how much people is on the ballot. If I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, you can't be disinterested. And it cuts out. Here's what you cut out. Vote buying. Because the only complaint, if I'm a politician, is me don't want them people that are foreign company to come and just spend $130 billion for the little idiot them in St. Adam. Me know say the voters list of 3,000 people and me buy 2,010 of them already. We can't lose. So we would have a different nature where we don't know who is going to win because are putting what they need to put.
I'm sold on the mechanism for some of us to vote who want to vote, but like the absentee ballot here, you have to have an address here.
Well, I
made up.
Just hear me out. I never mean to cut you. I'm making one thing clear. Everybody needs to vote. You need to KMA the vote, Rock the vote, Herb the vote, KFC the vote, Patrick the vote, everybody. Because we have less than 30. We don't have 40%. We need to get back to where when we curse in government, it's because 67% 70% is voter turnout.
Yeah.
So the people in Jamaica the people who go and vote are the people who are packed in buses because we simply don't have time. But I digress. Sorry about that.
Yeah. The Prime Minister has come up with a solution to the one of the problems that you were discussing. And he calls it constituent voting, where he's saying, all of you people, the 3 million, 4 million, whatever you have living outside Jamaica. Yeah, we agree that you can vote, but you can only vote in one constituency. So you're going to have a constituency with 3 million or 4 million people voting, plus whatever is in Jamaica. Because he said he doesn't want people to be able to vote all over the country and influence the election. So what's the point of voting? That's the point of voting, to influence an election.
Even if it's a constituency, that's what I'm trying to say. this thing is so fixable. Because if you in this situation, we know where we come from. I am from St. Andrew. So my issue, who all are in America, are St. Andrew them come from, whether they said when them come to Jamaica, they're not, even if they go Montego Bay, somebody gonna say, where your mama come from? Where your father come from? Are you gonna say St. Andrew? Everybody who now knows me, that knows I'm Big Youth son, they want to telling me where my grandfather come from, where my grandmother come from, and say, yeah, Kingston Youth. You have an origin at a minimum.
Here's the thing, Patrick. First of all, your granddaughter under the present constitution, she wouldn't qualify for citizenship by descent based on section 3C, because it says that every person born outside Jamaica shall become a citizen of Jamaica if at that date of birth, it should say his or her father or mother is a citizen of Jamaica.
I am.
No, your granddaughter, I'm saying your granddaughter wouldn't qualify under this. She would, it would have to be your daughter or your son, not your granddaughter. No, what they've done in the recommendation
is that the new one, or that check that one, Ratty.
The one that nasty the light today. Hurricane hit that.
All right, see, here it is. I'll read it. It's entitled section 3C, and it says requirement for birthright citizenship, and it says citizenship by citizenship by, and it's entitled citizenship by descent, not descent as they advertise during the thing. Yeah. And it says every person born outside Jamaica shall become a citizen of Jamaica if at that date his father or mother is a citizen of Jamaica by birth, descent, or registration by virtue of marriage to a citizen of Jamaica. So they're saying you can become a citizen of Jamaica 3 ways, right? Marriage, descent, birth. Now, if you live overseas, doesn't matter which one of those 3. If you live overseas and you have a child, then that child can be registered as a Jamaican citizen. Doesn't go to grandchildren. So here's what they did in the recommendation, right? The recommendation, they said the CRC recommends that the criterion of citizenship by descent should be limited to 3 generations.
Right.
Therefore, the nominee's entitlement to citizenship by descent would be derived from no further than the grandparent.
Right.
The Constitution says parent, and under the recommendation, they're saying no, we'll extend it to the grandparent. But even so, you have another act called the Representation of People Act, and that says that if you want to vote in Jamaica, then you have to be ordinarily a resident. And then it goes into, I think it's Schedule 3, and it defines residency. And it essentially says a residency, to establish residency, it's a place where you spend your time sleeping. That's one of them. So, and that's why you're right when you say that. And when you say, people here living overseas who go back to Jamaica and they vote, that's illegal under the Representation of People Act. But it's allowed. And guess what? We have our most distinguished ambassador. I heard her. She said she have friends and people who go back to Jamaica and they vote. I heard her. She said that.
Yeah, but can I interpose here, please? Sure. That language interpretation and language is a very cute thing. Because you see, when I wish Mr. Tavares was on here. It's when the Vavavoms have a house and a villa and a yacht and all of these things. When they're ready for divorce, the residence is the family home. They have the family home is when them get married, and that's where them ordinarily reside. That's a family home. And process say we have split that the residence there. We don't care about the penthouse in Florida and the one in New York and the villa in Dubai. Is the family home, which is usually the same place where right now, if something do any one of my brother and sister them, they go to the root home, and what we call the nest. That's the family home. And that's where you ordinarily reside. Nobody cares about what you do in Dubai and what you do everywhere in the world and you get married and all of that. The place where you come home to. And we have to understand that just like King Charles Buckingham Palace is where ordinary reside. Is him house, and Harry Garner live a fire and everywhere. Buckingham Palace is him address, no matter how old him is. And if all him brother and sister and everybody dead, he will be king at the same address. I just wanted to appreciate that there are things, and if the representation of people act is repugnant to the rights in the Constitution where disenfranchises people, that's something we need to look at when we're having the conversation.
And I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
It's a fallacy to go around and telling people that you simply can't vote. I reject that, because guess what? Currently now, anybody anywhere in the Commonwealth and the 50-something states that we talk about, they just they have the resources to come and walk up and down in Jamaica for 1 year, and then they're eligible to vote. So, and they're not Jamaicans. So from their Commonwealth citizens as it is right now, and that's another conversation. But when you're talking about the sitting down and dealing with the law and looking how to get around stuff, because I am not of the view that people who, if they live here and they're paying their taxes here, and on their Jamaican driver's license it says Upper St. Andrew, and they go and they get their voter's ID card, they can't tell you that that's not where it is. And then in where Jamaica is concerned, a lot of people in America, they still pay their taxes here. They split the taxes, they pay their land tax, and they do whatever. And when you come to Jamaica, you buy your party, you pay your GCT, you cost about the GCT, and you live. These things only become very pedantic for the individuals who are hungry for power. But if we're talking about the utilitarian concept and wanting the best for Jamaica, it matters not to me if the very people who are sending me barrels and KFC, and no, I'm not licky, but the people who are keeping the country up, if they have a voice, it's important.
But as it is, the Constitution is structured.
Mm-hmm.
And my point in arguing is that it does not accommodate us.
Mm-hmm.
So, and what you're saying, and I agree with you, we have to come up with a way as to how we get those folks. But what Ratty says, also what the proposal by your esteemed ministers and our committee regarding the Constitution, Section 3C, changing where the third generation, it go up to the third generation, will be eligible to vote then, so to speak. All they got to do is establish a residence. And this is even within my own situation, this is where it probably might even cause conflict, because the other half from Manchester, I'm from Trelawney. What are we gonna do?
There's no conflict. Maybe there's no conflict there. I don't care who you are. Well, one thing about kids, and I can tell you can talk to my mother and father about it, and you can talk to the family dynamics. You must know whether your granny was nice to your kids, because me can tell you this right now. I love my father, but my mother ancestors, me like them more. So when people ask where we come from where my mother come from, but we still love my father. It's not a problem, and nobody can deny me that, right? You just can't deny me that. But everybody know who my father is, just like how we must get away from the tribal politics.
And that this
my father
and this discussion is what we need to have more often with a wider cross section of those in and outside of the diaspora, so we can sit down and come to an amicable solution to all of this voting matter, because politicians and any given day depends that lizard, how they're trying to camouflage themselves, is because they come here and they want a little bit of contribution. They will tell you, yeah, for voting. When they go back to Jamaica, instead of saying to the people, I have a conversation like how you expressed it a while ago. You don't have that. You're not privy. Most people in Jamaica are not privy to a dialogue like we're having right now to say, okay, yep, I said I'm against it, but now in the context that you mention it, which I vision it from where I'm sitting, is a matter of allowing those who want to participate because of their personal interests as Jamaicans to be a part of it. We have to come up with a mechanism to how we get them. How do we put them in? And one of the things is a big part for me. I need to be sold more on that. Is how you put them, which constituency you're going to put these people. Because, people are going to say, knowing how parochial most of our politicians are, they're going to say, but I said, come and recruit 50 people and put them in a Southeast Sentan because I'm friend of run inside. I'm pad that.
Like I said, we take census, we do all of that. If you have a place where you ordinarily reside, that's where you reside. That's the address. And I can tell you this, it's not an impossible thing. When voting time comes, that's why them love to talk about them have the diaspora and all these monies that we pay people to go over there. You don't even know if them bright enough to hold the post that them have. Them open the embassy and see protests everywhere in front of these places. So if you was in New York and you want to vote, go in the embassy and cast your ballot and them lock up the box and them can count it right there on Zoom. Is the integrity of the people and you spend the resources. But this conversation is not a conversation that require any massive intellect. Say that you cannot be unselfish.
Let me ask you something. I said, if you don't have, because I had this conversation with somebody and it spun out of control. If you're saying that the people of means in Jamaica, that if they live overseas, they can always have a residence in Jamaica, even if they only come one time a year and spend 2 weeks, right? Because they have a family home. All right. Yeah. So let me ask you this. How about somebody like me, my family? We never have a home, so to speak, in Jamaica.
You have a home, see there behind you, except you're hiding in the blue barrel. You come from Waterhouse. You're denying your people. We won't allow it. A Waterhouse come from. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Right. So somebody who live in a squatter community, for example, right? I make us say like the government. May I set up this scenario now? The government went in and then bulldozed it after you left, and then put up homes. So you can't really claim a home there because it's not there. And it was a squatter community, which some people say you have limited rights anyway there, right? How do you handle that problem now with the person saying that, look, I'm ordinarily a resident in Jamaica. I used to live right there. And so I want to claim my residence at that place, even though that structure is not.
When you said that's where I live and the government said, but it was a squatter community and we bulldoze it. That's your bulldozing problem, not mine. This is where I used to live.
What if you sold it?
You have to appreciate something, There are a lot of people who are members of the diaspora that have been gone for 40 years and them still don't even have them green card.
Right. So when you're telling
hold them tomorrow, listen if them hold them tomorrow and deport them, the same JCF gonna say, where you come from? And you say Waterhouse by the blue barrel, and they're gonna say, go on, they go live. And then when you don't get into the place, them say, well, you're homeless. The homeless shelter depend right by Harbor Street or whatever, somewhere behind Supreme Court building. So it's a very, very, very. I understand that, but maybe what they need to do is to cut out that tribalistic politics and the constituency thing, the way how them trying to do it, like we have electoral college, and make it so that when the nature of our system is that it is the vote. I think even judges must go through the process of people voting for them. So that, listen up, so no judge can get up and say you don't have standing, because you can say, yeah, you can't tell me that next year because you're not going to win the election next year.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Hold on, Patrick. Let me ask you a question.
On Oversight. Thank you.
Let me ask you a question from a different angle.
Yeah.
Right? And a brethren of mine, very dear friend of mine from Jamaica, sent it to me. He said, him say a very interesting thought came to me just now. What if the diaspora members are allowed to vote, but also, as in the USA, they are required to file their income taxes among other taxes? Do you think they would oppose such a request by the government? What says ISAT?
My response to that, as I said to Patrick, a lot of it is interest, because this conversation is about putting your money where your mouth is. There are a lot of people who are paying taxes. They are paying taxes, and like I said, the taxes that I know you said income tax, but even for me, let me tell you something right now. If you don't want to stop corruption, it's a simple thing. The Minister of Finance is not as brilliant, because Jamaica is so small. I guarantee you, if you cut out income tax, the country would flow a whole lot better. And the GDP, what I'm talking about, where them want using a crime and this, it would go up. So if that is the issue, they can find different ways. That's why everything is connected. So for me, I'm saying as it is right now, interest is something. But when we think about the interest, if you're going to say it requires income tax, remember you have people in Jamaica who don't pay no income tax because they're unemployed. And so you're trying to disenfranchise and discriminating by saying this is the requirement, because they're Jamaican citizens who don't pay no taxes because they're not in the threshold.
No, here's where the question is going. It's saying that as a green card holder, right? If you live, or even as a U.S. citizen, if you live in Jamaica and you're employed in Jamaica, you don't have to live. If you're employed in Jamaica, you are required to pay U.S. income tax, right? So he's flipping it around and said, okay, so what if Jamaica says, all right, you live in America and you're making all that money, but you want to come vote here and you want to do all these wonderful things? Well, we're going to tie it to income tax and say, all right,
Joe Biden. Let me answer you. Hold on. Joe Biden is gonna. All right, go ahead.
If you're not working, if you're unemployed, that's something you can't make blood out of stone. But the question is saying, if you are working, then why is it that the government shouldn't? Why is it you feel the government shouldn't do as the U.S. is doing to say
no? Here's how the citizens should respond to that. Go tell Uncle Sam, because one thing, right? Ask the question to Trump or Joe Biden, as old as them is, them would have said Jamaica bright, because we want our money first. You simply can't do that. They don't care. Notwithstanding sovereignty, no Jamaican government would bright themselves and behave like they want to take tax from Jamaica.
I said,
and I have asked a question. Yeah.
If you have a piece of land in Jamaica and you sell it, Uncle Sam want a piece of the profit out of it.
That's fine, but no matter what is embedded is that what transfer tax and all of that in terms of those things is in Jamaica. You have to pay those. So and those things are not, they don't care if you have income, if you're engaging in land, the transfer tax is something that you have to do whether or not you pay income tax.
But
so
you pay,
in Jamaica.
Both places. You pay both
that's what
places.
I'm saying. In Jamaica, no, they don't care. You don't have to be a citizen. If you're engaging in land transaction, the income tax is like that. But similarly, you are a Jamaican artist, a Jamaican musician. If America decides that they're taking the tax over there, Jamaica cannot tell you that you have to pay it here, because you're making the money in those places. SoundScan is an American international thing. They whatever them call themselves, I don't even know what them call themselves. The Jamaican thing. They can't have no control over that, and you can't be trying to strong arm somebody, because that would be double taxation, and the tax laws are already in place like that.
But what happened though, it is double taxation, because you have to pay it here in the United States if you transfer the money to the United States or transfer it to Jamaica.
That's something different. That's why I'm saying I am of the view that the income tax, we Jamaicans they can completely eradicate income tax and the country wouldn't lose. It is about keeping the money in Jamaica and having the people have the best use of it. So I'm just leaving it at that. Yeah.
And what we're saying is that what the discussion is that, yes, we agree that I agree. Those who want to vote should be able to vote, but the mechanism must be set up where citizens, and now the new constitution is saying, like my granddaughter is third down the line, she could vote.
I was respectfully, the new
Right.
constitution is an academic conversation and an epic fail and a waste of taxpayers' money. It's going nowhere at this point. I feel like I'm offending the existing constitution to engage in matters of fallacies from the Ministry of
I'm with you.
I can't even put that in my head because it doesn't fix the problem. How could you not have considered voting rights for the diaspora in a new constitution? How have you disenfranchised indigenous people? There's a lot of things I could complain about, but this thing is the simplicity of it is repugnant and offensive that we are struggling with it. It is better that it is done and people would be surprised, but the people in power are afraid. They are simply afraid that they will lose power because of the way how they have trained themselves for years.
I can say this as being on social media in a different country, but it's a failure from the start, from the appointment of some alleged minister of, or perceived minister of constitutional and whatever reform or whatever that title is, you know. When there's so many legal luminaries in Jamaica that would sit together like they did back in the 60s, 59, I think, and start to formulate the new constitution, even though they rubber stamp a lot of the British things. But at least we had Jamaican with legal minds and smarts was sitting there as a group of patriotic Jamaicans, not as a group of political appointees, to form this thing, and they gather as much information as they could. Then now we have the ability to gather it worldwide from everybody and sit down and have conversation. That I think this is the most sane conversation that I've experienced with the constitutional reforms, you know, since it is, because it's almost a lot of shouting back and forth and, you know, and everything, and some people with pretty talks, you know, talking, you know, the thing, and you're right, it's a waste of taxpayers' dollars because it's not gonna go anywhere, you know.
Let me play devil's advocate for a second, gents. What happens when the diaspora dominates the voting and starts to dictate the terms down to, by virtue of voting for laws that the locals don't want because we want them to meet a certain standard? What happens, ISAT, when the diaspora demands that ISAT Buchanan meet a certain standard, that they don't like him outspokenness, and they raise up
when you don't like my outspokenness, you simply vote me out the next time around, and that's it. But if I'm there to do what I'm supposed to do, that is what it is, and that's why people have to be diplomatic. Because one thing I can tell you, you would never have some of them politicians here. You think that ISAT is the only filthy mouth human being in Jamaica, because when the filth come out of their mouth, nothing happens to them, and them quite all right, and them keep them positions. But the point I'm trying to make is, it's a fallacy. It's just like how one would never think right now in the United States that the Trump, they say never like, is the candidate and may very well win. But you guys don't even know. You guys are scared because when you vote, you don't know. If everybody here wants Joe Biden, you still don't know if Joe Biden is gonna win. You don't know. He doesn't know if he's gonna win. That's what democracy is about. Mm-hmm. So it's not a safe thing. You don't get by a matter of right 3 terms. You don't get to say, I'm doing something and I need another term, and the opposition and the fake news, we need to lock him up, and I find a boy and we track him down and him apologize and it's borderline defamatory. Nowhere in the law it says you break the law by being borderline defamatory. Such nonsense. And you get to say stuff like that, like respectfully. So no matter how much power is in the diaspora, you're gonna have to vote. And the choice of people that you vote for at the time, you do the vote, and then after the vote, the person becomes the representative. Maybe if him don't do what you want, you vote him out. But then if him not do, if the people are servants,
but is
her servants?
Her question is like saying all of us are monolithic in
It's not even monolithic. Even right now, the diaspora making noise, and there's another set of people say they don't agree with it.
Exactly.
And you had your conference, and they had people that fly down, and they said, I don't like those people, and we're the clean 30, and it's only 30 of us, and we're here in Jamaica for you, Mr. Prime Minister. Tell us how we can't die so we can come here and be a part of this, because we don't like what Rattigan is doing because he's just a PNP, and don't believe her because he's in his green shirt. He's a PNP, and all of you don't like Mr. Vegas, but I'm a heads I kill him with, kind of diaspora person, and that's why I flew down and I came through Montego Bay because Kingston is just too dirty, you know? That's it. It never gonna change, because a democracy simply means, even in America, some people are gonna be PNP, some people are JLP, and some people is that guy, the new guy that's not going nowhere. I don't remember his name. That party, the UNICEF party.
Right. Is that Patterson?
Don't try to teach me. I don't want to know. I don't put nonsense in my head. But anyway, so I want you to appreciate that even with the more people voting, you still can't influence an election the way you're perceiving it in your mind, because you won't. People will still be like, you know, once the power is, tomorrow, as soon as I said diaspora people can vote, Ratty probably even can't even get 5 votes.
They have the money.
Of people.
You don't have enough money.
Of democracy. They will say, Ratty, you don't talk to me good enough. Me not vote for you again. Why you feel like you for be the senator? Me, I'm gonna pick them want to be the senator, and we become Jamaicans just outside of Jamaica. Beautiful democracy.
With citizenship, you know. But I hear what Herb is saying, and that was one of my concerns. But in terms of, I mean, just open it blanket and says all Jamaicans, you can register to vote, whether by the embassy or whatever. But one of the things that I agree, you know, and I was thinking, yeah, if we do that, we become just like we're gonna just go, and we sit down in our groups and come and say, this is what we think is best for Jamaica, you know, rather than the Jamaicans, they say, this is what we think is better for us, you know, to work from. But I like the idea of ISAT mentioned. Let's find a way how we could say, okay, those who are interested in voting in the Jamaican election, there's a way that you can participate, that you can be a voter legally, whether you want to go to the 3rd generation or just keep it at the 2nd generation, whatever. But it's something that we must agree on from a consensus point of view, and then we can put it up for the population to vote on it. When we put it for the Jamaicans to vote on it, I think many of them will not vote for it, based on how, if they're not educated enough or it's not discussed, like we're having this discussion, if this is not something that is happening island-wide, I'm afraid that we'll never be able to achieve your suggestion to say, okay, we're going to say you can vote based on residency, based on XYZ, you know, rather than say, like, I would say, don't give us no vote, you know, we could vote to relive and run relive, and what we want to contribute, we contribute and everything.
Let me just, before we leave this conversation, I want you to appreciate something. How laughable it is that we're here in Jamaica saying the birth rate low, So we have to get the old people them and extend. No, I'm not being discriminatory. I'm saying we have to get the people who are old for work for another 20 years and dead on the job because no babies are having. That's simply not true. The studs are breeding 10 women in 10 country when them get them visa. There is that thing, my 90-day fiance, and there are people who have 5 families from New York to Florida to DC to Canada. We're all on the north side, North America. And when you're talking about my granddaughter and my this and my that, we are Jamaicans. We're not short in terms of we just say we don't want our kids to join no line for get visa, so we make sure them born on the other side. I don't mean they're getting an advantage doesn't cause them to be disenfranchised. If I don't want my child to have to join line, what we think we do? We make sure them born over there, so to give them that opportunity. That's what this life is about these days. So yeah, we're spreading with wild oats, Fosca with granddaddy, Fosca oats. So we run it, we spread we speak everywhere. But anyway, so to use that as an example to say that a ministry concerned about the birth rate, other countries are saying, give us your black men so we can have babies. We can increase the birth rate. They're saying that come to our country and marry our daughters so we can have kids with them. And we are saying, oh, them now breed up in Jamaica when man have 10 picnic and I run from Uncle Sam because we play child support. So when I come back to America, cause we now go work at Burger King to take care of some of them babies that we leave fatherless. I'm just using that as an example to say, listen to me, man. We're not thinking outside the box because we're too selfish to do it. We're not improving the lives of the people that are here, and when they escape the poverty and escape the oppression and become independent thinkers, they label them the dirty 30, or my bad, 1,200 strong in support of the dirty 30. I am reading the comments. I see what they're saying. And when the movement, like the video I watched earlier, because Rattigan the madman and then Herb come in the green shirt and do the thing. And oh yeah. And everybody say, no, this is not fair. We need to regulate them. It's not fair. That what you're doing is going outside of democracy. But I think this conversation is something that we need to have with other people situated in the diaspora, and we need to hear their voices. So I won't labor the point, but it's a light bulb moment that we need to think about. Otherwise, while we have the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund, we need to set up spaces that we can have these conversations. Yeah. Otherwise, we're doing it in vain. That's just my point. But it must happen one day, and if a government is in power and is not saying in a manifesto, this is how I'm going to make it happen, the people in Jamaica will receive the barrels. Simply shouldn't vote. And we have to empower people. So the one thing in this conversation that I reject from you is your interest not to vote doesn't mean that you shouldn't have the right. Many persons have died for that right, and we must have the conversation because everybody should vote. Once you're of age and you're eligible, there's no reason why you shouldn't vote. Not even COVID should stop you from voting. And that's why we have this conversation, because it's you giving, I'm listening, you receiving, and then we come to the commonality. What's the commonality? The commonality is to make Jamaicans richer in terms of not necessarily monetary, but become a more stable and richer society, mentally, physically, economically, and where we can expand. So the only way we can do that is the conversation we started. I state my point. You came and you say, and we come to a consensus that, man, you know what I said regarding, how to make those who want to vote, the voters,
And those who don't want to vote, it's on you if you don't want to vote. But maybe I might end up voting because I like voting. I voted into the dark. So, but what I'm just saying, and what you said that, you know, basically is that we need to expand these conversations around so that other people might start to think, you know, outside of the box and say, yeah, you know what ISAT is saying, I was agreeing with Patrick. It's not about agreeing with me or winning or anything. It's about coming to the right decision for the nation so that we can move forward. You know, because right now it's just the TikTok business that's running Jamaica. You know, and it's just people that say, oh yeah, I don't like what ISAT said. I'm gonna call him up to the get my lawyer to write him, and you know, let him know about we'll sue him because blah blah. Yeah, I'm offended because I speak my truth, which is you're uncomfortable hearing my truth. You know, so we need to really expand this, have it a good dialogue, so at the end of the day, we at least influence a good portion of the population to realize it's in the best interest to go this way. Present here, and it's not only with the government. The opposition is not encouraging that. You know, I sadly to say, I know that they're not. They're just, you know, ready to go along to march along because polls are showing that they might win and they're gonna win and da. And so they just tunnel vision, like, you know, the horse in my Cayman a spark.
You
left out Jack.
Yeah.
But have you changed your position from your your 2022 publication entitled "The Jamaica Diaspora 3+ million Strong"? Have you changed any of those positions that you've?
I haven't. The only part that I am based on what ISAT said regarding the voting aspect. I'm looking at what my position was on that really I would incorporate what ISAT said in my thing, in allowing Jamaicans to vote basically on a registration. They get the registration no matter how we decide to do it, whether we're going to use the embassy to register folks or those who come home want to register or whatever. The other part that I have not changed, and I still believe we still needed the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We should not detour from that. But the main part about that, it should be non-governmental control. We would invite the government to be a part of it and says, okay, in an ex officio manner, you could come listen to what the discussions we have as a group, whether we have the financial section or the education section, and that person from the government could sit and listen in, and we present our thing to them, you know, and everything. In regards to having a person sitting in Parliament from the diaspora, where you said one constituency, 3 million, that is stupidity, because it's not democracy. It's just a convenience, in my opinion. What I think is that we should set the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, as we set up, should have representation that sits and make contribution to sectoral debates or whatever debate they call it, to present the diaspora point of view on issues in the Parliament or whatever we have, the Congress or whatever is the law of the land.
But Patrick, what happens when Canada has one opinion, the UK has another, and the US, as big as it is, also have several opinions that we're not going down? How do you, I mean, you're going to need the means designed to be a tiebreaker in these cases. How do you bring consensus to the diaspora?
Here's what we have. Consensus is a key thing in making decisions. As I'm learning, being a part of this new thing, consensus is what we could work on. And what consensus is? I'm listening to you. I'm listening to ISAT. ISAT is listening to me. Ratty is listening to me. I'm listening to Ratty, and we come and says, okay, Rev wanted to paint this bright red, but if we throw a little yellow in it, we might get a nice shade that fits everybody. Because we will never ever we're going to be making decision based on where we are coming from, and then I have to listen to the Jamaican context. I have to listen to the Washington D.C. context. I have to listen to Stratford in England or Ontario and everything, how it works for them. And then we have to come to a common goal. What is a common goal? Is to see Jamaica better. And if we throw everything, Jamaica can't handle the 4 or 5 different things. So Jamaica have to take, the best thing. And remember, these are going to be our opinion, our points that we want to say. This is what the diaspora say. We could at least go say, okay, England, you present yours. UK, you present. Canada, you present us, and USA, you present it. And then the Parliament of Jamaica at that point would come and says, okay, based on what we are seeing, we figured more or less we'll take a little bit of that or take from the UK, for example, because that will probably work better, in our opinion, as majority Jamaicans for thing. But one of the things I think is that when we try to, as intellects, try to think about that this is going to be our decision and this is what should be accepted, rather than say, here's our suggestion, not decision, here's our suggestion to the context of the conversation. Let's sit down and discuss this and come up with something that we all can agree on.
But there's a simple fix for that. I like that you said that, because all Malahoo would have to do is decide that the president of Jamaica represents the interests of outside, and he gets the votes from all the people outside, the 3 or 5 million people out there. And then he gets the power to have these 3 persons, 1 senator from England, 1 senator from Canada, and 1 senator from the United States. And then going on and doing the voting in the interest of the people who are outside. Because representation has to be a voice. Mind you, like I say, I think all of that kerfluffle, we don't need to talk about it because it went into the trash and billions of Jamaican dollars wasted. Just appreciate that there is a mechanism, but also there has to be representation in there. And just like how them can make the lady, I don't remember her name, that say on the lie and wicked and it is going to cause the America to put her on the watch list, but she's the ambassador. I'm not good with names. Just like how the government pays for them to be up there. If one only gets elected, and they can pay to be here. And the flights are not impossible. You fly up and down. She was in Kigali. Government pay for it. The same way you can be in Jamaica, be in Dubai, be everywhere. Go to England, whatever. If there's a paid position, the person who is a senator or whatever is almost like a foreign minister, can be attached to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and go fly up and down on taxpayers' money. It's a job.
Here's the thing. Everything that you've said, and Patrick, I think, has been converted a bit. Everything you've said, as you said, it's simple. The problem is that there is no appetite for simplicity in this instance. There is none. And so I agree with Patrick when he said, but for a different reason, when Patrick said it's not going to happen because we've been fed these promises going years, many years. And so far, all we're hearing is, oh, we're still exploring it. We're looking at countries that are doing it. They said that back in 2015 and maybe even beyond, before that. And now we're here in 2024 and they're still looking to explore it. But let me show you something. Let me just show you something, because you mentioned something, Patrick, about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Here we go. And we had started discussing this. I thought we were through with it, but then I saw something that kind of like piqued my interest, right? And here it is. Look at this sentence beginning with attendees. It says attendees included Jamaica's Consul General at Miami. Now, I don't know why you need the Consul General from Miami to come to Washington D.C. to teach people how to plan for events. I don't know. This is something that could have been done by Zoom, but it looks as if he was there in person. Then it says Oliver Mayer, honorary consul from Philadelphia, Christopher Chaplin, Dr. Elaine Bryan, honorary consul from Atlanta, members of staff from the consulates in New York and Miami. And look at the very last few words, as well as representatives of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Herb, your neck, but Herb there.
So you guys were actually there.
I'm listening.
Look at what they said. They said that we were in attendance. They said that we were in attendance this past Tuesday in that event held by the embassy. They said as well as representatives of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council.
Well,
they're talking.
You see, that's my next question for everybody. We have to now reassert who the council is and that we are in charge over the council. And then each of the regional representatives will have to reconfirm themselves at our direction. We have to take a look at what directives they have now and what projects they're finishing up without them reporting to the Jamaican government. We have to take a look at all of those things because right now they're still like a runaway train. And this sort of thing, the ambassador is taking advantage of because she does not see us reining anybody in. So we're gonna have to rein them in.
Well, we're just gonna have to come up with that cease and desist letter. But we have some other states to file, so let's just file in those states first, and then we can go and do what we need to do. Because they know what's going on, they know what time it is, and I think what they're doing, they're testing us because they want to see if we're going to send them that cease and desist letter, which we will shortly, because they're not going to file because they cannot file. Now, we started discussing this before Mr. Distant joined us, and here it is. Oh, by the way, folks, we were supposed to be joined by Dr. Angela Brown Burke. She informed me that she is in an area where the internet is spotty, and so we're going to have to reschedule her. So she won't join us tonight. But Aisa, take a look at this. Holness vows to crack down on fake news. You've mentioned it on a few occasions, but can you give us your take on what's going on, and then we'll just chime in, because I have a bunch of things here I want to talk about, but I want to hear from you as the lawyer in Jamaica, and also a political commentator, or not necessarily a political commentator, but a commentator and a legal commentator. And tell me if what the government is planning to do, is it legal under the Constitution and the present laws in Jamaica? Can't hear you.
What was said initially is really isn't legal. What I will say though is that the information minister, the people tell me on my show that her name is Dr. Dora. I think they were just trolling me, and I never went to find out her real name. But the good doctor, the one with the nice hair, the new information minister, she did say that the prime minister never really said that they were tracking anybody, and that their mechanisms that they're going to try to do in terms of educating the public, because fake news is out there. See, Dr. Dora the Explorer, right? Her. And so because of that, there was a real rollback in terms of her press conference, that the prime minister basically misspoke. They never actually track anybody and stuff like that. What I will say is, when you start to hear language borderline defamatory, it's like violence contributors and whatever, fake news. All of these things are fake news as defined. You can go Google it. it's political jargon to say news that the government don't like. Might not be fake. There is mechanisms for misinformation. There is mechanism. In other words, Facebook, it has a jail. So if you breach the policies, you get banned. Same thing for X, Instagram, all of them, YouTube. If the thing is fake, you simply need to prove that it's fake, send in the complaint, and they'll shut down the page, the site, the whatever. And those are robust mechanisms. So the laws are already in place, and several members, ironically, of the Jamaica Labour Party have been hit with defamation, and they're faced with it and they become mute because of it. So like vice versa. If somebody says something and it has defamed you, the law is there for that. And so we don't need to go to make ordinary citizens into criminals because they exercise free speech, no matter how filthy, no matter how offensive, no matter how repugnant it is. And people have the right to have large imaginations and make up all kinds of stories. We must learn to differentiate between satire, all the literary tools, and everything that we're supposed to do. Somebody saying, Isaac Andrew said he tracked and caught, and they are before the court. If they're before the court, they're before the court because somebody's constitutional rights are breached. So they can do and say anything, but at the end of the day, that's why we have the Privy Council. So if they don't get it right the first time, certainly there will be a review. But the laws that are in place are what it is. If they're before the court and it is because of defamation, it has to be proved in the usual course. There's no criminal act right now that you can bring somebody before the court for doing that. And it's simply like that. A lot of the bloggers are anonymous, and just like how they have given credit and support and possible funding, allegedly, to bloggers to put out information that's not necessarily true, is a part of politics. Look how ironic it is, Rattigan. Joe Biden and his people are saying, Trump, oh, I'm old, but Trump is a liar. But he's not saying, what are you going to do? Convict him? Him already have 32 convictions. Trump is saying, yeah, Joe Biden tried to kill me in Mar-a-Lago and he failed. And all they can say is, don't believe it. It's a lie, because freedom of expression, free speech is something that is so important. And yes, I know the Prime Minister says that they have the capabilities and they track the young man, and the young man was influenced by the other party. He didn't say the opposition, it could be the UIC, allegedly. So don't it just put out there. So him never called the name, show him con. But as I said, Dr. Dora, somebody need to tell me her real name, the doctor lady, the information lady.
What? Let me
Dora the Explorer. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Dora the Explorer.
Well, let me put this up, because the idea that he never said it or he never meant it or we're misinterpreting. Let me just put up this video clip here, and then we can decide whether he said it or not. Here we go.
Person was tracked.
There is no tracking of people. There is no curtailing of people.
Don't trust people.
Andrew Holness JLP is trying to wipe shame out of their eyes and at the same time contradicting themselves. Prime Minister Andrew Holness and Information Minister Dr. Dana Morris Dixon regarding the government tracking of Jamaicans spreading misinformation on social media. Andrew Holness revealed the government use of tracking technology to identify perpetrators. Now, Information Minister Dr. Dana Morris Dixon later denied any such tracking.
There is no tracking of people. There is no curtailing of people saying anything that is negative. That is absolutely not the case. It's just that we have to protect truth. And so this notion that we shouldn't go after those who perpetuate fake news is really strange, because around the world we see it happening in every country. Fake news is a problem, and it's fake, which means it's not truthful. And we are a country that is built on truth, and we will protect that in this administration.
Causing confusion amongst Jamaicans, this only shows you the flaws in the JLP administration approach to addressing misinformation and crime. Jamaica politics is a disgrace, because just a couple days ago, Prime Minister Andrew Holness issued a stern warning about forthcoming prosecutions targeting individuals engaged in defamatory activities on social media.
The person was tracked and their identity discovered. And we have been tracking several such cases where you see some posts being made that border on defamatory or libelous.
Now the Prime Minister told Jamaica and Jamaicans that the government has the technology to track and identify those responsible for harmful online content. Now JLP Information Minister Donna Morris-Dixon later sought to clarify the government's stance. Donna Morris-Dixon said,
No, let me ask something. Let me ask something like that. The first thing is that how do you determine fake news? Because it sounds like all they have to do is say it's fake news, and then they go after you. And then she says, then the Prime Minister says, we've been tracking cases basically based on, and this is a paraphrase, this is paraphrasing what you said, we've been tracking cases based on borderline defamation. Is defamation, let me ask you a question, is defamation a criminal act in Jamaica, or is it a civil act, or both? Can't hear you.
Defamation, the law is such that it's in the civil realm. It can become, it's in the civil. But you see, you'd go and leave something. Which one of them gave out fake news? The one that said them track, or the information that said them not tracking anybody?
No, we'll get to that, but here's what I want to ask.
I need to know that, because I can't get past it, because fake news was issued by the very government. One of them is lying, and are we going to know who it is?
Well, hold on.
If not, we're not participate no more. Somebody is a liar.
Hold on a second. If it's civil, what is the government doing tracking people in civil cases?
Breaching constitutional right to privacy. What do you mean? You know this.
No, but hold on a second. The government shouldn't be responsible for that. Should be left up to the individuals. How's the government involved in a civil case saying that, oh, all these people are issuing fake news, and like you said, we don't know what the fake news is. Why don't they tell us that, okay, the person said this and it's not true? What she said was fake news is by definition fake. It's not true. And we're saying, okay, well, give us the example. No, here, let me show you another video here. Me load up with a whole heap of video tonight. Now, thanks to Kevin. Look on this one here, right?
Me love you no bad. To our social media warriors like Keisha Mack, Alex Higgs, Selena, Oral Campbell, Bridget Watson, Donovan De Paz, Black Italian, Jay Brown, Alex Jano, Mr. and Mrs. Dottyman, Chopper John West from the Chopping Block, who is our personal Ian Harding. I know that 85% or so of us sitting in Parliament can attest to the measurable support of the Chopping Block, especially during the election season. Me love you no bad.
And also big up not only the workers of the Jamaica Labour Party, the supporters right here today. I want to salute the bloggers of the Jamaica Labour Party. About bloggers on social media, like Italian, Camille, Keisha Mack, who it is not every time that members of the Jamaica Labour Party are able to defend themselves. Our bloggers, they step in and they defend the Labour Party and they spread the good news of the works of the government of Prime Minister and the Holness. I want to make some guys from the bloggers of the Jamaica Labour Party. Show our Labour rights. Thank you.
No, here's why this is problematic for me. What the Prime Minister said, right? What the Prime Minister said. I don't hear him talking about these people who go out there and make all of these defamatory, not even borderline, defamatory statements. I don't hear him come out and go after these people and say, no, we're gonna do it whether you're PNP, JLP, UIC, Up Jamaica, whatever, right? Him just make that statement, and it sounded as if people start get on them skin, and because him can't take the criticism now him starts why we're going to pass legislation to lock people up. Now, I said you and I know that there are certain people within the government who have made not borderline, they have made defamatory statements. We're not calling
the ones that you sue. But what I'm saying is, I like you see the thing about social media, you know, is that when you get into the court realm, you're gonna have to make certain statements, because based on what those two gentlemen just said, yeah, about bigging up the social media bloggers and say we love them bad and without we wouldn't be in power, basically. Is that an invitation to say when any one of them defame you because they're working as a media engine for the Jamaica Labour Party, that when you sue them, the JLP is vicariously liable for any defamation? And I'm not singling out anybody, but there's a name that coming up, like McDonald's, Miss Mary Mac or whatever her name is. Let's say she defamed you and was tweeting about you. Then if you decide that you ought to sue her for defamation, you now have to attach the Belmont Road and the government of Jamaica, because she's an agent of the state.
Exactly.
So just like how I can't remember, one of them had defamed you and you sued him and he's no longer the information minister. The name's not really in my head. But you also sued the Prime Minister. And I don't know if that's why him got shift up. But it's the same thing. The Prime Minister is now put in a position where his name is going to always be called on Belmont Road, because they are saying these are our people and we send them out there to blog, to put out information. So if it's defamatory, it's fake news and misinformation. So the idea of fake news, just hear me, in the context of freedom of expression, this is a conversation again that is repugnant to the idea of the Constitution. And it just shows that our people need a serious lesson in constitutionality and also the English language. But
no, look at British.
I'm not reading the comments, Ratty. Leave me alone.
I read the comments.
So let's stay and leave me alone.
You see. All right, I won't drag into this. Don't read the comments, but I'm sure Patrick can read the comments and Herb can read the comments, because there's a certain name. I'm not calling any name, but there's a certain name that both men mentioned.
Yeah, we'll discuss it when the lawsuit drops. Don't worry.
Okay, all right.
Paperwork done prepare. It's just the filing.
All right, sir. So, Herb, Patrick, what do you think about the Prime Minister's utterances and the Minister? Oh, actually, there is no such position called Minister of Information. There's no such position. I found this out because the Prime Minister's office notified me. There's a position called Minister without portfolio in the office of the Prime Minister with a responsibility for information. Because the Honorable Minister Morgan, he mentioned at one of his post-cabinet conferences that he said he wasn't the Minister of Information, it was the Prime Minister, which prompted me to write an ATI. And I said, I want to know when did the Prime Minister become Minister of Information? Under what provision? What statutory provision? Is there is there a law? Is there an administrative regulation? And they wrote me back, and I'm not surprised at where he is right now because of that. But I hope I can find it. I have something here. I hope Kevin is not. Yeah, Herb and Patrick, jump in here because I want to surprise ISAT. I have something that is gonna be.
No, when I think I'm laughing, he said when the Prime Minister become Minister of Information, when the Prime Minister become Minister of Works, when the Prime Minister become Minister of Housing, when the Prime Minister become Minister of Pension and Welfare, this prime minister is like an octopus, you know. That's why maybe so much.
This prime minister is about his business. He's doing the work because he knows that the people around him doesn't have the capacity to do it. You can't blame him for that. So this is one time I'm going to actually defend him. It has to be frustrating that you're carrying so many people on your back and they disappoint you daily. Can you imagine being the government and you have 6 people that is about to embarrass you? It's mind-boggling. But what I would say on this topic is they should take a page out of the Minister of Health response to information that he doesn't like. Listen, no, I always give credit, give to Caesar what due to him. You can't say nothing about the Minister of Health and he don't counteract it. This man will tell you, if him don't like what you say, him say, go mind your business. Him write the song before Spice could have write it. If you tell people come up and say, yo, you wear the ventilators and mothers are dying and babies are dying, and the man puts out a video and the lady say, I just had my baby and the doctors and the nurses treat me good and the hospital treat me good, and he claps back and he leaves it open, and then he says, listen, my ambitions is to be prime minister. I have no time for fake news and nonsense. That is what a leader does. So big up to Dr. Christopher Tufton.
But him same never said that.
No, never say what.
Same want to be prime minister.
It don't matter. He is of the ilk and the cloth to be the prime minister. I'm saying it. I don't care who wants vex with me. Even if him don't like me. But you can cuss him and him have a response for you without tracing you. That's what leaders do. Yeah. So while the whole party talking about, I'm gonna tell him lies, and I'm gonna lock him up, and I'm gonna track him up, you say one thing bad about Dr. Christopher Tufton. So say, yo, $2 billion for Cornwall Regional. It's now 22 billion. Him say, yeah, we're building out. What's the problem? Everybody have to shut up. Where's the line that? We're not building up, we're building out. Infrastructure. He knows the market. I'm serious.
It's good PR. Good PR.
Serious credit, because if fake news is out there, you simply educate the people and say, here are the things that are fake. He bring out the numbers and say, we have the ventilators. Now them telling me say them mash up, but we're gonna fix that. What else he can say? Move on. While other people complaining about bloggers and social media and everything that is supposed to be entertainment. Even this show has an element of entertainment, even though for educational purposes. And people are taught how to sieve out fact from fiction, from satire, and put things in proper context. Anybody have no time for all of this is fake, and prosecute and use the scarce resources that we have. The money you take to track down people, you could have buy a new ventilator. The money that you take to have these press conferences, all of these things. Somebody said, I want to work at NCB. The money that you take to track down people, find SSL money. The money that you take to track down people, have a conference of how to rob $74.2 million and get 2 years for it. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there to say that we have to put things into perspective. We have to be serious about even governance. And it's not a tit for tat. So people are to talk, but you're to back it with action. Action. Anne says, I'm an action woman, and beautiful speaking don't get you nowhere. If that is true.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem, my son. We have suggested that they use fusion centers to fuse vital information together in the interest of national security, right? So now, when you consistently are telling us you release information on the leader of the opposition to start some kind of scandal over his birthright, and then you turn around and you want to release information on others, and now you want to say you're track and tracing people who you don't agree with their blog or whatever they're posting in a free speech manner, right? No wonder the ambassador came and messed with me about my working with ICS and the other organizations. Why? Because she figured she was going to infringe on my free speech and have somebody shut me up. And it backfired. So now this prime minister needs to learn you cannot infringe on free speech, much as you cannot release privately protected information on people.
No, but
Right?
whose privately protected information was being released? The Minister of Transfer, Mr. Barr, said him go to a party and him get the information. Him never had to go use security resources. Nobody from the PNP never came and said,
Yeah, but the minute, but
no, just
listen,
hear me. All of these things that we're living in a social media world where we have to sift through what is AI, we have to sift through clickbait, we have to sift through all of that. I'm not trying to lock down anybody more than to say that your back needs to be broad and you need to take criticism.
Yeah, but listen,
listen to Herb, just including when people can call people ugly, people can call them old, people can do all kind of things. It's social media. Your work must speak for itself. So I'm just putting it in context to say whether you agree with Tufton or not. When they come at him, he always responds.
Okay.
Similarly, I think their biggest problem was that they thought that they were using social media to cut down Mark Golden, and it didn't work. But when they were using it, they were hearing stuff like, where your next statutory declaration there? Where this and this, and why your wife is here, why this and that. That's like when you trouble people in high school and then the peer pressure lick you and you can't take it. You instigate and then the bully beat you up. Yeah, we have to get past that, and I don't know, we have this notion that there's that erudite people are politicians. Politics everywhere in the world it's a nasty business. It's riddled in ad hominem, and you just have to stand the test of time, and especially during the election season, they come at you with the worst stuff. It's never the issues, and we see it everywhere. There's no way. There's never a time in Jamaica, not even the Mark Golden debacle with his dual citizenship and all the other people who, I went and I resigned and I'm born in England and I give up mine and I'm now Jamaican. Like that you can't say that's a different situation from Mark, who actually born in Jamaica. Yeah. But yet it's so different, the dynamics of it. But leave that alone. Not even with everything that happened in Jamaica is as bad as what's happening now with Trump and Biden.
That's true.
And they're both senior citizens, and Trump is beside him and said, that man is old. He can't even swing a golf club. Look at him. He's gonna die tomorrow. I won 2 championships, and it wasn't a senior champion. I swing my club. I did my fitness. My hair is orange. It isn't white. And yeah, those convictions, I only got them because this old man gave them to me. 34. Why are we talking about that? That is what I'm talking about. And if you want to talk about nasty, respectfully, never in Jamaica have we had that type of banter, because them couldn't take it.
Did you have 2 old men fighting before in Jamaica?
Grumpy old men at that. And then when it don't work out, the man's wife, Joe Biden's wife, is saying, and she's right. She's saying, yeah, when you get old, that's what happens to you. These are the realities. When you're old, do they expect him to do a 100-meter sprint? He's not Porsche. Only Porsche can do that. Do you expect it? Do you because black don't crack? But do you expect him? Do you expect him to be as agile, and you expect his mind? Listen, I can't even remember the name of Dora Explorer, and it was said 2 times in a TikTok video. And you want Biden to remember? I'm just saying, I'm just putting these things to say, no matter how it comes down, somebody has to win, somebody has to lose. and your back must be broad, because they did Trump really bad, and this Make America Great Again till him, and he lost and Joe Biden won. But he never run and say, oh, this, yeah, whatever happened, he's back now. And so if there has to be an opposition and there has to be a government. And the way they're going about it in terms of playing with the constitutional rights of people. And it's not just freedom of expression. It's the freedom of belief, conscience, thoughts, ideas, and political ideas. Belief and conscience and political ideas within the Constitution. It's about the ability to disseminate and receive information. These are constitutional rights that are owed to us, and we just flout them and breach them and threaten you. That kind of authoritarian type of vibe is outside of democracy, whether or not there is a written constitution or not. You cannot put yourself up in the public space and don't expect. Sometimes you look at it and they say, shut up, ISAT, idiot, Rasta boy, convict boy, blah, blah, blah. And tomorrow is another day. If you go to sleep worried about those things. It's funny. Somebody says, see there, Biden says, only one of us up here is a convict. Yeah, and he says that. It was like, I ain't gonna listen to, he's a liar. Oh, that's a criminal boy. Just because he's white and he doesn't have a Jamaican accent, the English language can be very cute when you're disrespecting people. Yeah? Yeah, you just say, oh, we in Jamaica, so we don't like the boy there. In England, they say, I don't fancy him very much. He's convicted. He shouldn't be here. Yeah, and Trump is like, yeah, this man old. Yeah, look, there's here. I can answer that. I don't know what he's saying. He's fumbling. Is he having a stroke right now? Trump is unkind. But it is called, in logic, it's called ad hominem. And I'm saying we must look to the very people we try to emulate. Because we're in Jamaica saying everybody should retire. And we in America, two of the oldest people, them so old, Moses could run against them right now. Not even Jesus, Moses.
Which one of the Moses?
Moses from before Jesus born.
Oh, you mean?
Man. No. Never.
Right.
Well, listen, man, I have trouble being the king of that.
Listen, somebody put inside there. Somebody said Abraham, but somebody put something inside there asking about the DPP. Okay, yeah, Coral Barnett said, my question is, did the DPP follow a statutory declaration? If yes, what is approved? Well, we don't know that yet, because, and we probably won't, because
the DPP should just come. Why would she wouldn't be able to file a statutory declaration yet? The DPP
You're talking about
both of them have to file, because they're over the threshold. So both of them would have to file as civil servants. But here is something I want to show you. And I think ISAT is going to get a kick out of this.
What's that?
Yeah, here we go. The first one is, all right. Now, this is coming from the court administration, right? I had the courage to ask them about how much money was spent on the Vybz cartel case, because I felt like if the DPP had said to the judge, listen, you know what, the jury's tainted, we're not gonna spend any more money on this, let's start all over. I just figured that, in terms of transparency and common sense, that would be the wisest thing to do. But here's what they told me when I asked them about the funding. It says, dear Mr. Rattigan, concerning an ATI request, please be advised that there were no costs which could be specifically delineated as costs incurred by the government of Jamaica through the Court Administration Division in respect of the matter before the Court of Appeal. That's a Vybz cartel case. The costs incurred were not specific to this matter, but costs that would have been incurred in the normal course of the operations of the court. So, for example, they're saying that, you know, bodyguard services and protective detail, they're saying we can't attribute those costs to the Vybz cartel case because those are costs that we would have incurred anyway. Doesn't matter whether it's Vybz cartel or anything. So the court administration, they're saying we didn't do anything for Vybz cartel that we didn't do for, you know, a regular any other prisoner. So that didn't sit well with me. So, you know, I don't know me already. So me say, all right, since court can't tell me anything, let me go somewhere else. So I went to this place. And by the way, folks, this is all ATI. That's what I'm telling you. You need to learn. Well, we're going to do a tutorial next week on how to file. This came in yesterday. Kevin just took off the headers and things to with email addresses and my email addresses and things like that. But this I actually received this yesterday or the day before. And here's what, and it's coming from Ministry of Justice. Because since the court wouldn't tell me, I went to the ministry. And this lady, Latoya Mattis, was the access officer. She sent this to me and she said, "Good morning, Mr. Rattigan. Reference is made to your access to information application received May 8th, 2024 by email seeking, and here are the things I asked for. 1, how much money did the government of Jamaica spend to prosecute Vybz cartel and its co-defendants? That's 1. 2, how much money did the government of Jamaica spend to address the appeal before the Court of Appeal? 3, how much money did the government of Jamaica spend to address the appeal before the Privy Council? 4, how much money does the government of Jamaica anticipate spending to address the matter before the Court of Appeal in June 2024? That's the case that's going on now. So it's right there. Very simple questions. And then here's what she said. We now share the attached documents in support of question 3 of your application. What is question 3? How much money did the government of Jamaica spend to address the appeal before the Privy Council? It is to be noted that representation was made by United Kingdom Council. As such, no Jamaican attorneys traveled. Therefore, no records exist for travel and per diem. Make we stop right there. So they're saying, don't believe your lying eyes. Didn't we all say the DPP?
Yes.
And Mr. Jeremy next to her? Didn't we see them there? Did they pay their own way? Because this is what this is saying. It says that the government of Jamaica is saying we paid people in the UK to represent us in this case, and therefore it's right there. No Jamaican attorneys traveled. Therefore, no records exist for travel and per diem. And for those of you who don't know, and I suspect most of you know, per diem is is accommodations and plane fare and food and hotel. So they're saying they didn't pay anything because no Jamaican attorney traveled. And they said the salary scale dated June 19, 2023 represents that of the DPP, and the scale dated March 13, 2023 represents the Senior Deputy of Public Prosecutions who prosecuted the case on behalf of the Jamaican government. This concludes your access to information application. Kindly confirm receipt of same by July 1st. So I'm going to have to go confirm it.
So
tomorrow.
did the question for me, did the deputy prosecutor do it by Zoom?
No, he was there.
How come she said, what a dummy. How come she's saying that no Jamaicans were present, but yet the deputy, oh my God.
The deputy was there and the DPP was there. Both of them were there. And I'm sure they did not pay their way. I am willing to bet that they did not pay their way, that the Jamaican taxpayers paid for them. And see what they're saying. They're saying that no Jamaican attorneys traveled. So I guess the DPP she didn't travel as an attorney, or she's not a government attorney.
So Mr. Rattigan, can I also conclude then the DPP is not getting a salary right now because she's a ghost?
Well, that's a separate issue. I believe I'm still waiting for them to come back with that answer. But so that's that. Now here is what they sent me, and I I tell you, I was going to surprise you, right? So I think I've surprised you enough already, but maybe you guys can't see it. Them start show pay scale. Let me reduce this. So they come with pay scale, and there it is, access to information, June 26th, finance and department. Now, here is it. That's a position, and they're giving how much money they made. All right, here, let's start with this. Payments related to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. And here it is, they're giving you the amount. Here it is, Adidja Palmer, and I guess this is others versus the Queen. Sean Campbell, Adidja Palmer, Kahira Jones, Andrew St. Johnson versus the King. Now, take a look at this, folks. Look at the amount of money. Look at that. Una see that big old sum there? Una see it?
$36 million.
Not 6 million.
36.
Yeah, 36.
Yeah.
Woo. So tell me, is it that the amount in GB is the amount paid to the UK attorneys, and the amount in Jamaican is the amount paid to the Jamaican ones? Or
No.
or they convert? What is it?
They took out who they paid right here. They redacted it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But you do know that they made payments to the attorneys in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
So we see a £48,000 payment right here, and another one for £137,000, and they translate to. Well, here's the thing: this must have been for the attorneys in the UK, because they wouldn't be paying the DPP for professional services.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Right, and see it right here. So they paid £185,000, which that translates to 36 million
Jamaican
taxpayers.
So in England, I know I'm seeing it. You know, it's a hefty, and I'm seeing the date April 26 and then 24, and then the 5th of May 2023. So is it safe? This is in relation to the professional service of who? Of the, it's redacted. But what about the agents, which is different from the lawyer?
Right.
We don't get money.
I don't think we get the full amount.
So one lawyer gets this. That's a lot of money.
Well, here's the thing. I said, because the DP, because of her misconduct in the courtroom, and because the appeals court, because them being dunce, the case was allowed to go forward to the Privy Council. You agree?
No, I'm not. I can't get past this. This is a lot of money. So
this is what I'm coming back to.
For two occasions.
The reason why you're seeing this amount of money being paid to these British attorneys has to be based on an agreement that was signed by the DPP's office to reimburse whoever is representing Jamaica at that level. But the point I'm making is they should charge her, find her guilty, and fine her that sum to reimburse Jamaica's treasury, because it's obscene. It's an obscene amount of money to pay to British attorneys to represent you when you screwed up with the trial judge, and then a bunch of dunce judges at the appeals court level let this case go through, to embarrass Jamaica. They're mashing up brand Jamaica. You see what I'm saying?
Boy, Herb, I can say this. This is. I wish I had this information last week or the week before that, because this would have been helpful to the Court of Appeal in terms of looking at figures, because the new DPP is saying it doesn't matter. Don't worry about the cost. Pay it. The taxpayers must pay it. So $36 million. I don't know, Herb. You can tell me what's the cost for a ventilator.
It's relevant.
I'm saying that there's a concept called fresh justice. We have to be careful, because state resources can't just be willy-nilly like that. We don't have a Federal Reserve and a room full of the ability to just be making money like that and just wasting it as we like. But
you see, now you understand.
These figures are high.
President Biden's letter to us here at ICS says we have to look at these instances of corruption, because what they're doing, they're taking U.S. funds meant for U.S. funded programs, and they are backfilling the treasury with these stupid payments to Englishmen who perfectly understood that the case, why couldn't they have made a ruling based on just a simple reading of the transcripts? I don't understand it. The appeals court could have done so, and the Privy Council could have done so. But instead, they're bringing everybody in, go through motions, and make stupid decisions. Well, somebody needs to pay that money back, and that should be the DPP herself. Like I said, she's responsible for this fiasco.
I mean, when you look at, I must say this though, I don't know if I don't know what to say, but when I'm looking at these figures, one must appreciate that they put the citizens, you see the four of them named there, they put them in, they expose them as well to pay their British attorneys this kind of figure. I just thought there was a system in place where the government never had to pay this type of money since it's their final court. I'm shocked to know that they're spending this type of money, having forced the citizen to spend this times four for different situations. But for the first time, Mr. Rattigan, what I'm shocked about is I genuinely thought that I saw the DPP there and the deputy. So I feel away now, because having to get access to information, and they don't put out fake news, that my eyes were deceiving me, and it's time to get my glasses checked, because I could have swear on my father's life that she was in the room, as well, you can't miss the deputy DPP. He was there. And so to see that she says to you that they never went and they never traveled to England, I don't know. I feel away.
The point is, why couldn't she have handled the case if she was going there? Why didn't she do the appeal herself, along with Jeremy? None of this stuff is making sense to me.
Well, no, we know because they weren't there. So Herb, is AI or some magic trick? I don't know, because I genuinely thought that she was there, and I'm gonna have to go and speak to John and the other lawyers, Lexi. I have to speak to them now and wondering if it was a figment of my imagination.
Do you remember that there's a lady behind you? There's a video of it, and her phone rang while the proceedings were going on, and she opened her mouth and in surprise, and she reached in her bag and she turned off the phone. There was a representation there, and the representation was that of the DPP.
But then the Prime Minister says that we mustn't follow the fake news. And so now there's a problem. Yeah, we have to get this resolved, because the government would never put out false information and give you fake news in access to information. So clearly, the Privy Council had put out a fake video representing that the DPP was there, and I thought she was there. So we have to resolve these things.
I mean, there it is. Look, people, my family member, all of you. It's right there.
Somebody said we need whoopee from Ghost.
We know that representation was made by United Kingdom Council. As such, no Jamaican attorneys traveled. Therefore, we're not giving you no records for no airline ticket or for no hotel or for food because no Jamaican attorney traveled.
It says these records don't exist because Jamaican attorneys never traveled.
Yes, no record because nobody traveled.
We are going to have to now go contact Dora Explorer and ask her to ascertain and prosecute the fake news that is coming from the government. Thank you for that.
Let me show
That's
you.
a lot. Can I see the figures again? It's a lot.
There you go.
Mighty God.
36,222,760.88.
Well, we need some clarification on that because the 36,222,760.88. I'm going to Google the cost of one ventilator because I'm learning now to make a comparison, especially in this time. Ventilators.
Now you know when they rip off money through criminal intent and corruption. Now you know how much hurt goes into the medical, goes into the education. You know, we can measure what's missing from the schools and what the kids did not get. We can measure what's missing from the hospitals and what patients are not getting. They're not getting no pharmaceuticals. They don't have a bed sheet, a bed pillow. You know, they don't even have a pillow. So here we go, this nonsense going on, and all these people running around as if they are some type of aristocrat.
No, what I'm going to suggest to everybody is go to Google and or YouTube, and you can just Google DPP at Privy Council in 2024, and you should see a picture of our DPP there. I was going to put it up, but let me read something to you. They didn't tell us who they made the payments to, right? But they say it's for professional services, right? It's at the far right. There you go. Remarks, cost for professional services. No, they said we're not going to tell you because the person to whom we paid this amount, that information is redacted due to exemption section 20, subsection 1, and section 22.1, right? Now, let me read you what it says, and you tell me if this makes any sense. 20 says, subject to subsection 2, an official document. And listen, we never ask them for the official document. It's just to put the numbers in or put the name in. We didn't ask them for an official document. Just tell us who get the money. So they said, okay, an official document is exempt from disclosure if its disclosure would reveal. Please pay close attention to what what the thing says. We can't give, what they're saying is we cannot give you that information if it would reveal, 1, trade secrets. There's no we don't have trade secrets issues here. Second one, any other information of a commercial value, which value would be or could reasonably be expected to be destroyed or diminished if the information were disclosed. That's not it. Now we go to B. They say we can't give it to you if its disclosure would reveal it contains information concerning the commercial interests of any person or organization, and the disclosure of that information would prejudice those interests. How is it going to prejudice this? They already paid the money. How is this going to prejudice them? That's section 20, subsection 1. Let's go to subsection 22, subsection 1, and see what it says. It says, subject to the provisions of this section, a public authority shall not grant access to an official document, which knocks for, if it would involve the unreasonable disclosure of information relating to the personal affairs of any person, whether living or dead. Personal information relating to the personal affairs. Now, you tell me now that the people of Jamaica spent all of this money, and what the government is saying, you are not entitled to know to whom we paid that money. You don't have no business knowing who we pay that money to. It's none of your business. We pay who we want to pay, and we protect them identity. No, that cannot be right.
So am I to assume that the pay is Mrs. Holness? You're leaving me to say that they paid Mrs. Holness the $36 million to defend. I mean, I could pick a name and say, did that person?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. They need to look, all they have to do is put the law firm. Just put the law firm's name. That's all. And they said, we are not telling you who we pay this money to. And then they come up with some fool rules. These rules don't apply because it's gonna reveal the personal interest of the payee. What person? Just put the person's name. The person's name. It's John and Sons LLC, whatever. Just put the name there. That's it.
But the only thing, Ratty, I know.
Here's how they're stupid. All you have to do is you go back and you pull the transcript at the Privy Council, and it's going to tell you who represented the government of Jamaica. That's how foolish this is. The document will show you who represented the defendants and who represented the king. So I don't know what am I trying to do. So
that needs to be pointed out to the person who sent the letter, because they're breaking laws. So you can't spend 101 in business with government funds. Everything has to be accounted for, unless it's Secret Service, whatever you call it in Jamaica. Unless it's like you're paying somebody for undercover work.
It's not classified. It's not a classified document.
Right.
So there's no need to redact anything.
And this is
the public has a need to know who the hell the government is paying out money to in their name.
Exactly.
Alison Braham said, Vybz can find out, and I know she's being facetious because true Vybz said that there's no. I think he made some statement saying that there are no secrets or something to that effect. But this information can readily be identified. And I don't know why them don't put the name there so we can say who the money was paid. But the bigger question is, like Isaac said, that is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And remember, the government doesn't have money. It's a taxpayers' money.
And to say, hey, I paid this F off. You don't give me, you give a rat's behind who I paid to. That's none of your damn business.
Yeah, but that's people's business.
I thought somebody in the thing indicate that maybe your name up yourself. You get paid.
Well, you see, I wouldn't redact my name on the bills that I have to pay, because I love when people cuss me and say I take this Palmer money. So I wouldn't hide it. So that's definitely not me. What I can say is what I'm looking here. Notice the difference between this application, which is Adidja Palmer's application, which could have been the fresh evidence application or the expedited hearing application. This is one application for Palmer. There were many other applications. And so this spoke about his application, but the case is actually Sean Campbell, Adidja Palmer, Kahira Jones, and Andre St. John against the king. So this is a substantive appeal, and this is his single application. I know this one. Yeah, so there's a lot of, you can ask for further information because there's a lot more things going on. There's a press release in January in relation to particular applications, and the matter has been before the Privy Council for 4 years before we got to this thing here. But I mean that this is a shocker. It is a lot of money. I never knew that government was expending this type of money, because majority of the work came from the defendant, and the type of money that was spent by them is times 4. Is this figure here times 4? Wow. And I'm talking this when I say this figure. Oh, you probably not seen my thing, but the second figure is this figure times 4. That's in the total amount. The total amount at the bottom, the 185 times 4 for the substantive appeal. But there were applications before that. And just like how they were there, I guess the Jamaican attorneys weren't there, but I've heard that no Jamaican attorneys spoke at the Privy Council. So I guess no Jamaican attorneys were there, and it was just a European thing. But I'm European, so I...
Yeah, but she said, Dee Marie said she said she pulled it up on YouTube. There it is, senior behind the attorney at the Privy Council on Guyana Uncut YouTube video. So she was there. So I don't understand when them say that this statement here. I don't understand this when them say that the Crown was represented by UK Council, and so no Jamaican attorneys traveled. And then with our own 2 eyes, we say 2 attorneys from the office of the DPP there.
Well, I can tell you, just for your edification, I have here with me represented the respondents: Peter Knox, King's Counsel; Paula Llewellyn, King's Counsel; Jeremy Taylor, King's Counsel; and Rory Turnbull, instructed by Charles Russell Speeches LLP, London. This is on the judgment.
So they were there. It's 4 of them.
They were there on the 14th of March 2024. Yeah, and heard on the 14th and 15th of February 2024. The judgment was given on the 14th.
Jamaican attorneys?
Huh?
How many Jamaican attorneys?
Two of them are on the record, as in they appear on record. But I know 3 of them that were literally there, but 4 appeared on the record. 2 appeared, and that's the King's Counsel, Paula Llewellyn, King's Counsel, and Jeremy Taylor, King's Counsel, along with Peter Knox, which is the man who was speaking, and Rory Turnbull sat beside him. And this very thing that they redacted, you said they could have put their firm, it's Charles Russell Speeches LLP, London. It's on the judgment as appeared for the respondent. So one wonders right there.
Yeah. Was it Rhoda who got the money?
This is revision of salaries. The DPP, them to put our salary up here. It's not here. And then
this raises new questions, and the thing to pursue is, what is the value to Jamaica of going to the Privy Council when you've got the Caribbean Court of Appeals? Can people afford this? Can the people of Jamaica afford this? How much longer do they have to put up with this kind of stuff? You know, a white man examining how black people mess up in the court system in Jamaica. It makes no sense. Absolutely no sense whatsoever. You know, especially when the appeals court, who's supposed to be 3 learned judges, you should take a cat o' nine tails down there to the appeals court, I said, and beat all the dunce people you can find.
You'll get him in trouble.
You start with the 3 judges then.
No, self-beating is not something that I can carry on, because as far as I know, I'm the only dunce one. But this was not a surprise, Mr. Ratty. This is a headache. I'm embarrassed and I'm shocked that that's the type of money, taxpayers' money, that's being put out there, especially from that side.
There was
and
another.
Remember, this is in the context that the defendants got no assistance from the government to take their matter there.
Yeah.
Valerie Walton
and the government whose misbehavior caused this in the first place, they got reimbursed, I'm sure. And that's the thing we gotta find, Ratty. Was Germany, the DPP, were they reimbursed for the trip?
Well, yeah. They have to put in a voucher.
All right. So can we ask for a copy of the voucher?
I will certainly ask for it. I will. No, so Valerie Walton asked, so what happened to the female that was sitting on the right of the DPP? That female, my understanding, my sources are telling me that she's affiliated with the office of the DPP, but she's in England doing some studies. So they didn't pay for her. She just took time off from her studies to come down to court and, sit next to them and watch the proceedings. But the two of them, Jeremy and Miss Paula Llewellyn, they were there. They were there. So I don't know if ISAT kind of upset now because I'm seeing much money than people are making. And wait a minute, hold on, ISAT. Maybe when you put in for costs, maybe you should have based your costs on this.
No, I'm just upset that those people actually get the type of money that I was paid. I'm just so upset. All right, let me start. I'm saying it's not taxpayers' money, but I mean, I feel away now, but it is what it is. Anyway, moving on.
But
like I say, ISAT, they bring back the cat o' nine tails. Let them judges know, man.
Well, we're gonna finish up in about 15 minutes. I just want to say, I told you I was gonna surprise you, ISAT.
No, I'm just. I mean, people see it because I'm just saying it in the context, and I'm not discussing. It's just there. It was, there we are. The whole concept about a statement was made that the state will just have to foot the bill. The conversation was the state just has to foot the bill. There's no cost, there's no price. Taxpayers must foot the bill, and that's the bill.
Who said that?
The new DPP. But that's the bill.
You the new or the acting?
I only recognize one DPP, and it is the Constitution allows me to recognize the acting DPP as Miss Claudia Thompson. So when you say you're asking me to go into a whole constitutional fallacy that I can't participate in, and unlike you, I respect the judges down here, and I don't think they're dummies. And when three of them sit together and say, "Snap of the finger, Constitution breached, you're no more," I respect that. So Ms. Thompson is the DPP, albeit acting, and there's no more.
Regarding the lady that was sitting next to the DPP, people are asking if she was not a part of the delegation, she would not be sitting where she was. No, my sources are telling me that
she's a senior member in the office, albeit she's studying now.
She's studying in England,
yeah,
right? So she's
there. I must tell you, she's very, 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 very brilliant young lady. I won't say her name because I don't have that permission, but she is competent. My
sources are correct then.
And her presence there was much help. And if they paid her, she forget to pay. So if it's her name right there, she deserve it. But anyway, I mean, let me do what Spice and mind my business.
Let me put it up one more time.
FYI, my research tells me that a ventilator would cost you 20,000 or Jamaican 2.8 million with equipment.
That's
for one ventilator. 2.8 million.
So that's 13 almost 13 ventilators right there.
Yeah.
Easily 13. That's 13 babies' lives will be saved.
Yeah.
Hey. Gotta cover up.
Loxus say 18. I was never good at maths, so I whatever.
Let me remove this because you look like you get a headache and you get.
No, I don't. I'm genuinely shocked.
Yep.
And so I'm even trying to make light of the situation, and it's impossible to do because it's just a lot of money, and there are a lot of people who we don't have the money. There are a lot of people who can't even. I mean, let me not even get into the education bit because the health service, the health sector is there, but how we use state resources this is embarrassing because it's for nothing, respectfully. But to anyway, let me leave it. I'm done.
And yet we have the Caribbean Court of Justice that we paid $30 million US for to be a part of it, to set it up.
Yeah.
So
I just want to say to the people of Jamaica watching the program that you can share this information. You must share this information with your neighbors, your friends, your relatives. And for the 3/4 of you going to bed tonight with very little in your stomach, I want you to just ponder on this figure. This is just another example of waste, of misuse of public funds.
Ratty, I think you need to post this as many places, and with the refereeing matters, you can say, hey, we could have bought 13 ventilators for this we spent. We don't even know who we spend the money to. Was it to Rhonda or Rhoda or
we don't know.
Whoever. Yeah, I just got to ask the question.
But it just makes me wonder what will be the cost then when you have all of these, when you have matters that they're saying they want to retry again, that goes back to the Privy Council appeal again. I just, those are the things I think about because all of it is state resources. Somebody said they can see me calling John Clark right now. If you send me the document, I will send it to him because I know him would be shocked right now.
I'll share it with you. There's a John Clark in the thing, So Paul is only DPP to never argue before the Privy Council. So.
Oh, John is here. Oh, wow. I don't know if it's the same John Clark because it could be fake news in fake comments. I don't know. So I'm gonna contact Doran. You see that Paul is the only DPP to never argue before the. You mean I?
Is it shock?
You turn up. You. I said, you went.
Huh?
No, you muted your mic.
I'm shutting up. It's that time of year, and I'm hearing things for the first time that I'm shocked about. So
you could get about 3 franchises out of this, man, easily.
Wow. Yeah, the KFC,
yeah. Easily.
Oh Lord. But look. This is why they keep going back to the Privy Council. I would love to be able to know how many cases hit the Privy Council, who argue the cases, and how much money has been paid out to all of these people.
That's a new investigation. See,
keep in mind, I asked 4 questions and they said we're only gonna answer 1.
Well, she might have did you a favor.
Reflection of the total cost.
Yeah,
you're right. It's not a true reflection, but you're the only people that you're the only person that answer with ATIs, because I'm telling you, I sit down and I'm shocked to say the least. Like I said, this is for me, jurisprudence is important and how we engage the court, but how we use state resources, and just to know that in terms of retrial and state resources and stuff like that, maybe you would know how many persons have retrial and how long it take for retrials and stuff like that, and the state resources involved, because we have to think about how we use the limited state resources, because we don't have the money. We don't have it. I'm saying we because we don't have it.
Yeah, because you pay taxes too. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at, as in we just simply don't have it.
Right. Somebody, Noel Thomas, asked him, say, Mr. Rattigan, you have your hands full. Where do we go from here? Magnitsky. Yes, Magnitsky, Herb and I, we just have to just tighten up some things, and then we're going to be marching over to the Congress, and we're going to be talking to some people about the Magnitsky. The ATIs will continue. Next week, we're going to do a tutorial on the ATIs, because I'm telling you, folks, there's so much information out there. And sometimes, even when they don't answer you, that's information in and of itself, because you can tell what's going on. By the way, Mr. Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture, you're going to get, I'm going to be filing next week with the tribunal, because it's been way too long now. I've been asking about this shipment of fertilizer that you advertised in December of 2023, and I haven't gotten a response. So you will be getting something by email next week, indicating that they're gonna set up a hearing, so you can come and tell the Jamaican people because there are about 10 questions I asked regarding the fertilizer, and no response. And I followed it up, with a reminder to the Office of the Prime Minister. You still haven't responded. So next week, I will be just filing with the tribunal, and then we'll just have a hearing. And then that's going to be hanging around your neck like a millstone, because every week I'm going to say, look, farmers of Jamaica, I've been asking on your behalf, where did the fertilizer go? And the minister has simply refused to provide the answer. Rather, they tell me, Rather will give you the answer. Rather has not responded. And the minister is in charge of agriculture matters. So we will go from there. We have a couple more things, but that's why I'm so happy, Isaac, that we have the and Patrick and Herb, that we have the volunteers, because they're going to be helping me now. Now we're going to be churning these things out like they're going out of style, because it's just me alone doing them right now. But come next week or so, I fully expect that our cadre of volunteers will be churning these things out like it's going out of style and keeping track of them. So that's where we are. So we could just go around and close out this thing. Patrick, thanks for coming. Any closing remarks?
I feel I set Spain. Really, I mean, this is really, I mean, atrocious, and it started to leave me a lot of questions. But the only good thing of it is the earlier discussions where we look at the issues regarding the constitution reform as it relates to voting within the diaspora, and this is a good way to start having some good substantive discussions where we can educate our brothers and sisters in Jamaica and in the diaspora as to the reasons why we should do X and why we should do Y. And this discussion was great, but I'm still at a loss with the last documents. This must be whatever I can do to disseminate this information. I'm all on board to do that, because this has to go further than that, and they can sue me for fake news.
All right, thank you, sir. Isaac?
Yeah, the takeaway is we have to really have a conversation about how we use state resources. It's not simply like you leave me in a situation to really find out the extent of the resources spent on matters like this. Just generally when we talk, because it's not just going to the Privy Council. This particular case has been before the court for 13 years and counting. And that's something that we have to think about in terms of the resources. State resources include the amount of money for detention, transportation to and from, security, whatever it is, copying, paper, everything. And when we finish, I'm not saying it mustn't be done. I'm saying we have to think about how we expend the resources, because we have a high crime society where the murders are not being solved, let alone brought before the court. There's a big gap that's not being filled between the murder rates that we see and the conviction rate, and whether or not what is being happening is a true thing. So I'm just concerned generally, because then at the end of the day, life is life. So it cannot be that babies die because they don't have ventilators, and somehow people, nefarious people or whatever, their lives matter more. I don't know. I'm not authority for that, but my mind is somewhere else, because I'm really, really you really surprised me. I didn't know that was possible. Kenny.
All right. Herb.
Look, here's the deal. If we can get our volunteers to form a statistical group, and if they can flesh out all information pertaining to maybe just this one case, ISAT, that will demonstrate to you the type of money is being spent behind the scene, where the government knows when they lead you down a primrose path, they know how expensive that path is to create. And if they keep doing this every time, has there been what we call kickbacks of any kind, or where nepotism allows them to enrich themselves, right? This is the kind of stuff we have to look for, because we have a corrupt system, and we have to appreciate the fact that these corruptors will act in various ways to make money, to game the system, as we say, right? So let's try to make this count for a lot more than just a prosecution, an appeal, and that it's coming back for new decisions to be made. Let's bring a lot more before the court, to include the court of public opinion, that will enlighten our people and enlighten our judges, because we need these judges to not be stupid, to not be dumb. We need them to understand the system that they are operating in and the cost to the people of Jamaica. Right now, if they were to do cost-benefit analysis, I'm sure it would completely blow their minds what they've been doing to the country's budget and to the justice system. But we need to push forward in a positive manner and use this as lessons learned and how we need to correct the injustices in the system. How we need to correct the system to deny people like this DPP and others the monies that they seem to be generating because of these type of trials. And believe me, I believe sincerely they have generated millions and millions of dollars that somebody's benefiting from. Not just these Englishmen. But if we have qualified people who go to the same schools, we study, we get higher scores, and we get the experience. Why the hell do we need these jokers to argue our cases? I don't know. I really and truly don't know. You need competent people to apply competence to the system. And that's not happening. Folks, I've enjoyed it. And you all, made me smarter this evening. So you all have a good night, good weekend.
All right. Let me just say to everyone. Oh, Prezi will be back. I think next. Well, let me just say Prezi is away. He will be back soon. There will be no relax with the rebel tonight. I'm going to take much needed break. Yesterday, just so y'all know, yesterday I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go up to New York to meet with the police to get the permit for the August thing. I got up at 4 o'clock. I didn't go back to bed. I didn't go back to bed until about 6 o'clock this morning, and I slept for about 2 hours. Then I had to get up and start working with Kevin. So I've slept in the last day and a half or so. I've slept 2 hours. So tonight I won't be on. Please forgive me. I'll be back next week. Our volunteers, I'm looking for a better term for them because they're more than that. They will help us to shorten the program. I see where a lot of you are asking for it to be shortened. Put it into segments. We're going to be working on that on Monday. We have a meeting. So, God willing, next week the program is going to go from 3 to 8. That's it. I want them to tell us that. Let me just add it to the stage that this is fake news, and what? Oh, and that we're destroying brand Jamaica with this. See who's destroying? Not only are they destroying brand Jamaica, they're destroying the very fabric of the Jamaican life, because this money could have been spent to buy ventilators, like Isaac just mentioned, and Patrick looked up the amount, what it costs for a ventilator. Right? This is what they spent on it, on a case where the judge said to the DPP, listen, it looks like this jury is tainted because of what this one juror did. And she said, fine, let's proceed. Let's proceed. And this is what it cost us to go to the Privy Council. And like Isaac said, I asked 4 questions. This is just the answer to one of the questions. And all 4 questions had to do with finances. And this is just one. And then now I'm hearing tonight, Isaac is telling me that there were more additional motions were filed. And that those costs are not reflected in what we see here. Keep that in mind, folks. 36 million. And the case is not over. It got sent back to Jamaica, and the taxpayer is still paying. I even asked them, how much money do you anticipate paying now for this appeal? And they didn't answer that. We're going to get to the bottom of this. So when they this is just one more instance of bad governance, very bad governance. And when they tell you that it's fake news, tell them to call me or screenshot this, where it says that it is to be noted that representation was made by United Kingdom Council. As such, no Jamaican attorneys traveled. Therefore, no records exist for travel and per diem. So I guess we all saw a ghost of Mr. Jeremy and the DPP, because I thought they were there. I guess I shouldn't believe my lying eyes. I thought they were there. So, I just want to thank Mr. Lloyd Diston for coming on. We're going to get Dr. Brownberg on at another time. She's going to be discussing foreign affairs matters. Want to say big up to Herb, who stayed with us, who drove all the way up, took the T-shirts up to where did you take him? Jersey or Delaware? Delaware, right?
Delaware, yeah.
Right. Took him up to Delaware so that people can get their T-shirts. Again, this is as a result of the meeting with the volunteers. We decided we're going to have one central spot where the T-shirts are going to be mailed from. So thank you very much, Herb. Patrick, many, many, many thanks for taking time out of your schedule to be here with us to go over all of these issues. And I'm glad that Isaac got you to budge a little bit, because I couldn't. He said, no, them not for vote. So,
KFC, I can't eat it. So get my shit.
Just I didn't discuss this with Isaac beforehand. It's not like we line him up for you. I didn't do that.
No, it's all good.
Right. And of course, our erudite you know, our phenomenal attorney, Isaac Buchanan. Thanks for coming on and sharing your perspective on the legal issues and the other issues with us. But I hate to leave you on this bad, this note where people writing the things say your complexion change and your demeanor change.
It did. And listen, man, I feel away, man. Like, yeah.
So, folks, tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Waterhouse Vibes.
Good evening.
All right.
And then we have In Lonesome's program at 7 o'clock New York time. Until then, take care.
Peace out.
Take care, guys.
Presence.
All right.